Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. The sniper ability allows for an increase in the power of critical hits. If in the future Cain can find an item that boosts the critical hit rate for Skorupi, then he, or his evolution Drapion, will become his highest instant damage attacker. Especially for Pokémon whose types are weak to Skorupi's attacks, they'll be almost instantly defeated if struck at a critical point, even if there's a level difference of up to 5 levels. Additionally, to Cain's surprise, Skorupi already knows 2 useful moves, Poison Tail and Agility, which demonstrate his talent. The light blue color of his quality is the highest among Cain's Pokémon. The difference in combat power between Pokémon of different quality colors is significant, even if they're at the same level. After Skorupi hatched, Murkrow and Slowpoke were particularly happy. They wanted to pet the little one but feared hurting him due to their strength. That attitude of wanting to pet him but not daring to made Cain smile. To give them confidence, Cain petted Skorupi's shell. It wasn't hard yet and had a slightly rough texture. Following Cain's example, Murkrow and Slowpoke gently petted the little Skorupi, who was so focused on drinking milk that he didn't notice them petting him. Soon, Skorupi finished the milk bottle and, after a satisfied burp, climbed up Cain's arm to his neck, where he gently nuzzled his head against Cain's neck before falling asleep. His tiny pincers gripped Cain's clothing firmly, and despite his size, Skorupi held on tightly, so much so that not even running would make him fall. Skorupi's pincers have small hooks that easily latch onto the fabric fibers. Unless pulled firmly, it's hard to detach him. After Skorupi fell asleep, Murkrow and Slowpoke took one last look at him before resuming their basic training. Skorupi has just been born and is still a baby. He'll spend most of his time sleeping. Cain didn't intend to put him in his Pokeball immediately, as it posed no problem to keep him outside, and his small size made it difficult for anyone to notice he was a living creature. Before evolving, Skorupi is a poison and bug-type Pokémon. Upon evolving into Drapion, his types will change to poison and dark. Although his types change, he won't forget his bug-type moves, which will enhance his offensive versatility. Bug-type moves are effective against grass, psychic, and dark types. Poison-type moves are effective against grass and fairy types. Dark-type moves are effective against ghost and psychic types. Although some of these types overlap, bug-type moves are still quite powerful. In the Pokémon world, Poison-type is one of the most dangerous. Unlike the games, Pokémon here can release toxins at any time, not just during moves. These toxins can have effects like corrosion or paralysis. In nature, poison-type Pokémon are the most feared. Poisoning is one of the most dangerous statuses, and antidotes are essential, though not always effective due to the variety of toxins. Skorupi, though newly born, already has toxins in his body. As he grows, these toxins will develop and form a specialized organ, making him even more lethal. Cain decided that, with the sniper ability, Skorupi will not adopt the attrition strategy used by Ghastly. Instead, he'll focus on inflicting deadly poison that takes down opponents in a single hit. Skorupi will be like a king cobra, able to defeat enemies in an instant. To achieve this, Cain will seek items that enhance Skorupi's poison, reserving his toxins until his poison organ is fully developed. Additionally, Drapion will be able to learn a variety of moves, making him a very versatile attacker. With Miltank's milk, Cain is confident that Skorupi will quickly transition from his infant stage to his juvenile stage, at which point his training will begin. With a smile, Cain watched his 4 Pokémon continue their training. Momentarily, he stopped thinking about Skorupi's growth plans, trusting in his past experience to manage the process. He took out the psychic training manual he had received from Sabrina and began reading it again. Despite having read it multiple times, he always found something new, as if the simple texts could be analyzed from different angles, revealing different results. Cain couldn't help but admire the author of the manual, though he regretted that he only had the first part and that it wasn't complete. Suddenly, Cain felt an urge. System: how much time remains to complete the analysis of the rapid psychic skill upgrade task? Due to the database expansion, the analysis time has been extended. Remaining time: 6 hours, 31 minutes, 42 seconds, the system responded. It seems that the inclusion of additional data has lengthened the analysis time. Tomorrow morning, I should have the results, Cain thought to himself. The morning sun had barely risen when a young man of ordinary appearance, dressed in the Standard League trainer uniform, appeared in the northern outskirts of Goldenrod City. Beside him walked a light pink slowpoke, and on his shoulder perched a small, violet-blue Pokémon. If one didn't look closely, it would be difficult to confirm it was a Pokémon. Cain had woken up before dawn and left Goldenrod City, venturing into the forests surrounding the city in search of a Nidoran. In his hands, he held a map with several small circles drawn on it, marking areas where Nidoran might likely be found. He had purchased this information the day before from an informant in the black market. Though it wasn't completely reliable, at least it saved Cain from searching blindly. Comparing the nearby hill with the map, Cain confirmed he was at the first possible marked location and headed directly there, following the map's directions. Although the hill seemed close, it took him almost an hour to reach it. Fortunately, Cain was already accustomed to the harsh conditions of Judgment Island, so the forest on the outskirts of Goldenrod City felt like a small grove to him. As he ventured deeper into nature, signs of human activity became less frequent, while the levels of wild Pokémon began to rise. However, all were within Slowpoke's skill range. It should be around here. I don't know if there will be any, but come out now, Murkrow, and look for traces of Nidoran. Cain released Murkrow's Pokeball. As a flying-type Pokémon, Murkrow could use his wide field of vision to help with the search. Additionally, in this remote place, there was no need to worry about being seen with his Pokémon. Murkrow flew out and, with a slight flap, became a black shadow disappearing into the sky. As he watched Murkrow disappear into the distance, Cain fell into deep thought. That morning, the system had finished analyzing the task, and to Cain's surprise, the system's database really contained methods to quickly increase psychic energy, or in other words, the level of psychic abilities. However, upon seeing the strange names of the required items, Cain began to wonder if he really had lived another life. He hadn't heard of any of the names except one, a tool called the Meditation Pearl, which supposedly could increase the speed and efficiency of psychic meditation. However, the authenticity of this tool remained to be verified, or even if it truly existed. The system's database only stored data and didn't discard items based on feasibility or efficacy. Even if the system filtered out some items, Cain couldn't be entirely sure of their effectiveness. Perhaps in this life, he was not destined to become an advanced psychic. If he had never awakened psychic abilities, Cain probably wouldn't feel so dissatisfied. But now that he had awakened this rare power, he couldn't help but feel frustrated at remaining at a novice level. Every time he thought about it, a sense of discontent arose within him. This is human nature. If an object never had any connection to you, no matter how valuable, you would feel only a slight desire for it. But when you discover that you have a chance to obtain it, that desire grows. You wonder, what if it were mine? What if I could get it? Cain was caught in that state. This had nothing to do with experience, but simply with human nature. After a brief pause, Cain continued walking towards the hill with Slowpoke. Although Murkrow had not yet returned, that didn't prevent Cain from exploring the area. It wasn't necessary to find a Nidoran for him to capture a Pokémon. If he encountered a relatively rare Pokémon or one with great potential, Cain would capture it as well. After all, it was all money. As he climbed the hill, the levels of wild Pokémon began to fluctuate significantly. Below, Pokémon were numerous, but around levels 13 or 14. However, on the hill, the levels quickly jumped to 18 or 19, with even some level 20 Pokémon appearing. But the quality of these Pokémon wasn't very high. It was clearly noticeable that the frequency of high-quality Pokémon in the wild was significantly lower than on Judgment Island. Although the levels of the wild Pokémon had risen, that didn't prevent Slowpoke from defeating them. At this moment, Cain also had Ghastly join the battles. Ghastly's level was lower compared to the rest of the team, so increasing the number of battles would help speed up his progress. After all, for Ghastly to start showing his combat potential, he needed to evolve. However, because of this, progress became slower. As they climbed the slope, Murkrow finally returned. Perching on Cain's other shoulder, Murkrow shook his head, indicating he hadn't found any trace of Nidoran. "It's fine, we'll take this as training." Cain took out an advanced poke block for Murkrow and gave it to him to replenish his energy. Although Murkrow hadn't found Nidoran, that didn't mean there definitely weren't any. Murkrow had only taken a look from the sky, so Pokémon hidden in caves or dense brush might have gone unnoticed. After this, Cain's pace quickened. With Murkrow joining the battles, his coordination with Slowpoke was so skillful that no Pokémon could withstand their combined attack. Ghastly occasionally launched support moves for training as well. The Pokémon distribution on the hill wasn't as clear as on Judgment Island. Various Pokémon species lived mixed together, and competition for resources wasn't as fierce. Perhaps because of this, the wild Pokémon here weren't as strong in combat. Ever mischievous, Ghastly even provoked some Pokémon that looked fierce, only to retreat when outnumbered, then return with his two companions for revenge. Cain didn't say much about it, as it was part of Ghastly's nature, though he couldn't help but enjoy it. However, the closer they got to the peak, the fewer Pokémon they encountered. They even found some empty areas with no trace of life. "Looks like there's a strong Pokémon up ahead," Cain thought. The most likely cause of this situation was that a very powerful wild Pokémon, or a strong group, was at the peak. But based on what he had seen so far, Cain believed it was a powerful individual wild Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke had noticed this too. As Pokémon, their sensitivity surpassed Cain's. Suddenly, they felt a new surge of energy. The previous battles had been exciting, but their opponents were too weak to make a lasting impression. However, this possible powerful opponent piqued their interest. Ghastly, the trickster, also squealed excitedly at his side, showing not the slightest sign of worry. "Since everyone wants to take a look, let's recover a bit and face it at full strength." Seeing his Pokémon's excitement, Cain smiled. Cain released his best assistant on the team, Miltank, who provided the most nutritious milk for Murkrow and Slowpoke, helping them recover their energy. With the additional support of advanced poke blocks, they quickly reached their peak performance. "All right, we've rested enough. Let's go face the king of this place," Cain said, smiling as he dusted off his pants. "Ka, Yadin, Kakik." Ready for battle, Murkrow and Slowpoke looked excited, while Ghastly simply wanted to join in to not miss out on the action. It knew it probably wouldn't be a match for that Pokémon, but as a good spectator, it didn't want to miss the show. As for Miltank, she maintained her peaceful stance, not looking for trouble, and Cain had no intention of making her fight. So, she simply stayed off to the side, enjoying the enthusiasm of her teammates. The group headed straight to the top of the hill. Unlike the dense forest on the slope, the trees on the summit were much sparser, and almost no wild Pokémon could be seen. In the center of the summit, a purple body coiled around a large tree, lazily basking in the sun and flicking its forked tongue. It was Arbok. Cain's group slowly appeared in its line of sight, causing Arbok to lift its head. The huge eyes on its chest, known as intimidating eyes, were fully exposed, and the frequency of its tongue flicks noticeably increased. Its narrow snake eyes filled with coldness, and as it observed Cain, they even flashed with a hint of hunger. Arbok had been the ruler of this place for a good while, and few Pokémon dared to challenge it. Today, however, it seemed as if its meal had come directly to it. Before taking control of this territory, Arbok had been active in the human world and was quite familiar with bipeds. Not because they were a threat, but because they were delicious. This was a human-eating Pokémon. When Arbok's intimidating eyes were fully displayed, Cain felt a slight jolt and frowned. Was it the Intimidate ability? However, this didn't affect Murkrow and Slowpoke much. Although the Intimidate ability could reduce their attack power, it didn't diminish their fiery desire to fight. Arbok slowly descended the tree trunk, its purple scales scraping against the ground and producing an unpleasant sound. As it approached, the sound of its breathing became more evident to Cain and his team. When it was within scanning range, the system displayed Arbok's information before Cain's eyes. Pokémon, Arbok, light green. Gender, male. Level, 23. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, poison fong, poison tail. Basic moves, crunch, ice fong, thunder fong, fire fong, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare, screech, acid. Learned moves, gastro acid, bind, snatch. TM moves, none. Seeing this Arbok's data, Cain's eyes gleamed slightly. A light green quality Arbok? However, he wasn't interested in capturing it. The hungry look that Arbok directed at him made it clear this Pokémon had eaten humans before, likely more than once. Cain didn't want a time bomb like this on his team. Although he had no problem eliminating a human, as a human himself, he had a strong aversion to the idea of a Pokémon eating people. Besides, this Arbok's arrogant attitude suggested it had been ruling this place for quite some time, which meant it would be extremely difficult to capture. Cain wasn't willing to waste time on something not worth it. What interested him was that a Pokémon of good quality with a strong wild instinct might attract a lot of interest in the Hunter Guild. So you're really the king of this place. Alright, Murkrow, Slowpoke, let's go. 2 against 1. Neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke complained. In the wild, nobody fights one-on-one. That's an idea that only exists within the Pokémon League. If you can defeat an opponent with all your power without taking any damage, why match your strength and end up injured, even if you win? It's simply irrational thinking. Survival of the fittest includes having allies as a form of strength. Otherwise, why would so many Pokémon species form colonies to seize resources? It's the advantage of numbers. Arbok wasn't surprised. Facing Murkrow and Slowpoke, it lunged toward them. In terms of types, Slowpoke had a slight advantage with its psychic moves and used them skillfully. Slowpoke used Confusion. Murkrow used Tailwind and then Wing Attack. Cain ordered. A powerful psychic wave emanated from Slowpoke, slightly distorting the space as the energy struck Arbok's head. Cha! Arbok felt a sharp pain in its head and halted its advance for a moment. At that moment, Murkrow, propelled by Tailwind, quickly arrived and attacked Arbok's head with a gleaming wing. Bang! The impact sent Arbok flying 3 meters backward. A snake's head is its hardest part, so even though Murkrow's attack hurt it, it also snapped Arbok out of the confusion caused by Slowpoke's confusion move. Arbok's mouth suddenly opened, releasing a foul breath as it fired several poisonous needles toward Murkrow. Immediately after, its body hit the ground and lunged like an arrow after the needles. Arbok's attack was powerful, especially in close combat. Once it coiled around its prey, the pressure of its muscles was enough to crush almost any Pokémon. Murkrow, dodge and use Dark Pulse. Slowpoke, stop it with Confusion, and then use Calm Mind. Slowpoke's Confusion once again struck Arbok, slowing its advance. Murkrow dodged the poison needles and quickly gathered dark energy, releasing a dark pulse towards Arbok. Ghastly, you join in too. Use Nightshade, Cain said, addressing Ghastly, who was already eager to jump in. Nightshade, a ghost-type move, is effective regardless of level differences since its effects aren't reduced as much as other moves. Kikik. Ghastly laughed enthusiastically and joined the battle to support its teammates. Arbok finally realized that its opponents were extremely strong and perfectly coordinated. Additionally, that small pink Pokémon kept using psychic moves, making it even harder for Arbok to approach. Even if it fought with all its strength, it might not even be able to get close to the 2 Pokémon, rendering half of its moves ineffective. Moreover, both Pokémon's attacks were extremely powerful, and it realized that its body could no longer withstand them. Seeing the unfavorable situation, it immediately decided to flee. Having grown to this point from its weaker days, escaping had become an instinct for it, so running away this time also seemed completely natural. Keep fighting? Await death? Seeing that Arbok was clearly attempting to flee, Cain maintained an expressionless face and said coldly, "Slowpoke, full power, use confusion." After a successful calm mind, Slowpoke's special attack was boosted and a bright blue glow appeared in its eyes. An invisible psychic wave surged toward the fleeing Arbok. Having already taken 2 rounds of attacks, enduring the double damage from confusion and being occasionally struck by Ghastly's nightshade, Arbok was now exhausted, both physically and mentally. Under the full-powered confusion from Slowpoke, the swiftly moving Arbok suddenly halted, its eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground, drained. Cain pulled out a simple red and white Pokeball from his ring and threw it toward Arbok. The Pokeball opened upon contact, and after a flash of red light, Arbok was captured within. Beep! After a slight shake, the central button of the Pokeball glowed red, indicating a successful capture. Slowpoke used its psychic power to float the Pokeball back to Cain, who smiled and patted it on the head in congratulations. Then he released Arbok. The recently released Arbok had already regained consciousness. It looked at Cain, who was surrounded by Slowpoke and Murkrow, with fear, and its body shrank involuntarily, causing its wounds to sting, making it hiss in pain. "I don't care what you think, obey my commands. You have only 1 life. If you try anything, you won't ever open your eyes again." Cain looked down at Arbok, his words cold and devoid of emotion. Hearing Cain's words, Arbok glanced at Slowpoke and Murkrow, who seemed ready to hurt it if it disobeyed, and submissively nodded. "Isn't staying alive better than anything else?" Cain took out a healing spray and casually used it to treat Arbok, ensuring it wouldn't die from its serious wounds, but didn't fully heal it either. Cain didn't completely trust this crafty venomous snake. As long as it didn't die before he sold it, that would be enough. After quickly treating Arbok's wounds, he returned it to its Pokeball under the resentful gaze of the snake. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied with this battle. Slowpoke and Murkrow had worked in excellent coordination. With the double damage from psychic-type moves, Slowpoke was the main attacker in this battle. Additionally, the extra effects of the psychic moves provided added control. Meanwhile, Murkrow took on the role of restraining Arbok, switching between close and long-range attacks, perfectly coordinating with Slowpoke's control. This was the synergy they had developed over time. This Arbok's level wasn't low, and its potential wasn't weak either. Despite Slowpoke's type advantage, it still took 3 rounds of attacks with Murkrow to defeat it, though Arbok only managed to use Poison Sting once. However, it had to be admitted that Arbok held great value. Even if he didn't find a Nidoran this time, he had already gained something valuable. "Let's see if there's anything good around here," Cain said with a smile, satisfied with capturing a high-value Pokémon. Ghastly, skilled at treasure hunting, began to explore. Nothing could escape its gaze as it slipped through obstacles. Under the tree where Arbok lived, numerous white bones were piled up. The dense, deathly atmosphere provided a great meal for Ghastly, and the purple mist around it grew denser. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 Pokémon, they found several valuable items, totaling around 50,000 Pokedollars in materials. Some of these materials were poison type, which Cain planned to save for Ghastly and Skorupi. By the way, the recent battle had nothing to do with Skorupi, who had been peacefully sleeping on Cain's neck, completely unfazed by the fight. Cain was continually amazed at Skorupi's deep sleep during its growth. After clearing the battlefield, Cain and his Pokémon left, heading to another marked location on the map. 3 hours later, Cain hadn't found success at the second spot the information broker had marked as a possible Nidoran habitat. Aside from defeating a few weak wild Pokémon along the way, there was nothing special. He didn't even encounter a yellow-quality Pokémon, so it was really a waste of time. During the search, they stopped for a break and solved the lunch issue. With plenty of time, Cain decided not to settle for dry rations. The Pokémon enthusiastically caught some wild rabbits and chickens and enjoyed a rare barbecue, which they all missed. The one who ate the most was Miltank, who was tasting Cain's barbecue for the first time. Her recent training had increased her appetite, and she ate more than all the other Pokémon combined. Meanwhile, Cain took a moment to give milk to Skorupi. After sleeping all morning, Skorupi woke up, drank a lot of milk, let out a satisfied burp, and went back to sleep. Cain was getting used to taking care of a newborn Pokémon. However, it's worth mentioning that after a morning of continuous battles, Ghastly's level had reached level 16, and Murkrow's level also increased, reaching level 21. This was Murkrow's first level up since leaving Challenge Island. After leveling up, Murkrow asked Cain to increase the weight of its load. Cain agreed and increased Murkrow's load to 15 kilograms. Cain knew why Murkrow wanted to do this. Murkrow felt that it wasn't progressing as quickly as Slowpoke. Though Slowpoke didn't level up this time, it was because there were many bug-type Pokémon in the forest, which gave Murkrow a great advantage, allowing it to level up first. Cain was sure it wouldn't be long before Slowpoke leveled up as well. Murkrow, being competitive, asked to increase its load, not out of jealousy of Slowpoke's progress, but because it was determined to work as hard as possible to keep up with Cain. Moreover, Ghastly's rapid improvement also made Murkrow feel a slight sense of urgency. It knew that its advantage over Slowpoke and Ghastly was mainly due to its type advantage. It also understood that its potential was slightly lower than that of Slowpoke and Ghastly. As the one who always considered itself the leader of the group, Murkrow was determined to give its best effort, to train hard and grow quickly, taking on more responsibilities for the entire team. This way, even if its companions caught up, it would feel it had done enough. At least it had tried. Upon observing the third marked location on the map, he saw that it was the farthest from Goldenrod City. On the map, it showed a lake surrounded by a large forest, where some Nidoran likely lived. Originally, Cain's plan was to first inspect the two closest locations. If he managed to find and capture a Nidoran, he could return to Goldenrod City the same day, deliver the mission at the Hunters Guild, and then continue on his journey. However, if he didn't find a Nidoran in the first two locations, he would have to head to the third and farthest spot, which would not allow him to return the same day. In that case, he would choose to camp outdoors and then continue north, crossing several forests until reaching a Critique City. He carefully stored the map in his ring and, without hesitation, headed to the last search location. After all, when they were on Judgment Island, Cain and his Murkrow regularly camped outdoors, and the conditions there were much harsher than here, so he felt no pressure. For trainers who have just started their journeys, or those who have been traveling for only a year or two, survival in the wild is their greatest enemy. Every year, many young trainers lose their lives while camping outdoors, but that doesn't stop those who keep trying. The Pokémon League not only doesn't discourage these practices, but actively promotes them. With such a large population, they're not concerned. Those with true talent or who are of interest to the League will have no trouble overcoming these challenges, and if they fail, it just means they weren't well prepared enough. That's why the League sees these journeys as a filter for beginner trainers, weeding out the less capable ones. Those who manage to become intermediate-level trainers have already passed certain trials, and basic survival in the wild is no longer a challenge for them. These trainers form the backbone of the League, being the most numerous group after beginner trainers. Becoming an advanced-level trainer isn't easy, and survival in the wild becomes routine. The number of advanced-level trainers is an indicator of an organization's strength. For hours later, Cain, along with a Murkrow and a fully energized Slowpoke, finally arrived at the lake marked on the map. As they ventured further, signs of human activity disappeared, finding themselves in a true Pokémon paradise. The Pokémon levels also increased. Near the lake, the average level had already reached level 20. Looking at the enormous lake, almost blending with the sky, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The location marked on the map was this lake, but on the map, the lake didn't seem so large. However, the lake before him was impressively sized, and circling it would take about 2 hours. Moreover, the Pokémon wouldn't just live near the lake, as the large number of Pokémon coming to drink water could cause many issues. Therefore, most Pokémon set up their homes about 2 or 3 kilometers from the lake, further expanding the search area. If luck wasn't on his side, he might need to search for another day. Those damned information sellers. In such a large activity area, any kind of Pokémon could show up. Cain cursed silently. He had guessed correctly. The information sellers almost always marked this lake in their Pokémon tracking reports. After all, with such a large ecosystem, who knows what could appear? In fact, the information provided by these sellers wasn't always accurate, only offering a slight advantage over blind searching. Today, Cain had traveled a long way, from Goldenrod City to the first location, the hill where Arbok was found, then to the second marked place on the map, without finding anything. Finally, he reached this lake. Since before the sun had risen until now, when it was beginning to set, Murkrow and Slowpoke had experienced a day full of intense battles. It seemed like they wouldn't find anything today, so Cain decided not to push it. He found a scenic spot by the lake and prepared to camp. The setting sun painted the sky a deep red, reflected on the lake's surface, which looked like a fiery painting. Cain took out a tent he had prepared in Goldenrod City, and with Slowpoke's psychic power, quickly set it up. He used some stones from the lake to build an improvised fire pit, then filled a pot with lake water, added some purification tablets, and set it to boil. Although he had brought some purified water from Goldenrod City, as outdoor life would continue for a while, he decided to save it for emergencies. The water from this lake was very clear, and with the help of purification tablets, it was safe to drink. Additionally, natural lake water contained trace elements and minerals that were more beneficial than purified water. When conditions allowed, Cain always preferred to boil the water before drinking it. Although Pokémon could drink directly, Cain, as a human, didn't have the same resistance, and an illness could be dangerous. In the worst case, he could be temporarily weakened, or he could experience nausea, dizziness, and even fainting. After all, nobody knew what bacteria might be in the lake water, but boiling it would kill 99% of germs, and with the help of purification tablets, the water would be safe to drink. He let a portion of the boiled water cool down and stored the rest in his ring for later use. While waiting for the water to boil, he sent Murkrow to catch today's dinner. Every time it returned, it brought back some rabbits and wild birds. Slowpoke also enjoyed a bath in the lake, occasionally encountering Magikarp, Goldeen, and Poliwag, but without incident. During his free time, Slowpoke also used his psychic powers to catch some fish, adding them to tonight's dinner menu. However, just as Cain and Miltank were preparing dinner, Murkrow returned flying quickly from afar, cawing excitedly. Upon reaching Cain, it began circling in the air, trying to express something. Cain had been training Murkrow for a long time, and their understanding was the best among all his Pokémon. He immediately understood the reason for Murkrow's excitement. "Did you see a Nidoran?" Cain asked. "Ka." Murkrow nodded frantically. It knew that its trainer had been searching for something all day without success, and now, while hunting for dinner, it had come across the Pokémon they were looking for. Slowpoke, who had noticed Murkrow's behavior, left the river early, and Miltank, who always helped Cain with meal preparation, also stopped what she was doing and stood obediently by Cain's side. Cain looked up and saw that the sun was about to touch the horizon. "If we're quick, we should be able to return before the sun sets. Let's go, Murkrow, lead the way." Without hesitation, Cain decided to go in search of the Nidoran. This time, the whole team sprang into action. To save time and find the Nidoran before sunset, even Miltank, who usually didn't enjoy battles, joined the group. However, Miltank still couldn't overcome her own nature. At most, she managed to defeat her opponents, but never dealt the final blow. Understanding Miltank's situation, Cain didn't pressure her, knowing that her greatest value lay in the support she offered to the team. Murkrow and Slowpoke would also cheer on Miltank from time to time, helping her integrate more quickly with the group. Moreover, it was clear that Miltank was beginning to position herself at the forefront of the team. With her good physical defense and speed, along with her ability to use the move Milk Drink to recover, she began to take on the role of the team's temporary physical shield. This was because she understood that she couldn't contribute much more in battles and decided to use her body to protect the team from inevitable damage. Although Miltank's thick fat ability only reduced damage from fire and ice-type moves, it also had a slight effect on reducing damage from some physical moves. After all, her sturdiness was evident. 10 minutes later, they sped through the forest and arrived at the spot where Murkrow had seen the Nidoran. According to Murkrow's description, relayed telepathically by Slowpoke, Cain learned that when Murkrow saw the Nidoran, it was hunting a pheasant it had spotted. However, upon realizing that its competitor was a Nidoran, Murkrow decided not to engage in the hunt to avoid alerting it. So when they arrived, they saw a bloodstain on the ground and several small holes that had clearly been caused by a poison-type attack. Combining this with Murkrow's description, there was no doubt it was a Nidoran, a poison-type Pokémon. Following the scattered clues and the traces on the ground where the prey had been dragged, Cain gradually approached the area where the Nidoran usually moved. The sky was darkening, and the sun was halfway below the horizon. When the bloodstains disappeared, Cain and his team arrived at a berry forest. The trees were filled with fist-sized berries in colors of red, white, blue, purple, and green, all mixed together. This place seemed to be the favorite feeding spot for the forest's Pokémon. Stepping on the ground covered in leaves and berry husks, the sound of crunching filled the air. Cain frowned. Nidoran looked like a light purple rabbit, and its large ears were especially sensitive to sound. With the noise they had just made stepping on the ground, they would definitely be discovered if they moved closer. No wonder the Nidoran chose this place as their home. For them, as long as the enemy didn't come from the sky, any sound on the ground would be instantly detected. And if the enemy came from the sky, it would need to control its body well enough not to make any noise. Additionally, with this berry-filled forest and the husks on the ground that hadn't completely dried, Cain had a strong sense that this was the Nidoran's home. Murkrow, stay alert for any trace of them nearby. Ghastly, you go check as well. Cain thought for a moment and then added, Miltank, return to your Pokeball to rest a bit. Slowpoke, use your psychic power to lift us both so we don't make any noise. Saying this, Cain returned Miltank to her Pokeball. Murkrow and Ghastly nodded and went to look for the Nidoran's trail. Meanwhile, Slowpoke and Cain moved silently, hovering slightly thanks to a thin layer of psychic energy under their feet to avoid making noise on the ground. This also demonstrated that Slowpoke's control over its psychic powers had significantly improved after this period of training. Once the exact location was determined, with Murkrow and Ghastly's mobility, it shouldn't take long to find the Nidoran, as long as it was truly there. And indeed, Cain didn't have to wait long. Ghastly emerged from behind a tree with an excited expression. Seeing its appearance, Cain felt excited. Did you find it? Kakik, Ghastly nodded repeatedly. Under Ghastly's guidance, Cain and Slowpoke arrived at a large berry tree. From the size of its trunk, which needed at least 4 people to encircle it, it appeared to be several hundred years old. Ghastly used its purple smoke to form a hand that pointed at a hole at the base of the tree. This was the place. Cain thought silently. To avoid alerting the Nidoran, no one made any noise. Slowpoke, use water gun and fill the hole with water, Cain ordered, finally breaking the silence. Upon hearing, Slowpoke opened its mouth and an arm-thick stream of water shot out, quickly filling the hole. Since Ghastly had already confirmed the location and everyone was in position, there was no need for further subtlety. Slowpoke attacked immediately. At that moment, Murkrow returned without having found the Nidoran's trail. Seeing Slowpoke using water gun on a hole, it immediately understood that they had found the Nidoran. Cain saw Murkrow had returned and didn't hesitate to give his command, Murkrow, use hidden power on that hole. Murkrow's hidden power was electric type, and by combining it with Slowpoke's water, they could significantly weaken the Nidoran before it managed to escape. Murkrow, following the special energy path, created a bright yellow energy sphere in front of its chest. After a period of training, Murkrow no longer needed 3 minutes to gather energy like the first time it used hidden power. In just 3 seconds, hidden power was ready, and under Murkrow's control, the energy sphere flew into the hole. Boom! Not long after entering the hole, the energy sphere exploded, releasing a yellow current with some blue sparks that flowed with the water, filling the entire underground space. Simultaneously, Slowpoke stopped using water gun. In an instant, The underground hole was filled with water charged with electric energy. 5 seconds after Murkrow released its hidden power, several blue and purple figures started shooting out of the hole, covered in mud and occasionally sparking with electricity. They appeared in quite a disorganized manner in front of Cain. 1, 2, 3. In total, 9 Pokémon came out of the hole, and among them was Cain's target, Nidoran. Pokémon: Nidoran, dark yellow. Gender: male. Level: 14. Type: poison. Ability: hustle. Held item: none. Egg moves: supersonic, poison tail. Basic moves: leer, peck, focus energy, double kick, poison sting. Learned moves: helping hand. TM moves: none. This was the Nidoran with the best aptitude among all the ones Cain scanned. Out of the 9 Pokémon, its level was one of the lowest. After enduring Slowpoke's water gun and Murkrow's hidden power, it barely managed to escape from the hole before nearly losing the ability to fight. The dark yellow potential already met the requirements for the Hunter Guild's mission. Once Cain captured and delivered it, his mission would be considered complete. Not only would he receive a good sum of money, but he would also earn an equivalent amount of points. What surprised Cain was that this Nidoran had the hustle ability. Although this ability increases attack and reduces accuracy, it wasn't particularly notable at this stage. However, once this Nidoran evolved into a Nidoking, its ability would change to sheer force, making it a true powerhouse. If it were to obtain a life orb, even with dark yellow potential, it could compete against Pokémon with green potential without any trouble. Even so, Cain didn't consider keeping it for his own use. His surprise stemmed solely from the increased value of a Nidoran with the hustle ability. If he found a Nidoran with green or higher potential and the hustle ability, he might have considered it, as a Nidoking with sheer force is incredibly strong. But before capturing this Nidoran, he first had to deal with the Nidorino and Nidorina that glared at him with rage and distrust. Among the 9 Nido family Pokémon, these 2 seemed to be the parents, while the other 7, 3 female Nidoran and 4 male Nidoran, were their offspring. Apart from the 2 Nidorino and Nidorina, the other 7, which were at low levels, were already exhausted after escaping the hole. Smiling slightly, Cain said, "Murkrow, use wing attack on Nidorina. Slowpoke, use Psyshock on Nidorino." Murkrow, already prepared, swooped down toward Nidorina, while Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue, launching a psychic wave at Nidorino. Nido. Although they still had traces of electricity on their bodies, they couldn't move quickly. Though they wanted to dodge, they couldn't. With 2 roars, Murkrow struck Nidorina with its wing without hesitation, pushing her back 3 meters, while Slowpoke's Psyshock, with its type advantage, dealt double damage to Nidorino, leaving him paralyzed on the spot. Murkrow, use feint attack on Nidorino. After repelling Nidorina, Murkrow turned into a black shadow and used feint attack on the paralyzed Nidorino. Nido. Although Nidorina recoiled from the pain, seeing her partner about to be attacked by 2 Pokémon, she launched Poison Sting from the spines on her back, aiming at Murkrow, who was about to strike Nidorino. Slowpoke, use Confusion to block Poison Sting, and then use Psyshock on Nidorina again, Cain commanded calmly. Nidorina's Poison Sting was blocked by Slowpoke's Confusion, while Murkrow, trusting its companion, didn't stop and hit the recovering Nidorino with feint attack, as Slowpoke's Psyshock hit Nidorina. Nidorino tried to resist by using Fury Attack, with its front paws wrapped in white light. But due to the distance, Nidorina couldn't intervene. Murkrow, protect and then use Hidden Power to finish it. Slowpoke, use Psyshock for the final blow. Nidorino's Fury Attack struck Murkrow's protective barrier, shattering it after 5 hits, but the attack itself was exhausted, and the white light on its paws dissipated. Murkrow's Electric-type Hidden Power, charged over 3 seconds, was released just as the barrier faded. Nidorino, still wet from the water, suffered even greater damage due to the electric attack, immediately losing its ability to fight and collapsing to the ground. Faster than Murkrow, Slowpoke's Psyshock hit Nidorina, and with the type advantage, she couldn't hold out either, losing her ability to fight. Cain was the only one who noticed that after defeating Nidorina, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 23. After accumulating enough experience, leveling up came naturally. Seeing their parents lying on the ground, the male and female Nidoran, already weakened, suddenly surged with energy and charged at Cain. "Ghastly, use hypnosis to put them to sleep for a bit," Cain said, looking at the little Pokémon. Ghastly's higher level and potential advantage made its hypnosis highly effective. All the small Pokémon trying to attack fell asleep mid-charge, with the last to succumb being the dark yellow potential Nidoran. Cain casually threw 9 standard Pokeballs. For this type of capture aimed at earning Pokedollars, there was no need to use high-quality Pokeballs. Unsurprisingly, all 9 members of the Nido family were captured. Cain applied a healing spray to the unconscious Nidorino and Nidorina to prevent them from dying before he could exchange them for resources. With that, the main goal of this outing was accomplished. A dark yellow potential Nidoran with the hustle ability would certainly boost the value of Cain's mission, and his rank would rise as well. Additionally, he had captured a light green potential Arbok, which meant that his haul was excellent. "Slowpoke, use teleport to return to the camp," Cain said, satisfied, to Slowpoke. "Yadin." Slowpoke nodded. The distance to the camp wasn't far, and the battle hadn't been too exhausting. Moreover, after leveling up, Slowpoke felt its control over its psychic powers had improved. Wrapping everyone in its psychic power, and with a slight spatial distortion, Cain and his Pokémon vanished from the berry forest. That night, at the lakeside camp, Cain and his Pokémon sat around a bonfire and began a hearty dinner. After Cain and his team returned to the camp, the sun finally set completely in the west, with the last rays of light disappearing. The reddish glow in the sky faded away entirely. The moon, which had risen early in the east, was finally able to show its splendor, gently illuminating the land. The forest outside Goldenrod City embraced its night. At that moment, with Miltank's help, Cain finished cleaning all the ingredients with water from the lake. He took out the cooking tools he had specially prepared from his ring, set up a special grill over the campfire, and carefully arranged a series of condiment jars on the side. He even had Slowpoke use its psychic power to set up a stone bench. Cain carefully placed the wild rabbits and chickens, preparing them with his tools. The ones that took longer to cook were set in the center of the grill, while the ones that cooked faster and could burn easily were placed on the edges. He skillfully used the seasonings, sprinkling cumin and salt in different proportions over the roasted meat. It couldn't be denied that, due to the isolated nature of the area, the meat from the wild animals was truly very tender. Just a bit of roasting was enough to give it a golden hue, with drops of flavorful juice falling from the meat into the fire, making a sizzling sound. As the meat cooked, a delicious aroma began to spread from the camp. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had always been very enthusiastic about food, hadn't lagged behind in gathering ingredients, capturing various animals in the forest, which was as rich in wildlife as it was in Pokémon. What was now on the grill was only a third of everything they had caught. As he watched his Pokémon look at the roasted meat with bright eyes, Cain couldn't help but smile. All of them, except Ghastly, stood still, as if afraid the food would disappear if they moved. The most eager was Miltank. Although she was usually shy and reserved, when it came to food, she became the most vigorous Pokémon on the team. The fact that she was constantly swallowing saliva clearly proved it. However, since Cain hadn't given the signal to eat, none of them dared to move and could only stare at the food. The unluckiest was Ghastly, who, although he could smell the aroma of the roasted meat and see his companions' appetites, couldn't enjoy the food himself. The only thing that comforted him was that, after a day of constant battles, he had absorbed a large amount of residual energy from fallen Pokémon and felt satisfied. Under normal consumption, he probably wouldn't feel hungry again for several days. If he used that energy to train, he could maintain his energy level for an entire day. Since he couldn't eat, Ghastly decided not to watch and focused on his task of keeping guard. Cain, seeing the golden meat that was now fully roasted, decided to fulfill his duty as the cook and tasted a piece to check its quality. With a clean knife, he gently cut a piece of rabbit meat. Under the envious gaze of Murkrow and the others, he brought it to his mouth. He chewed gently, and the succulent juice burst in his mouth, perfectly seasoned, giving the roasted meat an exceptional texture. He nodded with satisfaction. After 2 lifetimes dedicated to honing his culinary skills, Cain had reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve in cooking. Looking at Miltank and the others, who waited eagerly with bright eyes, Cain chuckled and said, "All right, you can start eating now. But remember, don't rush. You can only take more once you've finished what you have in your mouths." Cain knew that, with their huge appetites, the Pokémon could finish all the meat on the grill in one go, which would make it impossible for him to keep up. So he limited their eating speed so that he could maintain the pace of preparation. As he continued cooking, he occasionally took a piece of meat off the grill to eat. With his small appetite, Cain filled up quickly. However, the Pokémon were especially hungry today. After finishing portion after portion of roasted meat, they even ate the fish that Slowpoke had caught during a free moment. Miltank, with her legendary appetite, ate nearly half of all the food herself. Still, as they ate, the aroma of the meat attracted the attention of many Pokémon. A few pairs of red or green eyes began to watch the camp from the forest undergrowth. Cain wasn't worried about these wild Pokémon, drawn either by the smell of the roasted meat or the light of the fire. With Ghastly keeping a close watch, no Pokémon could launch a surprise attack. And if it came to a direct confrontation, the newly fed Pokémon had nothing to fear. In wilderness survival, sometimes just running isn't a viable option. It can even backfire, encouraging ill-intentioned Pokémon to become more aggressive. To survive better in the wild, one must show their claws and instill fear. After a full day of combat, Cain's Pokémon hadn't shown mercy, leaving them with a slight scent of blood and a faint aura of violence. Ordinary humans might not notice it, but other Pokémon could clearly sense the threat emanating from Murkrow and the others. So, even though the smell of roasted meat was tempting, none of them dared to approach. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had been with Cain the longest, had developed absolute trust under his leadership. They were convinced that under Cain's guidance, there was no enemy they couldn't defeat. This had gradually given them an aura of power. Although most Pokémon kept their distance due to the intimidating presence of Murkrow and the others, a few dared to take the risk, especially when the temptation was great enough. Just as they were about to finish the last portion of food, a wild Ariados finally couldn't resist the temptation and decided to attack. It suddenly leapt from a branch, using the gravity of the fall and its silk to launch itself like a red fireball descending from the sky. Its sharp front legs, covered in a purple sheen, targeted Cain directly. It had identified Cain as the weakest of the group. Although his aura was powerful too, its instinct as a Pokémon told it that only by defeating the human at the center could it eat that delicious meat. Unfortunately for it, every move was under the watchful eye of Ghastly. The moment it started its attack, Ghastly had already alerted Cain to be ready. Moreover, Murkrow and Slowpoke, who were eating beside Cain, were also prepared to counterattack. Cain smirked, letting go of the knife in his hand, and said, "Looks like we're getting some post-dinner exercise." Murkrow, wing attack. Slowpoke, hold it with confusion. When Cain saw Ariados appear, the system had already scanned all its information. This Ariados had a very high level, reaching level 27. Although its potential was average, rated as light yellow, compared to the other Pokémon watching, Ariados was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Cain's Murkrow and Slowpoke were not in a good mood after being interrupted during their meal. Although they were almost full, they were very annoyed by the Ariados that dared to disturb them. For that reason, they showed no mercy in their attack. Murkrow soared into the sky, its wings imbued with flying energy, charging directly at Ariados, which was descending from above. Ariados, seeing Murkrow approaching, tried to escape by pulling on its silk thread attached to the tree. However, when it tried to move, it realized it couldn't. Its body was paralyzed midair. Boom! Slowpoke had already used confusion to immobilize Ariados, preventing it from moving and causing damage at the same time. In a direct assault, Murkrow struck Ariados with its wings in mid-flight. Ariados, trapped in the air, looked on in horror at the small, dark Pokémon approaching with energy it detested. Yet, it could do nothing to avoid it. The psychic energy surrounding it also caused great discomfort, weakening its strength. So, unsurprisingly, Ariados was thrown even higher into the sky by Murkrow's attack. Slowpoke, confusion again. Murkrow, use repeated peck to finish it, Cain ordered. Hearing this, Slowpoke intensified the psychic energy emanating from its body, launching a devastating mental attack at Ariados, which was still unable to move in the air. Murkrow, with a beat of its wings, followed Ariados' trajectory, repeatedly attacking it with its sharp beak wrapped in flying energy. In less than a minute, Ariados, whose level surpassed Murkrow and Slowpoke's by 5 or 6 levels, was completely defeated. Its still-warm body fell near the camp. Since Ariados was a bug and poison-type Pokémon, it was doubly vulnerable to flying and psychic-type moves. Combined with Murkrow and Slowpoke's superior skills and perfect coordination, it resulted in Ariados' immediate defeat. The lifeless body of Ariados served as a harsh lesson for all the Pokémon watching from the surroundings. When Murkrow returned to Cain's side, most of the eyes peeking from the bushes and trees had already disappeared. The few that remained, seeing Ariados' lifeless body, decided to leave silently. Soon, the atmosphere, which had been eerily quiet, was filled again with the sounds of nocturnal insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ariados' defeat, as one of the strongest Pokémon in the area, made the others abandon any attempt to attack. Wild Pokémon tend to respect the strongest and rarely challenge those with such power, as they know that doing so means death. After Ariados served as a warning, no other Pokémon dared to bother Cain and his team throughout the night, allowing them to rest peacefully. However, Cain did not completely lower his guard. Ghastly remained vigilant all night, alert to any movement around them. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Ghastly is more active during the night. While it rests in Cain's shadow during the day, at night it stays alert to avoid any danger. Time passed quickly, and when Cain closed and opened his eyes, the sun had already started to rise again from the eastern horizon, waking him with its light. Cain had a very precise biological clock developed in his previous life. Although he had once fallen into laziness, since arriving at the Island of Judgment, he had regained his routine and had no intention of abandoning it. Cain generally woke up around 6 in the morning, just as the sun began to rise. The air was fresh and damp, and the proximity to the lake made the humidity even more intense, while the sounds of birds in the forest started to fill the air. The campfire they had lit the night before had already gone out, but some embers still glowed among the stones forming the base of the fire pit. There were signs of Pokémon activity around, but apparently, none had tried to approach the tent, so Ghastly had not scared them away or woken Cain. However, the body of Ariados, which had been left there the previous night, was now gone. Only a pool of coagulated blood remained. Cain headed to the lake, causing a small commotion among the Pokémon playing in the water, making them all disappear quickly. Cain smiled and shook his head, beginning his morning routine by freshening up with the lake water. His Pokémon started waking up one by one upon hearing Cain moving around. Cain prepared breakfast for his Pokémon. Since he didn't want anything too greasy in the morning, breakfast consisted of Poke Blocks and Miltank's milk. Preparing breakfast was simple. Cain took out each Pokémon's bowls and filled them with their respective Poke Blocks. Miltank, always helpful, assisted Cain by filling the cups with milk and filling a special bottle with milk for the small Skorupi. Cain woke up Skorupi on his shoulder and handed him the bottle so he could drink his milk through a straw. Lately, Skorupi had been sleeping very well, and if Cain didn't wake him, it was unlikely he would get up on his own. However, Skorupi knew that whenever Cain woke him, it was mealtime. After enjoying Miltank's milk, Skorupi licked his mouth contentedly, then, wagging his small tail, nestled against Cain's neck to continue sleeping. Cain couldn't do much about Skorupi's sleepiness, but by checking his data with the system, he could see he was growing well. Although it wasn't obvious at a glance, the system could obtain precise results. In summary, Skorupi was growing healthily, and with the help of Miltank's nutritious milk, when he transitioned from the infant stage to the growth stage, his accumulated physical condition would allow him to develop rapidly. While Skorupi finished eating, Murkrow and the others also completed their breakfast. After all the Pokémon finished breakfast, Cain assigned them their morning training tasks. The day's planning begins in the morning, a phrase that is sometimes more than just a saying. Cain discovered that morning training for Pokémon tends to be the most effective of all times of the day. Since they were by the lake, Slowpoke did not go through its usual psychic power training. Although its skill in water-type moves is slightly weaker than its skill in psychic-type moves, it is still an important ability that needs to be mastered, at least so that it doesn't become a weakness. Slowpoke entered the water to train in managing water-type energy. On the other hand, Murkrow was assigned physical training. It usually carried a 15 kilograms weight, which allowed it to stay in good shape with continuous training. However, this weight was not overly burdensome. For this reason, Cain increased the weight to 20 kilograms during its physical training, which would further improve its results. Murkrow's task today was to fly back and forth along the edge of the lake, with each lap covering a distance of about 1,000 meters. In total, it had to complete 20 laps. For Miltank, Cain prepared a weighted vest and had her run on a pebble beach near the lake. As the pebbles are slippery and uneven, Miltank was not only training her physical endurance, but also her balance and body control. Since childhood, Miltank had survived alone, so she had not absorbed enough nutrients, making her smaller compared to others of her kind. For instance, the Miltank they met earlier, which belonged to Whitney, was considerably larger. Although Miltank did not enjoy battles very much, she had recently become passionate about training, giving her all in every session and achieving better results over time. Ghastly, who had been on watch all night, was not assigned a heavy training task. Cain only gave it a simple task and allowed it to rest after completing it. Ghastly's task was to practice the combination of rest and sleep talk while trying to control which moves it used during sleep talk. Seeing that all the Pokémon were starting their training with dedication, Cain nodded with satisfaction and took out the psychic training manual from his ring. Based on his recent understanding, he began meditating again. Previously, it took him half an hour to enter a meditative state, but after several attempts and new insights from the manual, it now only took him 10 minutes to reach that state. Of course, the effects of the meditation were not ideal. The system constantly monitored Cain's state, and each meditation session only followed the results calculated by the system. In other words, Cain would need at least 31 years of constant meditation to become a beginner psychic. However, it must be admitted that after each meditation session, his mind felt fully refreshed, more so than after a night's sleep. After 2 hours, Cain led his Pokémon, who had completed their training, into the forest, heading towards Akrutik City, north of Goldenrod City. According to the map, to reach Akrutik City, they had to pass through 2 large forests, which would take about 3 days. Although traveling on foot was much slower than by car, Cain didn't mind, as he planned to take the opportunity for his Pokémon to gain levels. Since leaving the Island of Judgment, the growth rate of his Pokémon had slowed considerably. This was a good chance for his Pokémon to gain some experience. There were many bug and poison-type Pokémon in the forest, making Murkrow's flying-type moves and Slowpoke's psychic-type moves very effective. Although Ghastly is a ghost-type Pokémon, it also has the poison type, allowing it to effectively counter the grass-type Pokémon that were abundant in the forest. In short, the forest was a perfect training ground for Cain's Pokémon, as many of the Pokémon they encountered had types that his Pokémon could counter. As the morning sun gradually rose, the forest Pokémon that had been asleep began to wake up. Under the rays of the sun barely peeking through, the forest was filled with patches of light, and if one looked closely, many Pokémon could be seen in the bushes and on tree branches. They saw a Butterfree collecting morning nectar, a Ledaba sucking sap from a tree, a Rattata searching for seeds in a pile of leaves, and a group of Spinarak weaving a web together, waiting for their prey to come. It was a most peaceful scene. But this peace only lasted as long as no more aggressive wild Pokémon, like Beedrill, Spearow, or Ekans, appeared. When these Pokémon showed up, the calm would break, and chases would begin throughout the forest. Unless wild Pokémon attacked them first, Cain did not have Murkrow and Slowpoke fight them to move through the forest more quickly. However, if they encountered aggressive Pokémon that attacked them, Cain showed no mercy and defeated them without hesitation. Of course, if he found Pokémon with great potential or battle value, Cain did allow Murkrow and Slowpoke to strike first, but he did not necessarily eliminate them. However, throughout the journey, the number of wild Pokémon Cain deemed to have good potential was low, demonstrating how difficult it was to find high-quality Pokémon in the wild. While moving through the forest, they also found some valuable medicinal herbs or rare items, but these things were often guarded by strong Pokémon. Fortunately, Cain had his system, which could scan and provide accurate data. If they encountered a Pokémon they could defeat, Cain didn't miss the opportunity to collect the materials, but if the situation was unfavorable, he withdrew without hesitation, making rational decisions. Although Cain and his Pokémon were quite strong in that forest, it did not mean they could move freely without concern. There were many dominant Pokémon in the forest that Cain could not yet face, which forced him to avoid them. If they came across powerful and aggressive Pokémon, they had to escape quickly. For example, at that moment, they were being chased by a level 35 Ursaring. Ursaring is a normal-type Pokémon, powerful and violent in nature. After Cain accidentally entered its territory, the Ursaring chased them for nearly 5 kilometers as Cain dodged its Hyper Beam attacks. Fortunately, Ursaring was not very agile, and Cain managed to escape using the forest terrain to his advantage. However, the chase was not in vain as Murkrow, being very cunning, stole some Beedrill honey from Ursaring's territory while they fled. This was the reason why the enraged Ursaring pursued them relentlessly. For 3 whole days, Cain and his Pokémon were in the forest between Goldenrod City and Akrutik City in the Johto region. Although the Pokémon levels were not very high, their sheer number was overwhelming. Cain and his Pokémon walked for 3 full days to completely cross this forest. Of course, saying the levels were not high refers to the average level, as there were many high-level Pokémon in the forest with great potential and considerable strength. These Pokémon often occupied their own territory, and any Pokémon that entered without permission was attacked. The previously mentioned Ursaring is just a typical example of the attacks Cain and his team faced. Compared to other Pokémon, Ursaring was relatively easy to handle, as it didn't have complicated thoughts. Even when it was enraged, it acted straightforwardly, allowing Cain to find ways to evade it. However, some Pokémon were not only powerful, but had intelligence almost equal to that of a human. If it weren't for Ghastly's Protect, Move, and Slowpoke's Teleport, Move, Cain and his team might not have made it out of the forest. Despite everything, after experiencing different situations and countless battles, Cain's Pokémon saw significant improvement. Ghastly, who had started at level 16, reached level 19 by the time they exited the forest. This was mainly because the forest had many low-level Pokémon, and both Murkrow and Slowpoke showed great teamwork by allowing Ghastly to participate in more battles. In the end, Ghastly was the Pokémon that fought the most in the entire team, resulting in an increase of 3 levels and impressive growth. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had each leveled up in previous battles, did not experience as much of an increase. However, due to the constant pressure of facing powerful opponents and repeatedly surviving dangerous situations, both managed to level up again. Now, Murkrow reached level 22, while Slowpoke reached level 24. Even Miltank, who did not particularly enjoy battles, improved her level by helping her teammates withstand attacks and restore energy. Miltank had now reached level 21. With this, after completing the journey through the forest, all of Cain's Pokémon, except for Skorupi, who was still very young, experienced significant growth. It could be said that they reaped great rewards. Additionally, Cain also collected many valuable materials in the forest that could be sold for a good sum on the black market. Finally, after 3 days of traveling, Cain and his team arrived at the outskirts of a critique city. After walking for another 2 hours, a critique city finally appeared before them. We finally made it out. Although it wasn't as exhausting as on the island, it wasn't easy. We were chased like dogs, Cain thought as he looked at the clearly visible city in front of him, smiling despite the recent experiences. Ikritik City is the ancient capital of the northern Johto region, located near Mt. Mortar, between the western plains and the western coast. Ikritik City is known as a historic and cultural city in the Pokémon World, with traditional Japanese architecture as its distinctive feature. The tallest building in the city is the Bell Tower, which has 10 floors and is said to have once been home to the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. However, besides the Bell Tower, Ikritik City also houses the Burn Tower, located in the northwest corner of the city. It is said that this tower was destroyed by a great fire over 100 years ago, and that 3 legendary Pokémon were reborn at its base thanks to Ho-Oh's power. Another legend says that Lugia, who was comparable to Ho-Oh, once lived atop the Burn Tower, but after the tower was destroyed, it moved to the Whirl Islands. Another notable building in Ikritik City is the Dance Theater, built by the city's largest family. Every year, countless people flock to see the performances by the geishas, and many vie for a ticket. It could be said that the dance performances in Ikritik City are among the top 3 in the Johto region. They attract not only people from Johto but also from other regions. This is a prominent feature of Ikritik City. Of course, Ikritik City is also home to an official Pokémon League gym. The gym here is Ghost-type, and if he had the chance, Cain would like Ghastly to interact with them, as it could learn useful techniques. However, his current identity was not suitable for visiting such places. When Cain entered the city accompanied by Slowpoke, it was already 6 in the evening. However, because he had spent a long time in the wild, his clothes were somewhat worn out and emitted an unpleasant smell. Additionally, Cain was a stranger in the city, leading some passers-by to point at him and talk about him. But Cain, being the one in question, paid little attention to it. He didn't care how others judged him. The only thing that truly mattered to him was improving his strength. Only in the company of his Pokémon could he completely open his heart. Fortunately, people only pointed and did nothing more. The religion in the Johto region promotes peace, making people generally quite friendly. Especially in Ikritik City, which is a religious center in Johto, with the Bell Tower being the core of many religious beliefs. Another important thing is that the Pokeballs on Cain's belt, along with Slowpoke by his side, clearly indicated that he was a trainer. Although his clothes were worn out, it could still be seen that he wore a Trainer League uniform, so the townspeople didn't view him with hostility, only curiosity. Even so, his presence caused a small commotion, with many people slowly approaching and forming a small circle that followed Cain as he moved forward. Soon, a young police officer on a motorcycle, accompanied by a Growlithe, appeared in front of Cain. "Please show me your League ID card. I need to verify your identity." "If I've been impolite, I apologize," unknown traveling trainer, the young man, with a firm attitude, dismounted from the police motorcycle, showing his badge and indicating his identity to Cain. His sharp eyes reflected a scrutinizing look, and the Growlithe by his side barked authoritatively. As a police officer in Ikritik City, the young man had a keen eye for assessing people. He immediately noticed Cain's presence, which only powerful trainers who had spent a long time surviving in the wild and returned safely had. That's why the officer was quite polite to Cain, although it was necessary to check his ID card as protocol to avoid unnecessary disturbances in the city. "All right, officer. Here is my ID card. Please verify it quickly. I just returned from an excursion and need to rest." Cain took out his League ID card from his ring and handed it to the young officer. When the young police officer began checking Cain's League identity card, Cain remained quite calm. Umbra had done an excellent job securing his identity, to the point where even Whitney's grandfather in Goldenrod City couldn't uncover who he really was. In front of him stood only an ordinary League officer, making it even less likely for Cain's true identity to be discovered. The young officer placed Cain's ID card into a slot of an identity verification device. After a beep, Cain's League identity information appeared on the officer's device. After carefully reviewing Cain's information from start to finish, the young officer handed the card back and said, "Everything's fine. Thank you for your cooperation." Cain nodded, took back the ID card, and walked away without saying a word. Since the police had confirmed Cain's identity was legitimate, the surrounding crowd began to disperse and no longer followed him. In fact, Cain's appearance, clearly showing he was returning from a journey, made people regard him as a skilled trainer, which gradually led to them looking at him with respect. The young officer watched Cain's back as he walked away, along with his slowpoke that stayed right beside him, nodding thoughtfully. "This man is a bit strange, though I can't pinpoint exactly why, but in all my years on the job, this was the first time someone gave me such an odd feeling. It was like a dormant volcano." Cain, walking away, did not dwell on the matter. He was just passing through and had no hidden plans, so he could face the League police with complete peace of mind. However, he couldn't help but let the system scan the data of the Growlithe accompanying the young officer. Pokemon, Growlithe, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 20. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. Held item, none. Egg moves, crunch, double kick, fire spin. Basic moves, bite, roar, ember, leer, odor sleuth, helping hand, flame wheel, reversal. Learned moves, iron tail, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, double team, flamethrower. The data was so impressive that Cain couldn't help but feel a bit envious. With such great traits and an array of excellent moves, although it was only level 20, Cain wasn't confident that his Murkrow could defeat it in a direct battle. To become a League police officer, it was likely that the young officer had the support of the Jenny family. The Jenny family controls nearly 70% of the League's police forces. Joining this family or becoming a vassal of theirs is a good choice for anyone wishing to be a League police officer. The resources brought by a great family are truly impressive. After all, this was just an ordinary police officer, yet he already had such an outstanding Pokémon. In his previous life, before Cain reached the quasi-elite level, he once battled a true city leader from the Jenny family. The power of his opponent's Pokémon was so great that it forced Cain to retreat. If he hadn't been that strong, he might have been defeated. The Jenny family is very different from the Joy family. This clan has reached its current position solely through strength. As defenders of the cities, it's essential that they possess considerable power. Cain couldn't wait any longer to reach the Pokémon Center. Although it hadn't bothered him initially, as soon as he returned to civilization, he noticed how sticky and uncomfortable his clothes felt. What he wanted most now was to take a good bath and change into clean clothes. He didn't care about others' looks, but drawing so much attention wasn't ideal either. While he had experienced harsh living conditions, he didn't mind living a bit more comfortably when the opportunity arose. However, having learned from the mistakes of his past life, Cain dared not indulge as he once did. Perhaps he had already experienced it in his past life, so in this life, he wasn't as interested in it. Enjoying it occasionally was fine, but the priority must always be having enough strength. In a critique city, Cain found a hotel that seemed quite luxurious. Under the somewhat hesitant gaze of the reception staff, he paid 3,000 Pokédollars for a luxury suite. As the most famous city known for its ancient culture in the Johto region, and with the spectacular performances at the dance theater, Ikritik City attracts many tourists each year. Therefore, the tourism industry in Ikritik City is thriving, which also leads to high demand for hotels in the city. With the room card in hand, Cain went straight to the bathroom. Although Cain always carried several changes of clothes in his ring, with outfits for different identities, changing clothes in the wild didn't make sense. His body would still feel sticky and dirty, and changing would only soil clean clothes without making him feel any better. Moreover, in the wild, survival was the top priority, and no one cared about comfort. Anyone newly returning from Challenge Island likely resembled a caveman. He scrubbed himself with water and soap as if his life depended on it, feeling like he was shedding a layer of skin. During the week he spent on Challenge Island, living in the wild, he never felt this way, but since returning to civilization, Cain made sure to stay clean whenever conditions allowed. Sometimes, Cain might not want to admit it, but he was actually a person with high standards for both mental and physical cleanliness. When he finally emerged from the bath, he had regained his usual fresh appearance. Although he was still wearing the human skin mask used for his league identity, overall, he looked much better than before. Now, if he walked down the street, he wouldn't attract as many stares. He called room service and ordered a cart full of food. That was dinner for Cain and his Pokémon. After spending several days in the wild, although roasted meat was fine, hotel food tasted different. His Pokémon enjoyed a big meal, and Skorupi, who had been asleep on his shoulder, woke up to drink 1.5 bottles of milk. Over time, Skorupi's appetite had gradually increased. Although its body didn't seem to have grown, it was evident that its armor had become shinier, and its shell, which used to be a bit rough, was now very smooth to the touch and had a refreshing feel. This is the great effect of Miltank's milk. Since Pokémon in the breeding stage cannot consume overly nutritious foods, as this could lead to premature development and waste potential, Miltank's milk does not cause such problems and, in fact, improves Skorupi's physical condition. Not only Skorupi, but also Murkrow and the other Pokémon that had been drinking Miltank's milk regularly had shown physical improvements. The most notable change was their increased stamina. After long training sessions, a cup of milk to regain energy had gradually made their bodies better adapted to fatigue. After a pleasant dinner, tonight was a rare night without training. Cain put all his Pokémon back in their Pokeballs and left the hotel directly. He found a secluded corner and quickly changed into the Team Rocket uniform. Then, he covered himself with a black cloak and put on a human skin mask that identified him as a Pokémon hunter. No doubt, tonight Cain was heading to the Hunter Guild to deliver a mission and sell other Pokémon he had captured. This should earn him a good amount of money. Night had already fallen. Unlike Goldenrod City, the people of Ecruteak City are devoutly religious. Some say they are more serene, but others see it as laziness. Although it was only around 7 or 8 in the evening, there were hardly any people on the streets. This allowed Cain, dressed in his black cloak, to not attract much attention. He moved through some alleyways, taking advantage of the darkness, and arrived at a very discreet shop on the southwest corner of Ecruteak City. He knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern, and after hearing a click, the door opened. This place was a secret contact point for Team Rocket in Ecruteak City. These details had been provided by Umbra before Cain left. Since Cain was working for him, Umbra made sure to provide some assistance, and the password for this place was one of those aids. Cain quickly slipped through the door, which automatically closed after his entry. The shop was arranged very simply, and since it was already closed, there was no one at the counter. The door had only opened due to a special mechanism installed in it, activated when a specific knocking pattern was received. Cain wasn't surprised that there was no one. Although in his previous life he hadn't spent much time in Ecruteak City, he had been here a few times on missions, so he knew the secret points of Team Rocket in the city. In fact, this was not the only secret point of Team Rocket in Ecruteak City. Cain knew of 3 others, but Umbra had only given him the password for this one. He couldn't go to the other 2 locations. Of course, Team Rocket in Ecruteak City didn't have just 3 secret points, but given his identity and rank in his previous life, he had only known about these 3. Once inside, without making any unnecessary moves, Cain went to a room in the back of the shop and placed his Team Rocket identity card into a slot with the team's emblem. With the sound of gears turning and belts moving, a secret door opened. The secret door revealed a small space, with some strange symbols drawn on the floor. Cain entered, and the door closed behind him with a loud thud. By the faint light of the lamps, Cain inserted his identity card into another slot. With a familiar psychic vibration, the secret door's teleportation was activated. 3 seconds later, Cain disappeared from the room. When he opened his eyes again, Cain was in a rock cave. This place was the black market of Ecruteak City. However, unlike the fully underground black market of Saffron City, Aquatic cities couldn't afford such a luxury. It wasn't that the technology didn't allow it, but the significance of Aquatic City to the Pokémon League was different from that of Saffron City. Although Saffron City was the largest city in Kanto, it was so full of different people that even the League couldn't fully control it. Sometimes, they even had to make concessions to some dark organizations like Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild. But Aquatic City was different. The city was entirely under the control of the Pokémon League. Even clandestine organizations had to keep their distance. This was because the Bell Tower and Burn Tower were too important, and the League would not allow any clandestine organization to approach them. Even if they had to try their hardest, they would fully control Aquatic City. Therefore, since the League didn't make concessions in this regard, organizations like Team Rocket had little interest in facing the League for something that wasn't that important to them. So they relinquished part of their control. As for why Team Rocket gave up on a place with such a special legend, it was because they had found another, more intriguing legend. Compared to the somewhat unrealistic legend of Ho-Oh here, the other legend had almost been confirmed, so Aquatic City wasn't as important to Team Rocket. However, black markets in every city were still valuable, so the League turned a blind eye and allowed it to exist. Although this black market was smaller, it was still quite comprehensive and was located in empty mortar, outside the city. Cain appeared in the cave, and with the faint light of some worn-out bulbs, he could barely see the path. Cain released a Pokeball to call out Murkrow and ventured into the cave with him. After walking through the long tunnel, his view opened up to a vast underground city. After a brief pause, Cain entered this underground city, the black market of Aquatic City in empty mortar. It was clear that this black market was considerably smaller than the one in Saffron City, so there were also fewer people. Another special feature was that most people here were covered in black cloaks, and few showed their faces openly. This was because there were not only members of clandestine organizations, but also trainers with League identities, and even some prominent families of Aquatic City who had stores here. The League had chosen to ignore this. Aquatic City was the origin of religion in the Johto region, and many old families were established here. To gain their support, the League ceded part of its power, and this black market, created by the families of Aquatic City, was one such concession. That's right, this black market wasn't run by Team Rocket or other clandestine organizations, but by the families of Aquatic City. Only, since it was a black market, they didn't oppose the entry of organizations like Team Rocket. Many of the shops in this market had discrete family emblems at the entrance, indicating that they were operated by families from Aquatic City. Although small, the black market was well organized, with clearly delineated sales areas. Cain, following the signs, arrived at the Pokémon sale area. Here, shops and vendor stalls were mixed, with sellers shouting to attract customers, almost turning it into a bazaar. However, the Hunter Guild shop still stood out for its lack of ostentation, with only a few iron cages at the entrance and no one calling out for customers. Unlike the Hunter Guild in Saffron City, which was more discreet, here they did not hide at all. A large guild emblem hung at the entrance. From time to time, some people passed by. Although all were covered with black cloaks, some had several golden stars on their chests. They were high-ranking hunters of the Hunter Guild. The hunters registered with the Hunters Guild. Some belonged to underground organizations like Cain, while others might be members of the League. The Hunters Guild doesn't care about a registered hunter's identity. The only thing that matters to them is whether that person can capture Pokémon of real value. For this reason, some people make capturing Pokémon their primary occupation. There have even emerged small affiliate groups within the Hunters Guild that focus primarily on hunting Pokémon to gather resources. They then train their own Pokémon, and after improving their skills, they capture even stronger Pokémon, creating a virtuous cycle. This has led to many people feeling very proud to be hunters, and when they don't need to worry about being pursued by the League, they almost always wear their hunter's badge with stars on their chest. Cain barely glanced around and paid no more attention. He went straight into this Hunters Guild building, which seemed much larger than the other shops. Upon entering, he noticed that the entire center of the building was completely empty, but the decor divided the hall into two areas. One area was the Pokémon sales section, mainly for those who wanted to buy Pokémon and choose the one they desired. So most of the hall space was filled with iron cages of different sizes, containing Pokémon that hadn't been tamed. The other area was the Hunters Guild office, which included the registration counter, computers for taking missions, and the mission submission counter. Of course, if someone wanted to exchange points for Pokémon, they could also go directly to the Pokémon sales area and simply swipe their Hunter ID card. Cain headed to the mission submission counter. The 5 main counters were all packed with people except one, which had a sign that read, "Exclusive counter for hunters with 5 stars or more." In many places in the Pokémon world, people receive different treatments based on their status. The Hunters Guild is no exception. Hunters with 5 or more stars, of course, have their own privileges, and this exclusive counter is just one of them. After all, most of the income of the Hunters Guild comes from these high-level hunters. Mid- or low-level hunters, or even those with no stars, like Cain, can only line up at the general counters and wait for mission submission. Without further thought, Cain got to the end of one of the lines, crossing his arms as he waited. Though he was waiting, he didn't stand idle. His eyes, hidden under the black cloak, were observing the entire hall. The highlight was a person in very striking attire, leaning against a secluded corner of the hall, ignored by everyone around him, or perhaps no one dared to look at him directly. This was because on his chest he wore a sun-shaped badge, the emblem of a high-ranking member of the Hunters Guild, and the person in charge of the guild in a critique city. He seemed to have sensed something as his eyes, which had been droopy with sleep, opened a bit. After a quick glance around the hall, not finding anything unusual, he yawned, crossed his arms again, and leaned back against the wall to resume sleeping. Being able to sleep comfortably while standing against a wall like that made Cain feel a little speechless. However, Cain didn't underestimate him. Anyone who could wear the sun badge was at least a quasi-elite level expert. Just one closer look, and he had already noticed him. That kind of hunter's instinct was definitely top-notch, and though he seemed lazy, the fact that he could sleep comfortably while standing showed that he had been through many harsh environments, and that, no matter how adverse the setting, he could sleep and regain energy, always staying alert. There was nothing else special in the hall, so Cain stopped observing. Most hunters in the hall were 2-star level. Occasionally, a few 4-star hunters appeared, but he hadn't seen any 5-star hunters. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the front of the line Cain was in. Congratulations on completing the mission. According to your point calculation, you will be promoted to a 5-star hunter. You may proceed to the exclusive counter to receive your 5th golden star, said a mission submission desk staff member with a professional smile. This phrase caused the people behind him to erupt in murmurs. I didn't expect to see a 5-star hunter today. A 5-star hunter, they must have at least 50 million points. What Pokémon couldn't they obtain with that? Idiots! Stop talking. Don't you see the symbol under that hunter's badge? That hammer symbol is the emblem of a group affiliated with the Hunters Guild, the Warhammer Hunters. Upon hearing the words Warhammer Hunters, everyone behind fell silent and spoke no more. The Warhammer Hunter group may not be famous in other places, but within the hunting profession, it is well known. Among the affiliated hunter groups within the guild, it ranks among the top 5 in terms of power. It's said that their leader personally captured an elite-level wild Pokémon. Although the exact details aren't known, this fact alone brought them great fame. The member of the Warhammer Hunter group who had just been promoted to 5 stars straightened up upon hearing the people behind him talking about his group and walked to the exclusive counter without looking back, as if he was proud of something. After he left, the line moved faster, and 10 minutes later, it was Cain's turn. He sat in the chair in front of the counter. "Hello, please show your Hunter ID card," said the receptionist at the counter kindly. Cain handed over the Hunter ID card he had prepared in his hand. With a simple swipe in the card reader, Cain's data appeared on the staff member's computer screen. "Hello, are you here to submit a mission? If the mission is complete, please place the Pokeball in the compartment next to you." We'll evaluate the Pokémon's quality and other data to determine the mission completion level, said the receptionist, showing no disdain despite Cain being a no-star hunter, simply doing her job mechanically. Cain took the Pokeball containing the Nidoran out of his pocket and placed it in the compartment next to the counter. The receptionist pressed a button on the desk, and the Pokeball disappeared instantly into the compartment. Pokémon Transport Technology. This simple transport technology in the Pokémon world is quite advanced. After patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a data screen appeared on the receptionist's computer, displaying all the information about the Nidoran captured by Cain. Hello, sorry for the wait. This Nidoran has quite good quality and level. We're offering a price of 100,000 Pokédollars, said the receptionist with a professional smile. Upon hearing the price, Cain involuntarily frowned. If it were a regular Nidoran, that price would be fair, but the one Cain caught had the special ability, Hustle. Once it evolves into Nidoking, it will have the Sheer Force ability. Please ask your data analyst to check again. This Nidoran has the special ability Hustle, Cain said without showing any emotion. Upon hearing Cain's words, the receptionist was slightly surprised, but she nodded with a smile and said, "Understood. Please wait a moment." This time, the wait was much shorter, as the data was already fully recorded and only a more detailed analysis was required. Apologies for the wait. Indeed, it was an error on our part. This Nidoran has the Hustle ability, which doubles its value to 200,000 Pokédollars, or 200,000 points. If this is acceptable, it will be directly recorded on your identity card. Cain nodded in agreement. A Nidoran with the Hustle ability and a dark yellow potential had a value equivalent to one with light green to green potential without the Hustle ability. This price was within Cain's acceptable range. Once Cain confirmed, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer to log the completion of Cain's mission. Since you've reached 100,000 points, you can now be promoted to a 1-star hunter. Here's your badge, please keep it safe. With that, she took out a gold star from the counter, engraved with the words 1 star. The stars representing hunter ranks in the Hunter Guild are made with a special technique, making them difficult to counterfeit. Thus, it's unlikely anyone would wear a number of stars that didn't match their actual rank. If anyone tried to forge a hunter star and the Hunter Guild found out, they would be relentlessly pursued. They would then understand why there's a nickname for guild members, the Sun Dogs. After all, wouldn't experts who specialize in tracking and capturing rare Pokémon be able to find an ordinary person? Cain accepted the Hunter Star, but he didn't immediately put it on. Seeing that Cain didn't leave after completing his mission, the receptionist didn't mind and formally asked, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Cain took another Pokeball out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. Seeing that Cain had brought out another Pokeball, the receptionist understood his intentions. Many hunters from the guild don't just capture the target of their mission. If they encounter a Pokémon with exceptional potential or a rare one, they might capture it to assign a mission in the Hunter Guild. The mission assignment process involves matching the captured Pokémon with a mission that meets the guild's requirements, thus completing the mission and earning points and Pokédollars. Just as the receptionist was about to speak, Cain took out another Pokeball from his pocket, and then a third, fourth, fifth. Eventually, even the receptionist began to show signs of amazement. Cain took out a total of 10 Pokeballs, and counting the one he had already handed over, there were 11 in total. It's important to note that the Hunter Guild missions require Pokémon to have at least mid-level potential. According to the system's potential classification, this means that only Pokémon with yellow potential or above can be assigned to a mission. For a mission to be assigned, the Pokémon must have at least mid-level potential, i.e. yellow. However, Cain had presented 10 Pokeballs, which meant he had captured 10 Pokémon with yellow potential or above. Among them was a light green Arbok, which was also the highest level Pokémon among them. 8 were from the same family as the previous Nidoran, all with yellow potential or above due to excellent genetics from their parents. The last one was a dark yellow Mankey, which Cain had caught on his way to a critique city. Its abilities and characteristics were quite decent, so he decided to capture it to exchange for points. Excuse me, do all these Pokémon have mid-level potential? It's important to note that the Hunter Guild requires Pokémon to have at least mid-level potential to assign a mission, the receptionist asked, hesitantly. In this world, there are tools to assess a Pokémon's potential, but they are not accessible to most people. The hunter in front of her, who had just become a one-star hunter, evidently did not belong to the group of people who could afford those tools. So, could it be that all the Pokémon he captured met the potential requirement? Here is where Cain had the advantage, thanks to the system's function for evaluating Pokémon potential. With the help of this feature, Cain had steady success in his previous life as a hunter. Capturing high-potential Pokémon to exchange for resources and using those resources to acquire even rarer Pokémon, Cain was able to progress in a positive cycle that eventually led him to become a powerful trainer. In response to the receptionist's question, Cain nodded, indicating that all the Pokémon had yellow potential or mid-level potential in the trainer's world. Since Cain confirmed it, the receptionist asked no more questions, though she couldn't hide her skepticism. After all, it was 10 Pokémon. Even with mid-level potential, in all her years of work, she hadn't seen many people present that many at once. Do mid-level potential Pokémon really abound in the wild? Or is this individual joking with me? The Hunter Guild offers a free evaluation of Pokémon potential, but if it turns out they don't meet the requirements for mission assignment, the more this happens, the more the individual's credibility will be affected. With low credibility, certain types of missions will be out of reach. Setting aside her doubts, the receptionist focused on her work and proceeded with her duties. One by one, Cain placed each Pokeball into the transfer device, and they were sent to the guild's evaluation area. Since there were many Pokémon, the wait was longer, and those behind Cain in line started to grow impatient. If the Pokémon Cain had captured met the assignment requirements, all would be well. If not, the people waiting were already prepared to teach Cain the price of wasting their time. 20 minutes later, the receptionist, now visibly astonished, saw the evaluation reports appear on her screen one by one. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and, seeing no error, swallowed hard. The reports are ready. All 10 Pokémon meet the requirements. Would you like to assign them a mission? Cain, already knowing the result, showed no reaction. In his previous life, when desperate for money, he had spent a month in a forest and emerged with 20 Pokémon to assign missions at the guild. Since then, the nickname of Joker the Hunter had spread among hunters. Whenever they mentioned his name, they couldn't help but add, "That guy with luck to the limit is a lunatic." Assign them a mission, Cain said calmly. His progress in this life had been far better than in the last, and with the experience gained, money no longer concerned him as much. In the final stages of Pokémon training, only a small amount of money is actually needed. Once Cain gave his approval, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer, and the mission list began to match the Pokémon data, assigning missions that met the requirements. All the Pokémon have been assigned to tasks. Altogether, you can obtain 900,000 points. Adding the points from the previous mission, you now have a total of 1,110,000 points. You've exceeded the standard of 1 million points, which qualifies you as a 2-star hunter. Here's your badge. Please keep it safe. The receptionist took out a golden star engraved with 2 stars and handed it to Cain through the window. Learning from the previous experience, after analyzing the data, she made sure to check for any special Pokémon, like the Nidoran with the Hustle ability. Fortunately, this time, the Pokémon were fairly standard, and the price calculation went smoothly. A task list was handed to Cain. The light green quality Arbok was purchased for 400,000 Pokédollars, the 8 members of the Nidoran family for a total of 400,000 Pokédollars as well, equivalent to 1 Arbok. And the Mankey that Cain caught on the way was worth 100,000 Pokédollars. Compared to the market sale price, this is a bit lower, but for the guild's purchase price, it's quite reasonable. If Cain were to sell these Pokémon on the open market, he could get a higher price, but he doesn't have that kind of time. Another important point is that when Pokémon are submitted to the guild as part of a mission, you also get the same amount of points as Pokédollars. So, after completing the mission, Cain received a total of 1,110,000 Poke Dollars and 1,110,000 points from the Hunters Guild. Cain plans not to use these points for now. At the moment, he doesn't urgently need any specific Pokémon, and with 5 Pokémon requiring training, his current resources aren't abundant, so he needs to manage them efficiently. He isn't looking for quantity in Pokémon, but quality. Once his current Pokémon are well-trained, Cain might consider purchasing more from the Hunters Guild to form a second team. By selling all the Pokémon to the guild, Cain successfully advanced to a 2-star hunter. The biggest difference between a 2-star and a 0-star hunter is that the former can accept up to 3 tasks simultaneously and can take on higher-level missions with better rewards, though also with increased difficulty. He found an available computer, swiped his Hunter ID card, and began browsing the list of 2-star hunter tasks. Since he will soon head to Mahogany Town, Cain selected tasks based on Pokémon he might encounter along the way or once he arrives there. The number of 2-star tasks is significantly lower than that of 0-star tasks. Cain chose a mission to capture a Swinub and another to capture an Onyx. Mahogany Town, which could actually be considered more of a small village due to its size, has few inhabitants. Surrounded by mountains, some of which are snow-covered year-round, it is home to many ice-type Pokémon like Swinub. Onyx, being a rock-type Pokémon, is quite common in the mountains and due to its size, is easy to spot. After leaving the guild store, Cain had completed his main task for the day at the black market. However, since he'll soon be venturing into the wild again, he needed to replenish supplies such as healing sprays and Pokeballs, as he had used many during his Pokémon captures. After completing the mission, Cain had a total of 2.4 million Poke Dollars, slightly less due to some previous expenses. He went to the Pokémon supply store to buy some wilderness survival materials and restock his Pokeballs, spending only 10,000 Poke Dollars, which for Cain isn't much. Then he visited an information shop in Mahogany City's black market, where he bought information about possible Onyx locations and asked about a meditation jewel that, according to system analysis, could enhance psychic training speed. However, even the information merchants knew nothing about it, making Cain doubt the existence of such a jewel. When Cain returned to the small black room through Team Rocket's transport matrix, no one was present, so he quickly changed back into his original League trainer outfit and put his mask on again. As he left Team Rocket's small shop, the moon was already high in the sky. Under the moonlight, Cain walked along the empty streets toward the luxurious hotel he had reserved earlier. Fortunately, although the streets were deserted, the hotel was still lit up, and the lobby staff was very helpful when Cain entered. Back in his hotel room, Cain released all his Pokémon. If space and circumstances allow, Cain prefers to keep all his Pokémon outside their Pokeballs. It makes everything more lively and helps strengthen their bonds and coordination. While Pokeballs provide a comfortable and spacious environment, they still give a feeling of confinement. Tonight was a rare night without night training. In the previous days, both Cain and his Pokémon had been constantly on guard due to the potential threat of wild Pokémon attacks in the wilderness, so they hadn't rested well. Even with Ghastly keeping watch, he needed to be able to wake them if necessary, right? So today, instead of training, Cain used techniques he had learned in his past life to massage each of his Pokémon, helping them relax and reduce any injuries from training and battles. While Cain was massaging his Pokémon, Skorupi, who was asleep, suddenly woke up. His blue eyes sparkled, and he quickly climbed down Cain's arm. The other Pokémon, worried about hurting little Skorupi, froze as they felt him crawling on them. But Miltank, the only female in the team, understood how to care for little Skorupi. Miltank gently lifted him off Slowpoke's back and offered him a bottle of fresh milk. Skorupi closed his eyes in delight and began drinking happily. With Miltank's warm milky scent, Skorupi felt cozy in her arms. Also, with Cain's familiar scent on the other Pokémon, Skorupi wasn't afraid of them. In this harmonious environment, a comfortable, peaceful night passed quietly. The next morning, taking advantage of the quiet hour, Cain took Slowpoke to the bus station in Akrutik City, where he bought a ticket for the first bus heading to Mahogany Town. Since Mahogany Town is in a rather remote location, deep in the mountains, there aren't many buses from a critique city that go there. Fortunately, the previous night, Cain had asked the hotel staff about the schedule for the first bus. Otherwise, he would have had to wait another day. He bought a seat at the back of the bus using his Alliance ID card, and after hearing the announcement, he boarded. He noticed there really weren't many passengers, perhaps because of the early hour or simply because not many people were interested in going to Mahogany Town. Mahogany Town is a small, remote town in the northern Johto region without much fame. However, Cain was very familiar with it. The reason is that Mahogany Town houses a major Team Rocket base, the largest in the Johto region after the main headquarters, making it the strongest Team Rocket presence in the region. In his past life, Cain spent 3 years at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town, right after leaving the Trial Island, during the first 3 years of his life as a Team Rocket member. It wasn't until he gained the ability to complete high-difficulty missions independently that he managed to fully detach himself from the jurisdiction of the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town. As he watched the scenery recede through the window, a familiar feeling began to surface. The bus had already been on the road for 3 hours and had reached the outskirts of Mahogany Town. Cain was sure they'd be arriving at the village station soon. "I can't believe I once swore I'd never return here, and yet in this life I've come back," Cain said with a hint of nostalgia. Only he knew what he'd gone through at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town in his past life. They say that Trial Island is a hellish place, but in reality, the 3 years Cain struggled to survive at that Team Rocket base were the memories he least wanted to relive. The Trial Island is known as an extreme testing ground. The 3 years Cain spent fighting at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town were much tougher and harder to bear. Team Rocket's hierarchy system is extremely strict. Cain didn't achieve great results when he finished at Trial Island, and his talent didn't seem particularly remarkable. As a result, he started at the lowest level as a grunt at that base, where he was subject to ridicule and discrimination. When he joined, the Team Rocket grunts were already organized in groups, making it impossible for Cain to integrate. Also, lacking any backing within Team Rocket, he often faced difficulties and disdain from his superiors. He didn't understand the subtleties of social life, nor did he know how to flatter people, which made him even more excluded by members of the Team Rocket base. In his past life, Cain endured an extremely difficult period at that base. However, in this life, returning to that place, Cain had a completely different perspective. After all, he had reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer. Some of the things that once seemed important to him now didn't matter as much. On a general level, he was now receiving orders from the deputy chief of the Shadow Unit within Team Rocket, a powerful elite-level trainer named Umbra. In that base, there weren't many who would dare show him disrespect. On a more specific level, Cain was no longer the inexperienced young man he once was. With the strength of his current Pokémon, he could easily defeat his past self, no doubt. Faced with Team Rocket grunts, he no longer had much to worry about. The bus stopped at Mahogany Town Station, and as Cain got off, he noticed that the air here was noticeably colder than in a critique city. Additionally, compared to a critique city, Mahogany Town streets were much emptier, and there weren't many people strolling around. The interactions between people were cold and rushed. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Cain shook his head. Team Rocket's influence on this place was indeed strong. Umbra's mission was to send Cain to the Lake of Rage, north of Mahogany Town, to a secret Team Rocket research base, where he had to find a person using a password and bring back an item. However, Cain wasn't in a rush to do that, as he first wanted to head to the mountains east of Mahogany Town to search for the Pokémon in his hunter missions, Swinub and Onyx. Cain wore a baseball cap, lowered his head, and walked quietly toward the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center. Although Mahogany Town is Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region, the influence of the Pokémon League here is also considerable. The fact that a strong figure like Price is in charge of the gym in such a small town speaks volumes. With Price's strength, even champions might find him a challenge. He's a true elite-level trainer and one of the league's veteran figures. If not for his extremely strict character and difficult temperament, he would definitely have a place among the current Elite Four. Though he isn't part of the Elite Four, his strength is undeniable. The League stationed him in Mahogany Town, a small town, to keep Team Rocket in check and prevent them from doing anything too severe. Therefore, Cain didn't dare act openly under his Team Rocket identity. After all, officially, the Johto region is under the Pokémon League's control. Using his Alliance ID card, Cain entered the Pokémon Center without issue and went to the free video phone section, where he took out a communication device and dialed a number. When answered, a lively, adorable young woman with pink hair tied in 2 pigtails appeared on the screen. It was none other than Whitney from Goldenrod City. "Cain, where have you been? I left you messages days ago, and you didn't reply," Whitney said, pretending to be angry. For some reason, Cain felt a slight headache. "It's okay, I was just kidding. Look, the thing is, the supply of poke blocks you left for the family's mill tank is running low. If you have time, could you make some more?" Whitney said this while sticking out her tongue, but then her expression grew more serious. Cain had underestimated the appetite of Whitney's mill tank, but he still didn't expect them to consume the poke blocks so quickly. "I don't have much time, but I made a bit more recently. I'll send it to you now," Cain replied after thinking for a moment. In the days to come, Cain would be quite busy and wasn't sure if he'd have time to continue making the poke blocks Whitney needed. "All right, thanks so much. I'll have Sebastian transfer the payment later." Whitney didn't think too much about it. She knew Cain was busy, otherwise he wouldn't have taken so long to return her call. All right. They didn't talk much more, as with Cain's personality, Whitney led most of the conversation, which made it not flow as naturally. After hanging up the video phone, Cain let out a slight sigh of relief, though he didn't know why. In the Pokémon Center, there was a special device for transferring items. Besides transferring Pokémon, items could also be sent. Cain sent the pre-packaged Pokeblocks to the coordinates Whitney had left in the message. Shortly after leaving the Pokémon Center, his messaging device showed a message, "Item received, payment transferred." Those few words appeared on the screen. No doubt Sebastian had already received the items and transferred the money. If it had been Whitney, the tone would surely have been very different. It was barely noon when Cain finished his lunch at the Pokémon Center and headed toward Route 44, the only road east of Mahogany Town. To the east of Mahogany Town, an imposing mountain could be seen, rising up into the clouds. The peak of the mountain was completely hidden among the clouds, and from halfway up, it was covered in snow. Cain's destination was that mountain. It was said that many interconnected caves lay within it, where the temperature remained constantly cold, a paradise for ice-type Pokémon. Cain hoped to find a Swinub there, and if luck was on his side, maybe even an Onix. However, before reaching the snowy mountain, he would still have to pass through a large forest. Although the mountain seemed close, as he walked toward it, Cain found that after an hour's journey, it still looked just as distant. Now he was at the edge of the forest. Although the number of people dwindled, he still encountered a few along the way. However, compared to the forests near Goldenrod City, Mahogany Town had fewer residents, but the traces of human presence in the forest were much more numerous. Cain crossed paths with several groups along the way, all in a hurry. Observing them, Cain noticed that many of them were Team Rocket members. Not surprisingly, Mahogany Town housed Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region. This forest had practically become a free training ground for them. Although Cain wore the ordinary attire of a league trainer, his outfit looked somewhat out of place in this area. The Team Rocket members passing by, although not wearing their team uniforms, didn't give him friendly looks. Those who weren't from Team Rocket also kept a slight distance when they saw Cain's clothing. After all, Mahogany Town was an important Team Rocket base, something that wasn't a secret among trainers. However, despite the abundance of resources in the area, Team Rocket hadn't gone as far as to expel everyone who wasn't a member. As long as people didn't provoke them openly and disguised their identities, Team Rocket wouldn't interfere. But Cain's attire was quite conspicuous. While the League held considerable power in Mahogany Town, that influence only extended within the town itself. Once in the wilderness, the territory belonged to Team Rocket. Many League members, upon leaving the town, didn't dare reveal their identity openly, fearing they would attract the attention of those in Team Rocket who hated the League. It wasn't that Cain didn't want to change clothes. He had simply forgotten how things worked in Mahogany Town after being away for so long. Only when he left town and noticed the stares directed at him did he remember how things were here. In his past life, as a Team Rocket grunt in Mahogany Town, he hadn't needed to worry much about these things. But now, as a League member, he found it a bit difficult to adjust. However, since he had attracted others' attention, he had no choice but to show a bit of his strength in the hopes of avoiding unnecessary trouble. "Come out, Slowpoke," Cain said, releasing his Slowpoke. The people watching him discreetly lost interest upon seeing Slowpoke. All of them were experienced field trainers, and with just one look at Cain's Slowpoke, they could tell he wasn't an ordinary trainer. In this situation, it would be unwise to provoke someone like him, as they might end up losing more than they'd gain. Once Slowpoke was out and the gazes on him faded, Cain continued on his way deeper into the forest. Even so, while most people stopped watching him, one or two glances still fell on him discreetly. Not even the presence of Slowpoke had deterred them. After walking for another 2 hours, Cain found himself in an area where no one was in sight and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Suddenly, Cain stopped and spoke coldly. "Come out." After a few seconds of silence, there was no response. Cain smirked and spoke again. "Since when has Team Rocket become so cowardly?" Upon hearing this, 2 people slowly emerged from behind the trees. One was a tall young man, about 6 feet, wearing a gray jacket. The other had a more ordinary appearance and wore a black jacket. Both looked at Cain with a mix of surprise and mockery. "Kid, how did you know we were there?" asked the tall young man in a sharp voice. Cain chuckled and didn't answer. Should he tell them that their clumsy tracking and camouflage skills were so poor that he had already mastered them in his past life? "Kevin, don't waste time talking. Maybe he just got lucky." "Let's finish this quickly and complete the mission," said the other young man with disdain and arrogance. The one called Kevin stared at Cain for a moment. He felt a vague sense of danger emanating from the young man before him. "Kevin, don't wait any longer. If someone else shows up, they might take this from us," said the impatient young man. Kevin raised his hand to stop the young man who wanted to act immediately, and after hesitating a bit, he spoke. "That Slowpoke of yours isn't bad. If you hand it over, we'll let you go." "Kevin." "Shut up." Kevin interrupted in a tone that brooked no argument. The young man shrank back, showing fear, but there was a mixture of hatred and anger in his eyes, though he hid it well. So they were after Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke didn't have a weak presence, it was clear that its unique appearance as a shiny Pokémon had caught these two's attention. Under the gaze of the two, Cain hesitated for a moment before reaching for a Pokeball on his belt. Seeing his movement, both young men smirked in satisfaction, surprised that just a little intimidation was enough to make him hand over his prized Slowpoke. Kevin, feeling this satisfaction, also reflected coldness in his gaze. It seemed he had overestimated this league trainer. After all, he was just a hothouse flower. The sense of danger he had felt earlier must have been an illusion. At the same time, Kevin pondered whether it was worth eliminating his companion, who had always harbored ill intentions toward him, to keep Slowpoke for himself. Meanwhile, the young man behind Kevin also glanced at him sideways while reaching toward his belt, ready to strike at any moment. But to their surprise, Cain didn't do what they expected. Instead of recalling Slowpoke and handing it over, he smirked and said, "Here it is. Why don't you come get it?" Hearing Cain's provocative words, both men felt their faces flush with rage. A feeling of being mocked flooded their hearts. Almost simultaneously, they pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Ghastly, use hypnosis. While the others were acting, Cain was already prepared. Following Cain's command, Ghastly took advantage of the irregular shadows of the trees and, almost instantly, appeared in front of the 2 Team Rocket members. However, unlike those who had never fought in the League, Team Rocket members, even if they were mere grunts, had much higher responsiveness in emergency situations. Instinctively, they closed their eyes and tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Two Coughing, an Arbok, and a Golbat, standard Pokémon for Team Rocket, appeared. As Cain assessed them, he released two Pokeballs, sending Murkrow and Miltank into battle. Although it seemed a lot had happened, everything took place in an instant. When Ghastly failed in its attempt to use Hypnosis and hesitated on whether to attack again, wary of a potential counterattack from the four Pokémon, Cain said, "Ghastly, fall back and use Confuse Ray on Golbat. Slowpoke, Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind and then Hidden Power to attack Golbat. Miltank, use Defense Curl." Cain issued a series of commands in an instant. Each Pokémon listened to the orders and used their respective moves. Ghastly avoided being surrounded by the four Pokémon through the shadows and then used Confuse Ray on Golbat. A small, glowing orb appeared in front of Ghastly, emitting a strange light as it flew erratically toward Golbat. Slowpoke closed its eyes and began using Calm Mind. Cain had trained it to maintain focus in any situation, and although it hadn't reached perfection, it could enter a meditative state almost instantly. "Caw!" Murkrow cried, and a gentle air current surrounded its team. Miltank took the front line, using Defense Curl to boost her defense. While giving commands, Cain quickly assessed the level and quality of the enemy Pokémon. The two Coughing were almost identical, both around level 21, with slight differences in quality. Kevin's Coughing had a yellow quality, while the other young man's Coughing was of slightly lower quality. Golbat was at level 24, with a dark yellow quality, probably Kevin's main Pokémon. Arbok had a yellow quality, but its level was lower, only 22, suggesting it had recently evolved. The two Team Rocket members opened their eyes after Ghastly retreated, their faces showing displeasure. They had underestimated Cain, thinking he was an inexperienced league rookie. But having reacted slower, they were now at a disadvantage. Ghastly's Confuse Ray struck Golbat, causing it to see strange lights and fly erratically. Golbat. Damn it. Coughing, use Sludge. Golbat, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Use Screech, Kevin ordered through gritted teeth. Coughing, use Sludge as well. Arbok, approach Slowpoke and use Bite, the other Team Rocket member said hastily. Both were clearly accustomed to fighting together, and their Pokémon had a certain level of synchronization. Although there was a small conflict between them, they understood they needed to cooperate against a strong opponent. Golbat used Screech, emitting an annoying sound, but due to its confusion, the effect impacted both Cain's Pokémon and those of Team Rocket, hitting everyone equally. Seeing this, the other young man temporarily set aside his resentment, casting a glance at Kevin, but without changing his commands. If Arbok managed to get close to Slowpoke, even with its reduced defense, Slowpoke would suffer substantial damage due to the type advantage of Dark-type moves. But Cain wasn't going to let them achieve their goal so easily. Miltank, use Block and stop Arbok. Murkrow, use Gust to blow away the sludge. Slowpoke, give it your all and use Psyshock to attack Golbat. Ghastly, disrupt those Coughing with Hypnosis. Cain commanded calmly. Despite directing 4 Pokémon, Cain, knowing them so well, had no hesitation in giving the right commands for each situation. Miltank took a large step forward, extending her arms to block Arbok's path. Seeing itself blocked, Arbok didn't know how to proceed, momentarily dazed. The sludge attack from the two Coughing was deflected precisely by Murkrow's Gust, and the few drops that hit their target didn't cause much damage. Since all 4 enemy Pokémon were Poison-type, Slowpoke was the primary attacker in this fight. After using Calm Mind, it felt highly focused, and its Psyshock hit the confused Golbat in quick succession. The two Team Rocket members, fearing an ambush from Ghastly, didn't dare move the Coughing far, limiting their effectiveness. Arbok, take down Miltank using Bind followed by Fire Fang. Coughing, use Smog. Seeing that Golbat wasn't recovering, Kevin tried to cover it with smoke to give it time to recover. Golbat was his trump card, and losing it would mean defeat. Murkrow, use Gust. Miltank, use Bide, Cain ordered upon hearing Kevin's commands. Cain had Murkrow disperse the smoke before it fully covered the area, allowing Slowpoke to continue its attack. Miltank, on the other hand, prepared to endure Arbok's attack. Not long after. Boom! the battlefield changed in an instant. Golbat, after taking Slowpoke's consecutive attacks, fell to the ground, defeated. Golbat! Kevin shouted, his eyes wide with shock. The battle was clearly turning in Cain's favor. Seeing his ace lose combat ability first left Kevin stunned. Relying on his Golbat's excellent quality, he had stood out among Team Rocket recruits, often attracting those who wanted to curry favor with him. Every time he went on a mission, his Golbat, with its ability to fly and considerable combat ability, always gave him an advantage. But he didn't expect that in this battle, before it had even properly started, his Golbat would be hit by Ghastly's Confuse Ray, with no chance to show its strengths. Damn it. Aren't you going to make your Arbok finish off Slowpoke quickly? If you let that Psychic-type Slowpoke keep attacking, we're done for. Kevin shouted, his face twisted, at the other Team Rocket member. Shut up, you trash. Can you see my Arbok is being held back? The other young man, who initially seemed submissive, completely changed his attitude and replied without hesitation. Clearly, with Golbat, who he feared most, out of combat, Kevin no longer intimidated him. He had decided that once he defeated the annoying league trainer in front of him, he would keep all the rewards. As for Kevin, who used to boss him around, he and that league trainer could go together. With this thought, his face turned even more sinister, and he shouted, Arbok. Use Ice Fang. The Team Rocket member named Kevin, seeing that his subordinate, who usually obeyed him, was yelling at him like this, felt his face flush between green and red but didn't dare say anything. With his Golbat out of the fight, if he wanted to win, he could only rely on him. At the same time, he decided that if he managed to get out of this, he would make that subordinate pay dearly. Cain watched the expressions of both and smiled coldly. Two people who distrust each other, how can they coordinate perfectly? He had already overestimated these two before. Miltank, keep using Defense Curl. Slowpoke, use Confusion on Arbok. Murkrow, Feint Attack, target coughing. Cain focused his gaze on Kevin's coughing. Originally, these two didn't need to be so defensive. With 4 Pokémon against 4 others, even though Cain's Pokémon had better quality, theirs had some advantage in levels. If they had trusted each other a bit more, leaving one coughing to guard against Ghastly, while the other coughing distracted Miltank and Arbok charged at Slowpoke, the battle wouldn't have been so easy. Even if Golbat had been hit by Ghastly's Confuse Ray, if it held out a bit longer, it would have recovered, and during that time, Murkrow wouldn't have been able to defeat it. So, it can only be said that these two failed because of their mutual distrust. Although the battle wasn't over, for Cain, two people as cautious and limited as they were no longer a threat. Defeating them was only a matter of time. Miltank used Defense Curl again, increasing her defense. Although Arbok's Ice Fang move was powerful, Miltank's ability, Thick Fat, halves the damage from fire and ice-type moves. Additionally, with the increased defense from Defense Curl, Miltank could withstand it. Slowpoke's Confusion was the main attack in this battle. Following Cain's orders, it shifted its target to Arbok, and its strong psychic attack made Arbok start to stagger. Murkrow, meanwhile, faced Kevin's coughing. Although it couldn't defeat it in one blow, coughing also had no chance against it. Kevin gritted his teeth, seeing all this. The situation had completely escaped his control, and now he had to worry not only about the league trainer's attacks, but also about his close companion. At this point, the idea of fleeing began to form in his mind. The situation was clearly unfavorable. If things continued like this, even if they managed to defeat the league trainer, he would end up at the mercy of his companion. Slowly, he began to reach for his Golbat's Pokeball, ready to retrieve it at any moment. As for coughing, it would have to be the sacrifice he'd make. Someone had to stay behind, right? However, the other Team Rocket member, who had been watching his movements, didn't plan to let him escape so easily. If Kevin managed to get out of this, his life in Team Rocket would become impossible. As for the league trainer, though he was strong, the young man believed that if he really tried, he could escape, even if it meant abandoning coughing. Poor coughing, both had become disposable tools for these two. Cain didn't know their thoughts, and even if he had, he wouldn't have taken them into account. Suddenly, The situation on the battlefield changed again. Miltank's endurance reached her limit. With veins bulging on her forehead, she showed the fierce side that females can reach when enraged. Although she was usually shy and calm, Miltank revealed a side of herself that no one knew. Miltank's behavior left Cain astonished. She forced Arbok's mouth open, then grabbed it by the neck and tore it off her body. You must remember, this is an Arbok. Its entire body is composed of muscles, and when it grabs something, it's almost impossible to break free. But Miltank not only tore it off, but she didn't stop there. She stomped its head hard, then grabbed it by the tail and began using it as a whip. And Arbok was that whip. Bang, bang, bang. Under Miltank's furious blows, Arbok had an intimate encounter with the ground. Already weakened by Slowpoke's psychic moves, it lost its combat ability after Miltank's beating. If Miltank hadn't stopped once she let out her anger, Cain truly believed Miltank might have committed her first kill. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Slowpoke and Murkrow, accustomed to the shy Miltank, were stunned, feeling like they were meeting Miltank for the first time. After it all ended, Miltank realized she might have overdone it. Noticing the others' gazes, she shyly lowered her head, her face blushing slightly. Gulp. Suddenly, a swallowing sound broke the silence. The sound came from Arbok's trainer, the young Team Rocket member. He had never imagined that the seemingly weak and chubby Miltank could be so terrifying when enraged. At this point, both Golbat and Arbok, the signature Pokémon of both, had completely lost combat ability. The first to react was Kevin, whose face turned red as he recalled his Golbat into its Pokeball and began running without looking back. Damn it. Seeing Kevin flee without hesitation, the other Team Rocket young man cursed under his breath. Golbat was close enough to be recalled into its Pokeball, but Arbok was too far away. If he wanted to escape, he'd have to abandon Arbok, which would mean he couldn't continue with Team Rocket. But in such a crucial moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He looked deeply at his fallen Arbok before turning and preparing to flee. Cain, who had been watching their movements, let out a cold laugh and murmured to himself, trying to run now? It's too late. Ghastly, handle the one who's trying to escape. Slowpoke, use Psyshock on the coughing that's fighting Murkrow. Miltank, use Milk Drink. Ghastly, who had been hiding in the shadows, was waiting for the right moment to strike. However, those two were always on guard, and the coughings stayed close to them. Ghastly didn't have the chance to confront the coughings. Sometimes, the invisible enemy is the most terrifying. When Kevin turned around to flee, Ghastly saw the opportunity and, under Cain's order, moved quickly through the shadows and appeared in front of Kevin. With surprise in his eyes, Kevin was hypnotized and fell into a deep sleep. The moves Pokémon use have a significant effect on humans with low resistance. An ordinary person might sleep for over 3 hours under the effects of the hypnosis move. In the battle between Slowpoke and Murkrow, Kevin's last coughing couldn't escape its fate and was mercilessly taken down by Murkrow. The other young man, upon seeing Kevin's fate, chose not to flee. He knew that running would only lead to a quicker death. His only Pokémon was like his last hope for salvation, and he wouldn't let it leave his side for even a moment. His eyes, full of fear, occasionally glanced at Cain, but he didn't dare look directly at him. The original plan was simple. The young man before them wore a standard league training uniform, and they thought he would, at most, be as strong as one of them. Additionally, in their experience, league trainers were like hothouse flowers, inexperienced in real battles. Even if they were a bit stronger, they were sure they could toy with him. But now, they couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless and even slightly clumsy young man could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Had Ghastly not taken Kevin's Golbat by surprise at the start, they wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantageous position so quickly. Cain looked at the young man, who seemed uneasy and nervous, and slowly approached him, refraining from ordering Slowpoke and the others to continue attacking. The young Rocket member noticed Cain approaching from the corner of his eye, feeling panic but also a small spark of hope. As long as they didn't kill him immediately, there was still a chance to turn the tables. If given the opportunity, he would make this league trainer understand what a true battle was. A true battle wasn't limited to Pokémon alone. Slowly, he moved his hand toward the storage compartment on his Team Rocket belt. If he could get close enough, he could pull out a dagger and eliminate the trainer in front of him. If he reacted quickly enough, he could take the Pokeballs from the trainer's belt and trap Slowpoke and Murkrow. Then he could turn the tables and claim a great reward. With this thought, he felt a little excitement, although he dared not show it. Cain stopped 2 steps away, a smile on his face as he looked at the young man who seemed to have accepted his fate. "I'm going to ask you some questions. If you give me the answers I want, I'll let you go." Upon hearing Cain's words, the young man's eyes lit up for an instant, but he quickly lowered his head, fearing Cain might notice something. He feigned submission and timidly replied, "Ask whatever you want." The young man was a master at pretending to be weak. Cain didn't expose him and continued, "Who's in command at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town?" The young Rocket member was slightly taken aback. "That question? The current Supreme Commander at the base is Lady Ariana. Only Dr. Sebastian is at her level," he replied. Anyone with basic internal knowledge would know this. Ariana, Cain thought. Ariana is one of Team Rocket's 4 executives. In terms of rank, she's at the level of Sabrina. Cain also knew something about Dr. Sebastian, a high-ranking scientist in Team Rocket specializing in Pokémon evolution. Soon, he would begin an experiment at the Lake of Rage base, eventually leading to the Red Gyarados, a priceless asset. How far along are the experiments at the Lake of Rage base? Cain asked another question. The young Rocket member was stunned. The difficulty of the questions had gone from novice to master level. How could he possibly know such confidential information? But he also knew the consequences of not answering. He began to sweat profusely. After 3 seconds of silence, he fell to his knees and repeatedly cried, "I don't know. I really don't know." He wasn't foolish enough to make something up and try to deceive Cain. Anyone who knew that Team Rocket had a research base at the Lake of Rage was no ordinary person, so the first question was likely just bait. In fact, the young man misunderstood Cain. Cain actually didn't know who the Supreme Commander at the Mahogany Town base was in this life. In his previous life, when he arrived at that place, the Supreme Commander had already disappeared, leaving a few officers in charge. Although an executive came later, Cain didn't actually know who was in charge before. He had only asked to confirm whether the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town had been attacked by the League. In his previous life, he had been assigned to that base after the League, led by Price, could no longer tolerate Team Rocket's arrogance in Mahogany Town and launched a surprise attack. That attack inflicted heavy losses on Team Rocket. Although the League suffered as well, Team Rocket had to quiet down for a while. It was then that Cain was assigned to the base. Knowing that the Supreme Commander was still in place meant that a League surprise attack could happen at any moment, so Cain needed to act quickly. As for the second question, Cain had no intention of keeping his promise to let him go. The young Rocket member, now on his knees, hadn't given up resisting. Under Cain's mocking gaze, he drew a dagger from his belt and lunged with a furious expression at Cain, who was only a step away. But as he lunged, he realized his body was suspended in the air. The eyes of Slowpoke, who was beside Cain, glowed with a blue light. It used its psychic powers to lift the young man, having anticipated his every move. Under his terrified gaze, Murkrow didn't hesitate to slash his throat with its claws, and the last coughing had already been hypnotized by Ghastly. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes. The 2 Team Rocket members, who had been full of confidence, now lay before Cain. Probably, even up to the moment of their deaths, they couldn't understand how a young man who looked like a typical League trainer, with his awkward and reserved demeanor, could be so ruthless and handle the battle with such calm. Kevin, who had been hypnotized by Ghastly, also lost his life in his sleep, and the last coughing was quickly taken down by Slowpoke and Murkrow. As for the Golbat and Arbok from earlier, Cain thought they still had some value, so he let them live. After collecting the spoils of battle, Cain had Miltank restore the energy of Murkrow and the others. Suddenly, Cain felt as though a gaze was fixed on him. During the fight with the 2, he had that feeling but assumed it was from one of them. However, now that both were defeated, the sensation persisted. He raised his head and looked around, but he didn't notice any movement. Still, the silence was unsettling. Though the fight was over, the area's stillness was excessive. Then, Cain saw a shadow pass quickly between the trees about 50 or 60 meters away. If not for the constant feeling of being watched, he would have thought it was an illusion. After the shadow left, the sensation of being observed disappeared as well, confirming that it was that shadow that had been watching him. Cain frowned, analyzing the situation. Although the shadow had appeared for only an instant, he could deduce a few things. The shadow moved quickly and wasn't large, which indicated it wasn't human, but rather a Pokémon. Additionally, the ability to climb trees with agility suggested it wasn't a large, four-legged Pokémon, ruling out several suspects. What surprised him most was that Slowpoke, who was the most sensitive to such things, hadn't noticed the presence watching from afar. Cain shook his head, setting the matter aside for now. Since the shadow hadn't attacked, it meant it still held some fear of him and his Pokémon, or it was simply a curious Pokémon with no ill intent. After gathering the remains of the battle, Cain and his Pokémon quickly left the area, aware that the smell of blood might attract other wild Pokémon. What Cain didn't know was that, after he left, the shadow appeared in the battlefield, next to one of the fallen coughing. Without doing anything in particular, the shadow lingered there for a moment before disappearing again. After leaving the battlefield, Cain and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. The sunlight filtering through the trees became scarcer as the forest grew denser, with larger and thicker trees. As they approached the snowy mountain, the temperature began to drop as well. Since almost no people frequented the area, Cain didn't bother returning his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, allowing them to play and train in the open. Since leaving Judgment Island, the training rhythm for his Pokémon had slowed down. Although they had battled a few days in the forest between Goldenrod City and Akritik City, their progress hadn't met Cain's expectations. Now that they had to cross this forest to reach the snowy mountain, Cain decided to take the opportunity to train his Pokémon. This forest was more dangerous than the previous one, with higher-level wild Pokémon. This was likely due to the area being more inhospitable and less frequented by humans. For example, at that moment, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Miltank were fighting against a level 30 Persian. Pokémon, Persian Yellow. Gender, female. Level, 30. Type, normal. Ability, Technician. Held item, none. Egg moves, Tail Whip, Foul Play. Basic moves, Swift, Play Rough, Switcheroo, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Fake Out, Fury Swipes, Screech, Feint Attack, Taunt. Learned moves, Iron Tail, Water Pulse, Snatch. TM moves, none. Although Persian had yellow quality, her level was high, and along with her technician ability, moves like Fake Out and Fury Swipes made it difficult for Murkrow and the others to handle her. If it weren't for the constant recovery Miltank provided with the move Milk Drink, they might not have managed as well. Ghastly didn't join the fight as he needed to stay with Cain to prevent surprise attacks from other Pokémon, and his Poison-type moves were still underdeveloped. Cain hadn't yet taught him the move Toxic that he had acquired at the casino. Though normal-type Pokémon don't have many resistances, they also don't have many weaknesses, except to fighting-type moves. However, none of Cain's Pokémon knew any fighting-type moves. The battle became tense, as Persian was fast, and her survival skills in the wild made her speed even greater. Fortunately, Miltank used the move block to prevent Persian from escaping when things got tough. With close cooperation between Murkrow and Slowpoke, under Cain's precise direction, they managed to weaken Persian until she lost her ability to fight. Cain quickly threw a Pokeball and captured Persian. A level 30 Persian with the Technician ability was quite valuable, and Cain knew he could sell it at the Hunters Guild for a good amount of money. He received Persian's Pokeball from the enthusiastic Ghastly, shrank it, locked it, and placed it in his pocket. Though Persian had lost her ability to fight from exhaustion, she hadn't taken much damage, so she didn't need treatment. With a bit of rest, she would recover. Just after stowing Persian's Pokeball, Cain asked Miltank to restore everyone's energy. Suddenly, Cain frowned as the feeling of being watched returned. Though he paused, Cain pretended not to notice. "Slowpoke, use your psychic abilities to see if there's a Pokémon spying on us," murmured Cain as he continued his actions. Slowpoke blinked in confusion but obeyed, extending his psychic energy around them. However, he detected nothing and shook his head. Cain frowned even more, but did nothing unusual. Just as he was about to command Murkrow to search for the observer, the sensation vanished again. If he hadn't felt this same sensation before, Cain might have dismissed it as a mere illusion. However, he wasn't taking it lightly now. Once could be a coincidence, but twice was suspicious. "Let's go find a place to prepare dinner," Cain said after a moment of hesitation. After the feeling disappeared, the observer seemed to have left, so doing anything more wouldn't have served any purpose. The sun was setting, and the most urgent task now was finding a place to camp. In the morning, Cain jumped down from a large tree, landing firmly on the dew-covered ground and feeling the cool, fresh morning air. He stretched, making his bones crack with the movement. Seeing this, Cain's Pokémon also began descending from the tree one by one. This forest was different from the outskirts of Goldenrod City. For one thing, the Pokémon levels here were generally higher. To be safe, Cain and his Pokémon spent the night in the trees. Although he didn't feel the presence of the shadow that had observed him the previous day, Cain couldn't completely relax. After a good night's sleep, Cain felt full of energy. After a day of travel, the icy mountain that once seemed so distant now appeared much closer. Through the dense foliage, he could already make out some large rocks and patterns on the mountain. However, as they approached the mountain, the temperature also dropped. After a light breakfast, they continued their journey. Due to the high levels of the Pokémon in this forest, Cain and his team's progress wasn't as fast. This forest had marked territories. Some powerful individual Pokémon occupied large areas, while others did so because of the strength of their packs. But they all shared a common characteristic: they were extremely territorial. The lone Pokémon were easier to avoid. Cain only had to be careful not to invade their territories. In the worst case, they could flee if necessary. But the pack territories were more problematic, as they were often full of Pokémon, making it easy to be discovered and expelled, or even chased. What concerned Cain most were the Beedrill. Though native to Kanto, they were also abundant in Johto, albeit not as much as in Kanto. However, if there was one in the forest, their numbers could quickly grow. If it weren't for the presence of many natural predators, Cain believed the Beedrill would dominate the Pokémon world due to their rapid reproduction. Fortunately, they had many natural enemies. In their Weedle form, they were a primary food source for Pidgey and Spearow. Once evolved into Beedrill, Ursaring, and other Pokémon fed on their honey, and various flying species also considered them prey. Despite everything, they remained one of the most numerous species in the forest. A moment ago, Cain and his team had accidentally invaded the territory of a group of Beedrill and were quickly driven out. The number of Beedrill was so overwhelming that Cain got goosebumps. The group of Beedrill in this forest was much larger and stronger than the one Cain had encountered on Trial Island. After Murkrow and the others managed to defeat several Beedrill, they enraged the entire swarm, which led to a chase. After finally losing the Beedrill, Cain, with his endurance at its limit, was breathing heavily. Miltank offered Cain a glass of fresh milk. Catching his breath, Cain smiled faintly, thanking Miltank as he drank all the milk. After drinking it, he regained his energy. Just as he was about to speak, Cain again felt that strange sensation of being watched. This time, the feeling was stronger, indicating that the mysterious shadow was closer than before. "I wonder if what that being is watching is this." Cain looked at the cup he held in his hand, the one he had just emptied. To test his theory, Cain took out an emergency bottle of Miltank milk. Immediately, the feeling of being watched shifted from the empty cup to the milk bottle. Then he remembered the previous times he'd felt that gaze. The first time, after the battle with the two Team Rocket members, when Miltank had given milk to Murkrow and the others to regain strength. The second time was when Murkrow and the others couldn't defeat Persian and had to rely on Miltank's milk to hold on until they won. Putting all the pieces together, Cain reached a conclusion. Is that being interested in the milk? Cain felt a bit puzzled. Though he couldn't deny that Miltank's milk was quite appealing, he hadn't expected someone to watch it so intensely from the shadows, making him think it was a mischievous Pokémon. Knowing that the target wasn't him, Cain felt somewhat relieved. He placed the milk bottle on the ground and signaled to Murkrow and the others not to act unusually. Then, he slowly walked away with his Pokémon, leaving only the Miltank milk bottle on the ground. 10 minutes later, the milk bottle was still on the forest floor, while Cain and his team watched from a safe distance, hidden among the thick branches of a tree. 10 minutes had passed, and the mysterious shadow still hadn't appeared. Just when Cain was about to give up, something changed. In the blink of an eye, a shadow dropped from a nearby tree, grabbed the milk bottle from the ground, and then disappeared again. What was that? Cain had been watching closely in that direction. Although the shadow moved quickly, he could make out some details. He could barely see a red flash and a bit of white light. However, the shadow had its back to him and moved so fast that Cain couldn't fully identify it. Murkrow, follow it, Cain ordered. Since he couldn't see it clearly, he decided to pursue it to find out what kind of Pokémon seemed so obsessed with Miltank's milk. Without hesitation, Murkrow took flight in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Cain, for his part, followed with Slowpoke and Miltank behind him. They were in the forest, so they couldn't focus solely on the chase. They also had to stay alert for possible attacks from wild Pokémon. Whether intentional or not, the shadow had fled in the direction of the icy mountain. Half an hour later, Cain, who could no longer run, stopped to rest by a small lake. He'd had to run twice that day, leaving him exhausted. Not even a bottle of Miltank's milk could help him recover his energy. His body was at its limit. Shortly after, Murkrow returned, embarrassed, using his wings to indicate that the shadow moved very fast and knew the terrain well, so he'd lost it. Don't worry. If it's interested in Miltank's milk, it'll surely come back. I think I already know what it is, or at least what kind of Pokémon it is, Cain said, reassuring Murkrow as he caught his breath. Just as Cain had predicted, during their afternoon rest, that sensation of being watched reappeared. This time, Cain was prepared and had Slowpoke mark the Miltank milk bottle with a psychic signal. As long as it wasn't more than 10 kilometers away, with Slowpoke's current teleportation ability and spatial awareness, he could detect the location of that mark. Although he couldn't teleport directly, he would at least know the location and be able to find it. Cain left the milk on the ground and moved away with Slowpoke and the others to observe from a distance. This time, Cain didn't have to wait long. After having tasted the reward once, that Pokémon appeared almost immediately after Cain and his group had left. Cain freed Murkrow of the extra weight he was carrying, and though the terrain made tracking difficult, at least they'd have a general idea of the location. Once Cain and Slowpoke arrived, they'd surely find it. 40 minutes later, Murkrow returned to Cain, who had stayed behind. This time, Murkrow didn't completely lose the trail. After being relieved of the weight, his speed increased again, and with the help of the Tailwind move, he could closely follow that Pokémon. However, to avoid alerting it, Murkrow returned immediately to inform Cain when the Pokémon stopped. Guided by Murkrow, Cain and the others slowly approached the spot where that Pokémon had stopped. They were already very close to the icy mountain. Cain felt his body shiver unconsciously, and the air he exhaled left a trace of white. Previously, too focused on traveling, they hadn't noticed it, but once they stopped, the cold became immediately apparent. He quickly put on the thick clothes he'd prepared in advance, feeling a bit warmer again. It must be said that the difference between the human body and Pokémon is truly significant. This temperature change didn't seem to affect Murkrow and the others at all. Slowpoke, can you feel it? Cain blew air onto his hands and rubbed them lightly to warm them, as they'd gone numb from the cold, and asked. Yadin. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a blue glow, always using his psychic powers to sense the psychic mark he'd left earlier, and he nodded. To find the Pokémon before it discarded the bottle, Cain and his group avoided battles with other Pokémon along the way, only driving them away or fleeing to avoid delays. As they got closer, Slowpoke's perception became clearer. When pointing in the direction, he did so more quickly, without pausing to feel in detail. In an instant, he knew the location. Clearly, that Pokémon had stopped, and if Cain and the others hurried, they could find it before it left. Though Cain already had a hypothesis, and the result was almost certain, he needed confirmation. If the Pokémon was indeed the one Cain suspected, with that speed, as long as its quality wasn't low, Cain would admit he was somewhat interested. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts for the moment. They hadn't found it yet. There was no rush to think about that until confirming. 10 minutes later, following the bottle's location, Cain realized they'd reached the foot of the icy mountain. Although it's called the Icy Mountain, it's actually a large rocky mountain. Only the visible part from the halfway point up is covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, leading people to think of it as an icy mountain. But if you get closer, you can see parts of the mountain covered by trees exposing the massive rocky outcrops. At the mountain's base, there are many cracks and small caves. According to Slowpoke's perception, the psychic mark came from one of those caves. Upon reaching the cave entrance, a blast of cold wind hit him, and Cain tightened his clothing to stay warmer. The fact that it liked being in this kind of environment made Cain even more certain of what Pokémon it was. As he entered the cave, the air grew colder, and Cain felt himself inhale a puff of cold air that numbed his nose. Although he'd prepared, he hadn't expected the inside of the cave beneath the icy mountain to be this cold. Even Murkrow and the others felt the impact a bit. Although it wasn't much, if a Pokémon wasn't one that enjoyed this type of environment, this cold would be unpleasant for them. The cave wasn't large, barely enough for 3 people to walk in single file. The ground was covered in a layer of ice of who knows how long, and walking on it required great caution, as a misstep could make you fall. Fortunately, Cain had prepared ice-walking boots. Only Slowpoke and Miltank weren't very used to this type of terrain, but after Slowpoke used his psychic powers to create a thin psychic layer under their feet, the situation improved. As they progressed, the space inside the cave grew larger, and the ice layer on the ground began to thin, with more rocky outcrops appearing. Those narrow galleries often caused the air to move rapidly, creating a current known as alley wind. And it was precisely this cold wind that kept the cave entrance permanently covered in ice. However, as they advanced, the wind gradually disappeared. Without time for further observations, Cain carefully controlled the noise of his footsteps, following Slowpoke's directions. Finally, a moment later, Cain saw the Pokémon that had been watching him on several occasions and that seemed to have a special taste for Miltank's milk. A Pokémon about a meter tall, with mostly black fur except for one ear on its head and the back of its tail, which were red, and limbs ending in white. So, it's this Pokémon. I've really been lucky. Upon seeing the Pokémon clearly, Cain couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and satisfaction. Sneasel. The Pokémon in front of Cain was one of the rarest in the Johto region. Sneasel, a dark and ice-type Pokémon. It was one of Cain's favorite Pokémon when he played video games on Earth, an exceptional dragon hunter in the gaming world. In reality, Sneasel's type combination isn't the best, as being dark and ice-type makes it vulnerable to many types of attacks, often placing it at a disadvantage in battle. It's especially vulnerable to fighting-type attacks, taking 4 times the damage, meaning that if it faces a fighting-type Pokémon of similar level, it's almost certain to be defeated in one hit. Additionally, it's weak to rock, bug, steel, fire, and fairy-type attacks, taking double damage. In total, there are 18 Pokémon types, and Sneasel is vulnerable to 6 of them, making it a Pokémon with a wide range of weaknesses. However, this Pokémon also has its own significant advantages. First, as a Dark-type Pokémon, Sneasel has the ability to be immune to Psychic-type moves, making it a relentless killer in battles against Psychic Pokémon. Secondly, it has a 2 times advantage over Ghost, Ice, and Dark-type Pokémon, giving it a considerable edge when facing these types. Thus, Sneasel is not suitable to be the main attacker of the team, but against certain specific Pokémon, it's highly effective as a defense breaker. For instance, Psychic-type Pokémon, as well as Dragon-type Pokémon. Sneasel is a born assassin and hunter, high offense, high speed, low defense, and low HP, a typical assassin-type Pokémon. Even after evolving into evil, its original advantages will not only be maintained, but will be further enhanced. It could be said that from birth, this Pokémon's growth path is already predetermined. Sneasel's personality is cunning and fierce. It loves to steal wild Pokémon eggs, poking a small hole in the egg with its claw to absorb the nutrients inside. It fixed its gaze on Miltank's milk because the way Cain's Pokémon drank the milk, along with the faint aroma of fresh milk, reminded it of the taste of egg whites flowing from a broken egg. This made Sneasel mistakenly think it was its favorite food. The first time Cain left the milk for Sneasel, it carefully took it and, after tasting it, fell in love with the flavor. It was even better than its favorite egg white. That's why it set its sights back on Cain and his team. However, it didn't dare to get too close. Its cautious nature, developed in the wild, taught it to hide in the shadows, watching silently and seeking weaknesses, like any good thief or assassin. This also explains why Slowpoke's psychic perception didn't detect Sneasel's presence. Because Sneasel is a dark-type Pokémon, naturally immune to psychic powers. The arrival of Cain and his team finally caught Sneasel's attention as it savored the delicious milk. Its ears perked up immediately, and it turned around. Upon seeing Cain, Sneasel quickly hid the milk behind it, adopting a protective stance that almost made Cain laugh. However, Cain didn't underestimate Sneasel because of its appearance or behavior. Pokémon: Sneasel, light blue. Gender: male. Level: 25. Type: dark plus ice. Ability: keen eye. Held item: none. Egg moves: bite, ice punch, ice shard, icicle crush. Basic moves: scratch, leer, taunt, quick attack, feint attack, icy wind, fury swipes, agility, metal claw, hone claws. Learned moves: knock off, snatch, low kick. TM moves: none. Seeing Sneasel's quality and moves, Cain's eyes lit up. Light blue is the highest quality in Cain's team, only comparable to Skorupi's infant stage. However, what impressed Cain the most were the 3 Ice-type inherited moves, which indicate that one of Sneasel's parents was exceptionally skilled in ice moves, or both were. This also suggests that Sneasel has an extremely high natural talent for Ice-type moves. Sneasel, let's fight. If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon, Cain said excitedly, almost like he was in a movie. But Cain was truly thrilled by how exceptional the Sneasel was, so much so that he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Sneasel is a born assassin and an exceptional hunter. If Cain could capture it, he already had a plan in mind. Sneasel would become his signature Pokémon as a Pokémon hunter. Or rather, Sneasel's evolution would be. Because Sneasel is an ideal Pokémon for capturing other Pokémon. Unlike in the games, where Ice-type moves are just another attack that fades after use, in real life, the effects of Ice-type moves are far more significant. The greatest support effect of Ice-type moves is reducing speed. Yes, reducing speed. Ice-type energy can slow down a Pokémon's body reaction speed and nerve transmission speed. If the temperature is low enough, it can even freeze the Pokémon completely. By slowing down the opponent while increasing its own speed, no Pokémon could escape its pursuit. Sneasel, after hearing Cain's words, cried out loudly, full of determination, though its protective stance over the milk almost made Cain laugh. After crying out, Sneasel turned around, ready to escape. Miltank, block its path. Cain had been watching Sneasel's movements carefully, and as soon as Sneasel tried to escape, he ordered Miltank to block its route. Sneasel, about to flee, was met with the imposing figure of Miltank, who spread her arms to close off any chance of escape. With no other option, Sneasel retreated, moving closer to the tunnel wall and hiding the milk behind it to gain a bit of comfort. Surviving in the wild is extremely tough. For any wild Pokémon, food is always the most important thing. Sneasel's protective gesture reminded Miltank of her own past, awakening a sense of sympathy. Sneasel, cornered, watched without Cain taking any direct action. If he wanted to capture it, he couldn't give it a bad impression, much less steal what, for a wild Pokémon was as vital as life itself. Cain pulled out 2 bottles full of Miltank's milk and, from a safe distance of 10 steps, shook them. Immediately, Sneasel's eyes locked onto the milk bottles Cain was holding. If it weren't for the other strong Pokémon nearby, Sneasel would probably have rushed to steal them. "Sneasel, let's fight. If you win, I'll give you these 2 bottles of milk. How about it?" Cain said with a smile. Anyone watching at that moment might have said Cain looked like a suspicious adult trying to trick a child. Cain's words made Sneasel pause in thought. It wasn't an ignorant Pokémon. With its exceptional speed, it had visited the human world in search of food before and knew how tamed Pokémon lived. However, having lived in the wild since it was young, it struggled to adapt to that lifestyle, so it returned to the place where it was born, even if it meant going hungry at times. But the 2 milk bottles Cain offered were hard to refuse. It had been a long time since it had tasted something so delicious. Besides, that milk contained a special energy that had restored some of its strength, diminished after days of food scarcity. In reality, when it comes to fighting this Sneasel, Cain feels a bit concerned. Because Sneasel is a dark and ice type. While it has a wide range of weaknesses, after thinking it over, Cain realizes he doesn't have many Pokémon on his team that can effectively counter Sneasel. Even type attacks that can cause normal damage are scarce. Only Murkrow's flying-type moves, Slowpoke's water-type moves, and Ghastly's poison-type moves can do some damage. And Miltank is the only one without a disadvantage against Sneasel. The psychic moves, in which Slowpoke excels, are completely blocked. Murkrow's dark-type moves have reduced damage, and Ghastly's ghost-type is hardly worth mentioning. Thinking this through, Cain decides he should prioritize teaching Slowpoke the Miracle Eye move. In the original game, Slowpoke couldn't learn Miracle Eye, but this is the real world, not a game. If the right method and technique are found, there's still a chance to learn it. And it happens that Cain had discovered this method in his previous life. In his past life, Cain met a high-ranking trainer who could teach all his psychic Pokémon the Miracle Eye move. Cain paid a high price to learn this technique, intending to raise a powerful psychic Pokémon. However, before he could start implementing his plan, he was killed. So Slowpoke needs to learn Miracle Eye, otherwise it will be very difficult to face Dark-type Pokémon. Although he has Water-type moves for attacking, Slowpoke's real strength lies in his psychic abilities. Water-type is only a support for him. This shows that although Sneasel has many weaknesses, it still poses a great threat to trainers whose teams aren't fully developed. In the end, Sneasel couldn't resist the temptation of Cain's 2 milk bottles. But actually, he had no other choice. Cain had already blocked all of Sneasel's escape routes. Even if he didn't accept the battle, he'd still have to fight, and in this case, at least if he won, he'd get the 2 bottles of milk. Carefully, Sneasel set down the milk he was drinking, closing the bottle tightly. His instinct to protect his food was clearly shown. "Don't worry, I won't touch your milk." Cain observed Sneasel's attitude, and, for some reason, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. In Sneasel, Cain saw a reflection of himself in the past. When he first arrived in this world, Cain was an orphan without parents, and the feeling of being in an unfamiliar environment nearly drove him to collapse. Before being captured by Team Rocket for testing, Cain scavenged through dumpsters for food. Surviving was his only goal, and the idea of becoming a trainer wasn't even a dream for him. But sometimes people came out to compete for food. Back then, his protective attitude towards food must have been very similar to Sneasel's now. It was also during that time that Cain saw the other side of the world, a dark and unknown side, and realized that the beauty of the Pokémon world was nothing more than a utopia. The darkness hidden beneath was the true essence of this world. Cain shook his head to clear the memories. Now is not the time for doubts. If he wanted to control his own destiny, he had to become stronger. And that meant capturing Sneasel, no matter what method he had to use, regardless of whether Sneasel would ever truly join him. Right now, Cain was determined to capture him, at any cost. If Slowpoke alone couldn't defeat him, then he'd try with Murkrow. And if that didn't work, he'd have Miltank join the battle as well. After all, for wild Pokémon, facing multiple opponents at once was nothing unusual. Sneasel didn't trust Cain's words much. After all, someone who bursts into your home demanding a battle isn't exactly someone to trust easily. Although Miltank had blocked Sneasel's escape route, she tried to explain something. Sneasel interrupted Miltank with a gesture. Although he had no ill toward Miltank, and even felt some familiarity with her scent, it was clear that Miltank was on Cain's side, so Sneasel didn't want to listen to her. If a fight was necessary, then so be it. Snee. Once Sneasel decided to fight, he stopped paying attention to the milk and slowly walked toward Cain, placing his claws on his chest and staring at him with a cold, emotionless gaze, like a merciless assassin. Murkrow, Slowpoke, attack together, Cain ordered seriously. Sneasel's level and quality were superior to Murkrow and Slowpoke, and he also had the type advantage. In this situation, any single Pokémon he sent out was bound to lose. Even sending two Pokémon together, he wasn't sure if he could win. The only advantage Murkrow and Slowpoke had was their cooperation. Of course, after following Cain for so long and using his Pokeblocks, there were aspects that couldn't be assessed by level or quality alone. Sneasel was the first to move. His claws began to glow with a white light as he rubbed them together, producing a sharp, unpleasant metallic sound. He was using the move Hone Claws, which by sharpening his claws increased his attack and accuracy. Murkrow, use Snatch. Sneasel's original attack advantage was already significant, and if allowed to increase it further, the battle would become even more difficult for Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Murkrow's prankster ability allowed status moves to have priority, and combined with the Snatch move effect, he could steal the benefits of Sneasel's Hone Claws move. Following Cain's command, a dark light surrounded Sneasel's claws. Just as Sneasel was beginning to enjoy the effect of Hone Claws, he felt the familiar sound disappear, as if his move hadn't succeeded. Instead, Murkrow's claws looked much brighter after using Snatch. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. While Sneasel was caught off guard, Cain gave the order to attack. Murkrow flapped his wings, summoning Flying-type energy. This time, he didn't need to keep the Tailwind effect to himself, so Slowpoke also benefited from the speed boost. Though Slowpoke isn't an agile Pokémon, he felt a breeze around him that made him feel a bit lighter. Following Cain's order, Slowpoke fired a stream of water straight at Sneasel. But Sneasel had already reacted. With a quick movement, he dodged Slowpoke's attack and rushed forward. If Sneasel managed to get close to Slowpoke, the consequences could be disastrous. Slowpoke, control the water gun with your psychic power. Murkrow, use Wing Attack. Yadin. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a blue glow as it controlled the trajectory of the water gun, making the jet take an unexpected turn. Even though psychic moves can't harm Sneasel, that doesn't mean psychic power has no effect. Sneasel, who didn't expect the attack to curve back, tried to dodge while running, but it was too late and was hit squarely by the water gun. However, since the water gun was manipulated with psychic power, its force wasn't as strong, causing Sneasel only to stumble slightly. Taking advantage of the tailwind, Murkrow charged with its wings cloaked in flying-type energy, aiming directly at the stumbling Sneasel. Under normal circumstances, a Pokémon affected by a move wouldn't be able to dodge Murkrow's accelerating attack, but this opponent was different. Murkrow's attack, which never missed when speeding up, surprisingly failed. Sneasel disappeared in an instant, turning into that dark shadow Cain had seen before, narrowly dodging Murkrow's wing attack. It was using Quick Attack. Sneasel didn't linger with Murkrow and set its sights on Slowpoke. It could clearly sense an energy from Slowpoke that it didn't like, and based on its experience surviving and fighting in the wild, it knew that if it hit, that little pink Pokémon would take a lot of damage. Cain's expression turned serious. Sneasel's speed was too high. Murkrow's specialty in speed didn't give it any advantage here. Remember, Murkrow was under the effect of Tailwind without anything slowing it down. Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Slowpoke, use Headbutt. Murkrow was taken aback by the command. If it used Hidden Power at that moment, wouldn't it hit Slowpoke too? But trusting Cain completely, after a brief hesitation, Murkrow followed the command. An orb of yellow energy, with sparks of blue electricity, began to form in front of Murkrow. Meanwhile, Sneasel had already reached Slowpoke, opening its mouth to bite with teeth shrouded in black strands. It was the Dark-type move, Bite. This Dark-type move could cause significant damage to Slowpoke, who was Psychic-type. However, Slowpoke made no attempt to dodge. Since Cain had ordered it to counterattack with Headbutt, Slowpoke decided to trust its trainer unconditionally. Its pink, soft head began to glow with a thin layer of unfamiliar energy as it launched directly at Sneasel's attack. Bang! The impact made both Pokémon step back a few paces. Yadin! Slowpoke let out a groan of pain. Of the two, Slowpoke took more damage. After all, Dark-type moves are highly effective against Psychic types. Cain kept a serious and emotionless expression. The damage Slowpoke received was within his expectations. He didn't order Slowpoke to use Protect because he had a bigger plan in mind. At that moment, Sneasel, who had also taken damage, recovered. Although its strong teeth had withstood the impact, its head had taken a considerable hit. Recovered, Sneasel lunged again. It knew it had suffered significant damage, but it also knew that Slowpoke had taken even more. But then, Murkrow's electric-type hidden power, which it had been charging in the air, was finally ready. The yellow orb illuminated the cave. Sneasel, having experienced the success of its bite, prepared to use it again on Slowpoke, confident that 2 or 3 more hits would be enough to incapacitate it. Slowpoke, use Protect. Murkrow, fire hidden power. Cain ordered coldly. The 3 Pokémon moved almost simultaneously: Sneasel's bite, Slowpoke's Protect, and Murkrow's hidden power. Sneasel's bite struck the green shield of Slowpoke's Protect. Since Protect lasts a moment, Sneasel couldn't break through immediately. At the same time, Murkrow's electric-type hidden power orb struck both of them. With a resounding explosion, hidden power went off, releasing a flood of yellow and blue electricity. Thanks to Protect, Slowpoke managed to block both attacks without taking any damage. Otherwise, the electric-type hidden power might have dealt as much damage as Sneasel's bite. But Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. It was thrown 3 meters away, right in the explosion's center. Plus, due to the previous water gun, Sneasel was still slightly damp. Since it hadn't dried off completely, the damage from the electric attack was amplified. The small sparks that still ran through Sneasel's body clearly showed the high damage it had taken from Murkrow's hidden power. After taking a short breath, Sneasel recovered from the blow. Without wasting time, Sneasel gathered pale blue energy in its claws, forming small ice chunks the size of fists, then launched them at Slowpoke. Ice-type moves are normally not very effective against water types, but are very effective against flying types. However, Sneasel knew Murkrow could easily dodge with its speed, so it chose to attack Slowpoke. Additionally, Sneasel had noticed Slowpoke had already taken a hit from it before. If it could eliminate one Pokémon, its situation would improve significantly. Otherwise, it might actually lose. But there was something Sneasel could never have anticipated. Slowpoke, use hidden power. Murkrow, use feint attack and engage in close combat. That's right, Slowpoke's hidden power, despite being a water type, turned out to be fire type. Before the ice chunks reached Slowpoke, they were melted by the fire-type energy orb Slowpoke had formed, turning into pools of water. Murkrow, taking advantage of its ability to strike first with feint attack, closed in on Sneasel. Before Sneasel could react, Murkrow had it trapped in close combat. Both Pokémon abandoned specific moves and began to fight as if 2 men were throwing punches. Although Sneasel had an advantage in attack power, Murkrow had gained the bonus from Sneasel's own claws, which greatly increased the damage from its own claws. Soon, though the fight had barely begun, Slowpoke had finished charging its hidden power. Without hesitation, Slowpoke launched its fireball towards Murkrow and Sneasel. Snee! Seeing the fireball rushing at full speed, Sneasel could feel the scorching heat emanating from it, causing it to panic. But Murkrow, beside it, didn't let it escape, ensuring it had no chance to dodge. Would they both be hit? Would they both get hurt? If Sneasel knew what Cain was thinking at that moment, it might not worry as much. Cain had only one thought in mind: Protect is really useful. Murkrow, use Protect. With the launch of Slowpoke's Fire-type hidden power, Cain ordered Murkrow to prepare in midair. Murkrow, entangled in combat with Sneasel, felt the intense heat as the energy sphere approached. He cried out and activated his Protect move. Murkrow could feel the rising temperature, and Sneasel, as an Ice-type Pokémon, felt it even more intensely. However, while Murkrow had Protect to shield himself from the energy sphere's damage, Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. Almost instantly, the Fire-type energy sphere created by Slowpoke's hidden power exploded in the center of the battle between Sneasel and Murkrow. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fire energy dispersed. The Fire-type energy, being incredibly intense, raised the temperature throughout the cave after the explosion. All the ice blocks around the blast area melted instantly, and the resulting water at the center evaporated into steam. As the noise echoed, a mist of vapor appeared in the cave. Murkrow emerged unharmed from the explosion's center, flapping his wings to clear away the smoke and steam. Sneasel, however, lay at the center of the blast, his fur singed and unable to move. Cain observed Sneasel lying on the ground and smiled. Don't pretend to be defeated. I know you're not at your limit yet. Get up. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think that Sneasel had already lost his fighting ability and approached carelessly, only to be ambushed and suffer serious or even fatal injuries. This kind of last desperate attack is extremely dangerous. But Cain, monitoring Sneasel through the system, knew that while Sneasel was close to his limit, he still had the strength for one last attack. Snee. Realizing Cain had caught on, Sneasel stopped pretending, bracing himself on the ground with trembling hands, and staggered to his feet. Cain, watching Sneasel struggle to stand, smiled widely. He was very pleased and happy to capture a Pokémon with such a strong will. Sneasel's strength was not negligible, but what pleased Cain most wasn't just his power, but his intelligence and ability to think strategically in battle. As a Pokémon who had grown up in the wild, Sneasel had learned to use his wits to survive, skills he had clearly mastered in this forest. Rest a little, Sneasel. Slowpoke, use Yawn. Cain didn't want Sneasel to keep fighting until he was totally exhausted. Although he could help him recover later, pushing the body to the extreme would always impact future growth. An oval bubble emerged from Slowpoke's nose, floating slowly until it stopped in front of the staggering Sneasel. Pop! With a soft bubble sound, Sneasel, whose body was already at its limit, felt a sudden wave of fatigue, especially in his eyes, which felt as if they bore the weight of a mountain. Sleep crept over him like a tide, and Sneasel's body began to lean downward. As he fell, his barely open eyes turned toward the half-drunk bottle of milk in the cave's corner. With a hint of disappointment and sadness, he murmured, "My milk." Thud. Finally, Sneasel collapsed on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Slowpoke's Yawn move had been the final blow for the resilient Pokémon. Cain threw a Super Ball at the right moment. For a Pokémon who had fought so valiantly, it was fitting to give him special treatment. After being absorbed by the Super Ball, Sneasel struggled a bit inside, but the red button in the center briefly lit up before going completely still. Instead of asking another Pokémon to retrieve the Pokeball, Cain personally approached the blast area, where the ground was somewhat dry, and picked up the Super Ball containing Sneasel. This battle had been the result of perfect coordination between Murkrow and Slowpoke under Cain's precise direction. Without Cain's guidance, even if Murkrow and Slowpoke were stronger, facing an opponent like Sneasel, who countered them in type, would not have guaranteed victory. Even so, both Murkrow and Slowpoke had suffered considerable injuries. Miltank, with perfect timing, gave them fresh milk to replenish their strength. Compared to Sneasel, they were in much better shape. Cain also took out various healing potions and applied them to his Pokémon, easing their pain and healing some of the external wounds. He also gave them a few Pokeblocks to restore energy. Miltank's milk restored their vitality, the potions healed their wounds, and the Pokeblocks replenished their energy. With this combination of care, Murkrow and Slowpoke would soon be in top shape again. After tending to Murkrow and Slowpoke, Cain finally released Sneasel from the Super Ball. Back in the cave, Sneasel was already awake, though his wounds kept him from moving much. Seeing Cain and his Pokémon surrounding him, Sneasel's eyes showed a flash of fear and hostility. Cain knelt down without saying anything and, using the best healing spray he had, began to treat the various burns, paralysis, and bruises on Sneasel's body. Seeing Cain take something out, Sneasel instinctively thought it was dangerous and tried to sit up to resist, but the movement triggered intense pain throughout his body, causing him to fall back down. "Don't move. Stay still," Cain said firmly, beginning the treatment. Sneasel's injuries were severe, and due to his underdeveloped physique, his body was weakened. The only reason he'd been able to keep fighting earlier was his iron will. However, after being captured, that will had faded, and moving again wouldn't be so easy. Cain applied the potion skillfully, helping Sneasel recover faster. Sneasel, who initially feared something bad would happen, soon felt a refreshing coolness on his wounds, as his previously numbed muscles regained sensitivity to pain. The combination of the potion's soothing relief and the returning pain made Sneasel understand what pain and pleasure truly meant. At that moment, Miltank approached Sneasel with a bottle of milk, inserting a straw into it and offering it to Sneasel. Smelling the familiar aroma, Sneasel's eyes widened as he looked at Miltank, who smiled shyly. His thoughts seemed conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, Sneasel couldn't resist the milk's temptation and bit down on the straw, drinking quickly. At that instant, in Sneasel's eyes, Miltank seemed to be surrounded by a sacred aura. Sneasel felt quite comfortable having someone treat its wounds and give it milk to drink. But Cain was exhausted. Don't underestimate the methods of breeders. While they use medicine to treat Pokémon, they also apply special techniques that not only speed up wound recovery, but also reduce pain and accelerate tissue healing. A Pokémon's body is much more resilient than a human's, so despite having suffered severe injuries, the combination of Cain's massage and medication made some of Sneasel's wounds heal instantly, while smaller ones disappeared completely. After gulping down a bottle of Miltank's milk, Sneasel was able to stand and make small movements once the treatment was done. It was then that Sneasel truly started to pay attention to the human in front of it, who seemed not very strong but acted with calm determination. Sneasel recalled what had happened during the battle. It had seen how Murkrow and Slowpoke managed to defeat it, largely due to this human's orders. It looked at him with a complex expression in its eyes. Without hesitation, Cain returned its gaze and said, "Sneasel, you're already my Pokémon. Whether you admit it or not, you only have two options in front of you. First, become my Pokémon. I will help you grow, fight, and you can enjoy anything you want, like milk, Pokémon tools, and food." Sneasel listened to Cain's words without showing any emotion until he mentioned milk. At that moment, it showed a slight change, though it tried to suppress it. Although Sneasel had strong self-control, Cain could still see it was tempted. Smiling to himself, Cain knew he had a 50% chance of earning Sneasel's loyalty. However, when he mentioned the second option, Cain grew serious, looking at Sneasel with a cold stare. "Second, if you don't want to fight for me, I won't force you. I'll still provide food, but you'll never leave your Pokeball again, for the rest of your life." These two options were essentially a choice between life and something not much different from death, using the Pokeball as a prison and keeping it there forever. Upon hearing that it would be confined forever, Sneasel couldn't hold back. As a wild Pokémon, it loved freedom the most, but now, this human wanted to take it away, which was more painful than death. Sneasel cried out, adopting an aggressive stance. In such a situation, it would rather die than accept this. Seeing Sneasel's movement, Slowpoke and Murkrow also took defensive positions, closely watching Sneasel, afraid it might act recklessly. Cain didn't back down and continued to stare at Sneasel. As a trainer with a strong desire for control, he wasn't willing to yield on this. Cain had noticed Sneasel's excellent potential, not just in combat ability, but also in willpower. If it couldn't become an important Pokémon on his team, he would rather imprison it forever than risk it being captured by someone else who might turn it against him. Not even selling it to the Hunter Association was an option for Cain. He would only consider that in extreme financial need. However, if Sneasel was willing to become his Pokémon and fight for him wholeheartedly, Cain would treat it well. It would have the same conditions as Slowpoke and the others. At that moment, amid the tension, Miltank hurriedly stepped in between Sneasel and Cain, waving her hands and trying to show Sneasel that Cain wasn't as they imagined. At the same time, it grabbed the half-empty bottle of milk Sneasel had left in the corner and handed it to him. "Me," Miltank said enthusiastically. Sneasel, with a confused expression, accepted the half-bottle of milk while listening to Miltank talk non-stop. Miltank became increasingly animated and, in her excitement, began slapping Slowpoke on the back, who grumbled from the pain but didn't dare to move away. Murkrow, seeing Miltank hitting Slowpoke, recalled the previous battle between Miltank and Arbok, relieved it wasn't on the receiving end. Yadin. Slowpoke endured the hits and, despite the pain, pretended to be happy while trying to convince Sneasel. Sneasel watched as Miltank passionately spoke and hit Slowpoke, who displayed a pained expression. This gave Sneasel a slight satisfaction, remembering how these two Pokémon had teamed up to intimidate it earlier. However, Miltank wasn't aware of this and continued hitting even harder until Slowpoke could no longer endure it. Reaching the climax of her story, Miltank raised her hand high. Slowpoke, alarmed, quickly moved away. Bang! Miltank's hand finally hit the ground, creating a deafening sound and leaving a large crater with numerous cracks on the floor. The area fell silent. Miltank, realizing her behavior, lowered her head shyly as if nothing had happened. Gulp! Two sounds of gulping were heard, one from Slowpoke, relieved it had dodged the hit, and the other from Sneasel, who would never admit it had underestimated Miltank. Cain was also surprised by Miltank's sudden burst of strength. During the battle with Arbok, he had assumed Miltank's power was due to the move Bide, but now it seemed Miltank had more power than he'd realized. However, Miltank's words appeared to have had an effect, as Sneasel no longer showed as much hostility towards Cain and at least wasn't taking an aggressive stance anymore. There was no denying that, as the only female in the group, Miltank had the ability to ease tensions among these males. After a moment of silence, Miltank, bringing a visibly reluctant Sneasel, led it to Cain. Although Cain didn't know exactly what Miltank had said, she managed to make Sneasel, who previously saw him as an enemy, obediently stand in front of him. Miltank's persuasion had been quite effective. Since Sneasel wasn't resisting, Cain had no intention of following through with his threat to imprison it. That had only been a scare tactic. Cain extended his hand to pet Sneasel's head, trying to relax the atmosphere between them. Snee! But Sneasel turned its head, avoiding Cain's hand. Cain's hand was left hanging awkwardly in the air, but instead of lowering it, he took out 2 bottles of milk from his ring and placed them in Sneasel's arms. Despite Sneasel's complicated expression, Cain finally managed to place his hand on its head, smiling as he petted it. With this, Sneasel was finally captured by Cain. Although it's still not very obedient, Cain believes that over time, Sneasel will integrate into the team. Of all Cain's Pokémon, the one with the best relationship with Sneasel is Miltank. It's unclear if this is due to the good impression Miltank left or simply because of the milk Miltank provides. Sneasel always maintains a certain wariness towards Cain. Though it listens to him, it's clear that deep down, it still holds some resistance. On the other hand, Murkrow and Slowpoke have no reservations and approach Sneasel, despite having been the ones who defeated it before. Initially, Sneasel couldn't tolerate them, but over time and with their persistence, it began to accept them. Cain doesn't give much importance to Sneasel's resistance. After all, he defeated it in battle and even threatened it, so the mere fact that Sneasel has yielded and agreed to join the team is already a significant achievement. Cain doesn't consider himself someone who can command immediate respect. Everything requires a gradual process. After spending the entire day chasing Sneasel, the outcome was positive, despite how difficult it had been. Inside the cave, it wasn't possible to see the sun, but upon checking his watch, Cain realized it was already 7 in the evening and his Pokémon hadn't eaten yet. In the cold cave, Cain began stacking stones to prepare the meal. He took out a large pot, sliced all the meat, and added various ingredients and seasonings. Cain prepared a simple hot pot, accompanied by the intense aroma of meat and vegetables mixed with the seasonings he'd brought. Noticing the food was ready, all the Pokémon gathered around the hot pot. At first, Sneasel didn't want to join, but Miltank forced it to sit by the fire. Eating hot pot in an ice cave seemed like an appropriate choice. Moreover, the group meal helped strengthen bonds among the Pokémon. Even Sneasel, who initially didn't want to socialize, began to enjoy the food and interact more with the others. After a while, Cain joined the meal. The cave, once cold and silent, was filled with warmth thanks to Cain and his Pokémon. After the meal, Cain gave each Pokémon a bottle of milk. They all sat in a row against the cave wall, chatting. Meanwhile, Cain woke up Skorupi to give it some milk. Skorupi was very curious about the new team member, Sneasel, and approached to greet it, which left Sneasel feeling a bit awkward, unsure how to react. That night, Cain set up a tent inside the cave, spending the first night since Sneasel joined the team. Sneasel, you've lived here for a long time. Have you seen any Swinub? Cain asked Sneasel, who was trying to maintain a distant attitude. After resting in Sneasel's cave, the next day, Cain resumed his search for Swinub. The main goal of coming here was to find a Swinub with good qualities and level to complete the Hunter Guild's mission. Encountering Sneasel had been pure luck and, in part, thanks to Cain's determination. Hearing Cain's question, Sneasel thought for a moment and then nodded. It couldn't remember exactly how long it had lived there, but if asked where to find delicious food, it remembered perfectly. Sneasel had a clear impression of Swinub, not only because there were many in the area. Swinub are quite lazy and like to hoard food in one place so they don't have to move for a long time. Sneasel discovered the existence of Swinub while foraging for food and found them to be a reliable food source. Every time it found a Swinub, it knew it had also found a food stash. It didn't understand how Swinub managed to amass so much food. Swinub aren't pack Pokémon, so Sneasel only encountered them by chance. Some Swinub are quite strong. If you merely pass through their territory without disturbing them, it's fine, but if you try to steal their food, an angry Swinub can be very dangerous, especially in the ice cave, which is their territory. Since Sneasel knew where to find Swinub, Cain didn't have to search blindly, saving a lot of time. Guided by Sneasel, they began the search for Swinub. Inside the ice cave, there were many Swinub, but due to the complexity and size of the place, they weren't easily found, especially those that Sneasel had already visited once or twice. After 2 hours, they hadn't found many, and the few they did find didn't meet the quality or level requirements, so Cain didn't act. Cain didn't complain about not finding a suitable Swinub with Sneasel's help. The caves were so complex that even Cain could get lost, but Sneasel knew the place perfectly. Once Sneasel understood Cain's requirements, it stopped leading them to places where weaker Swinub lived. Finally, after another hour of searching, in an unknown part of the cave, Cain found the first Swinub that met his requirements. Pokémon: Swinub, dark yellow. Gender: female. Level: 22. Type: ice plus ground. Ability: oblivious. Held item: none. Egg moves: icicle spear, mud shot. Basic moves: tackle, mud sport, powder snow, mud slap, endure, mud bomb, icy wind. Learned moves: stealth rock. TM moves: none. With a dark yellow aptitude and a level of 22, this Swinub was perfect to complete Cain's mission. Once he found her, Cain didn't hesitate and decided to capture her. Slowpoke: use water gun. For a common Swinub, it wasn't necessary for all the Pokémon to join the fight, especially considering that her ice type countered Murkrow's flying type. Yadin. Slowpoke shot a stream of water from its mouth, aimed at Swinub's nest. The Swinub, who was lazily resting due to her oblivious nature, didn't pay much attention to the humans and Pokémon in front of her, thinking they wouldn't harm her. But she didn't expect them to come straight for her. The water stream entered her nest before she could react, flooding it instantly. Purrin. The Swinub, which had been calm before, suddenly became enraged. Although her nature is typically lazy and slow, that doesn't mean she's easy to intimidate. In this network of icy caves, her power is not negligible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to guard so much food. With an angry cry, Swinub shot out of the pool of water, her eyes bloodshot, staring at the culprit behind the destruction of her home, Slowpoke. Slowpoke, keep using water gun. Back it up with confusion, ordered Cain, continuing the attack. From Slowpoke's mouth, a jet of water shot out once more. This time, unlike the last, the water was surrounded by a thin layer of psychic energy, speeding up the attack and increasing its power. Moreover, this jet of water had the ability to adjust its direction. Although it couldn't make sharp turns, it wouldn't lose momentum when changing course slightly. Swinub, seeing the water approaching again, felt a natural repulsion to water-type energy. As a ground-type Pokémon, she truly didn't enjoy this energy. Her small tail trembled slightly, all her fur stood on end, and a cold wind with tiny snow particles blew from her mouth. The icy wind moved. This cold wind collided with the water gun heading toward her. In this icy cave, where the temperature was already low, ice-type attacks gained 30% more power. You could see that the front of Slowpoke's jet of water began to freeze. At this rate, it would probably reach Swinub with much less power, significantly reducing the water-type advantage. But things didn't turn out as Swinub expected. Slowpoke's eyes shone with an intense blue light, and the psychic energy surrounding the water gun solidified further, accelerating the jet even more. To Swinub's surprise, the water jet hit her head-on, and with the tip already frozen, it was like a sharp arrow that caused even more pain. It seemed her own move had backfired. "Purrin!" Swinub cried out in pain. However, Slowpoke wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Without Cain needing to remind him, he used his psychic power to launch several consecutive waves of water. Swinub, already slow-moving with average defenses, couldn't mount an effective defense and lost the ability to fight without even being able to counterattack. Slowpoke's water-type moves were doubly effective against Swinub, a ground-type Pokémon, and with the help of psychic energy, Swinub had no chance to defend herself. The battle unfolded without surprises. Since Swinub isn't a Pokémon that lives in groups, facing a Pokémon of her level and quality was no challenge for Cain and his team. Using an ordinary Pokeball, Cain captured her and applied some medicine to ensure that Swinub wouldn't lose her life from the wounds. Sneasel observed everything Cain and his team were doing, and seeing the difference in how Cain treated other Pokémon versus how he treated him, couldn't help but feel a bit happy, though he didn't know exactly why. Perhaps sometimes comparisons are inevitable. After successfully capturing Swinub, Cain decided not to go deeper into the ice cave. As they advanced, the temperature became unbearably low. Even with a feathered coat, Cain was starting to feel cold. Moreover, except for Miltank, who, thanks to her thick fat ability, withstood the cold well, and Sneasel, who was already used to this environment, the other Pokémon were also starting to suffer from the cold, especially Murkrow, who already felt like he couldn't move his wings. Cain noticed this, but also thought it could be a good training opportunity. Although the ice cave was cold, training in such an environment would consume more energy, but the results would be impressively good and would help Murkrow improve his resistance to ice-type moves. Retracing his steps from the depths of the cave, Cain asked Sneasel if he knew anything about Onyx's location, but this time Sneasel wasn't sure. Although he knew the ice cave environment well, beyond his own den in the forest, he didn't have much knowledge of the outside. After all, the area was too large and he couldn't cover long distances in a single day. Since Sneasel didn't know anything about Onyx, Cain decided not to keep searching in the ice cave, as such a cold place probably wouldn't be home to Onyx. Once outside the cave, Cain breathed in the fresh air and realized just how cold the previous air had been. After warming up, Cain returned Miltank to her Pokeball and decided to explore the mountain in search of any sign of Onyx. The mountain was covered in rocks, so the chances of finding an Onyx were quite high. Cain decided to dedicate the rest of the afternoon and the following morning to searching for Onyx. If he didn't find it, he would have to abandon the search for now. Umbra's mission was already delayed, and Cain was also worried about a surprise attack by the League on Team Rocket's headquarters. He didn't know the exact date, but he knew it would be soon. He didn't have much time to waste. Climbing up the mountain path, Cain moved between uneven rocks, each step requiring extreme caution. One misstep, and he could fall. Murkrow and Slowpoke had nothing to worry about. One could fly, and the other could use his psychic powers to move easily. Sneasel, for his part, was very familiar with this terrain and, thanks to his agility, was the fastest in the group. Along the way, they encountered several Geodude and Graveler. They were quite peaceful, and although they noticed Cain's presence, they returned to eating rocks without paying much attention. Besides Geodude and Graveler, they also saw some Diglett and Sandshrew. The Diglett posed no problem, but the Sandshrew were quite mischievous, attacking Cain and his team in groups. However, under the water gun fire from Slowpoke, only a few managed to escape with their lives. The mountain was vast, but Cain found no sign of Onix. Murkrow was sent to scout from the air several times, but found nothing. In theory, Onix, with its large size, should be easy to spot among the rocks. But luck wasn't on their side. Cain could only hope to find Onix in a place Murkrow couldn't see. The sun began to set, and with its last rays, it disappeared below the horizon. Cain found a fairly clean rocky cave and, after a quick cleanup, turned it into his campsite for the night. The next day, just as the sky in the east began to lighten, Cain was already awake. After preparing breakfast for his Pokémon, he called everyone to get up. Only Sneasel seemed not very used to this routine. In fact, when Cain woke up, he was already awake too, but since the other Pokémon were still asleep, he made no move. However, when Cain called them for breakfast, Sneasel suddenly reacted. Was he slowly starting to fit in? Was he no longer rejecting Cain as openly? Even though a voice in his mind kept telling him that Cain was untrustworthy and that he shouldn't follow him, his body was very honest. For example, when he saw the perfectly arranged breakfast, which gave off a tempting aroma, along with a glass of fresh milk, he couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Seeing that all the Pokémon were sitting in their places, waiting for him to join, Sneasel immediately stood up and hurried to take the spot reserved for him. When he saw his food up close, he couldn't help but swallow and was about to start eating. But since the other Pokémon hadn't started, he also had to hold back. "Go ahead, eat," Cain said with a smile, giving Sneasel a quick glance, who seemed a bit nervous. At Cain's words, the Pokémon began to enjoy their breakfast. Sneasel, who had hesitated a bit to start, soon joined in. The more he ate, the more he enjoyed it, so much so that even when Cain patted his head, he decided to ignore it. His body was being completely honest. After breakfast, they resumed the search for Onix. That day's noon was the last moment Cain had planned to find Onix. If he couldn't find it, he would have to give up. They didn't continue climbing the mountain, but searched at the same height, moving horizontally to ensure they had enough time to return. Along the way, many Pokémon tried to challenge Cain and his team, but they were quickly dealt with by Slowpoke. Most of the Pokémon on the mountain were rock or ground types, which made Slowpoke's water-type moves very effective. Although rock-type Pokémon had high defense, their resistance to water-type moves was very low. After defeating numerous rock and ground-type Pokémon, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 25, matching Sneasel as the highest-level Pokémon in Cain's team. Even if they didn't find Onix, just leveling up Slowpoke made Cain satisfied. There aren't many training spots like this. They searched for almost 2 hours without finding Onix, not even in places that seemed promising. Just when Cain was about to give up, Murkrow reported that he had found a considerable cave ahead, where there might be an Onix. Cain followed Murkrow to the entrance of the cave, which was as tall as 2 people, and noticed that there were marks of something large that had passed by, similar to what an Onix would leave. Slowpoke, use water gun in the cave to see if there's an Onix. Although the possibility of an Onix being there was high, he couldn't be completely sure, and aside from the marks at the entrance, he hadn't found other signs, which made Cain feel somewhat puzzled. Slowpoke shot a jet of water into the cave. The cave was quite deep, and the sound of the water hitting the ground took a moment to return. After waiting a few seconds, soft, disordered noises started coming from inside the cave. Little by little, the sound approached the entrance, but Cain frowned. Something's not right. If it were an onyx, the noise would be much louder, and this doesn't sound like a Pokémon slithering. It sounds more like wheels scraping against the ground. Cain thought. They didn't have to wait long before a bluish-gray cylinder, resembling a tire, came rolling out at great speed, making a sound similar to a tire sliding on the ground. When Cain saw what it was, his pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Get out of the way!" He jumped to the side, dodging the cylinder rolling out of the cave. His Pokémon also reacted quickly, successfully avoiding it. The bluish-gray cylinder braked abruptly as it exited the cave, stopping after skidding violently on the ground for a few seconds. The marks Cain had seen before at the cave entrance were caused by this. Donphan. The bluish-gray cylinder stopped rolling, revealing an elephant-like Pokémon over a meter tall. Two thick, white tusks protruded from the sides of its trunk, and from its tail to its trunk, it was covered by a thick, dark blue armor. Its small eyes were hidden under the armor. This Pokémon that had rolled out of the cave was a Donphan, a Pokémon from the Johto region. Cain had mistaken the cave for the possible home of an onyx, but it turned out to be inhabited by a Donphan, the evolution of Phanpy, a ground-type Pokémon. Pokémon, Donphan, light green. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, Mud Slap, Focus Energy, Body Slam. Basic moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Horn Attack, Bulldoze, Growl, Defense Curl, Rapid Spin, Rollout, Assurance, Knock Off, Slam. Learned moves, Iron Defense, Stealth Rock, Block. TM moves, none. A level 25 Donphan with a light green quality, something Cain did not expect. On their way, most of the Pokémon they had encountered had a yellow quality, and now a light green quality Pokémon appeared. Moreover, this Donphan seemed to have evolved recently, at level 25. Cain felt relieved not to have encountered a level 30 Donphan, as they learned the move Magnitude at that level. This area move, which depends on chance, could have been disastrous. Even if Cain and his Pokémon managed to avoid the attack, the rocky terrain could have buried them under the mountain. However, since this Donphan didn't know the move Magnitude, it became a valuable target for Cain before heading to the Hunter Guild. If he could find a suitable mission, he could earn a lot of Pokedollars and points in return. Donphan couldn't imagine that these intruders who had poured water into his cave already considered him a source of income. Time was pressing, and Cain couldn't afford to waste any more of it. Since this Donphan was of great value, he had to capture it immediately. Slowpoke, Water Gun. Murkrow, Tailwind. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Cain immediately ordered the attack. It was the first time Sneasel fought under Cain's orders. Although his movements were a bit slow at first, he quickly reacted and understood Cain's instructions. Murkrow's prankster ability allows status moves to have priority, which is a concept in the game but functions similarly in real life. The move Tailwind is a status move that affects the entire team, so when Murkrow used it, all the team members felt their bodies become lighter. Slowpoke directly launched the Water Gun move. Sneasel, although a bit slower in his movements, understood Cain's intent. He didn't aim the Icy Wind move directly at Donphan, but instead used it to combine with Slowpoke's move. In this way, it didn't completely freeze the Water Gun, but it also didn't diminish the Icy Wind's effect. Instead, it allowed small ice fragments to appear in the stream of water, blending the ice-type energy with the water-type energy. Although the combination wasn't perfect, considering it was their first attempt, it exceeded Cain's expectations. The stream of water with small ice fragments hit Donphan directly. Koopa. Donphan, being a ground type, took double damage from the combined water and ice-type attack. This attack, blending both properties, caused significant pain, making him cry out and filling his eyes with fury. He had been resting peacefully in his cave, sleeping deeply when suddenly, a cold blast of water woke him abruptly. He thought some enemy Pokémon had invaded his cave, but after looking around, he didn't find anyone. Still angry from being woken up so suddenly, He rolled out of his cave to vent his rage, but just as he was stopping, an even colder blast of water, full of ice fragments, struck his face. Immediately, Donphan's anger intensified. With loud snorts coming from his long trunk, he began stomping the ground with his front legs, raising clouds of dust. Without a word, he curled up in a tire shape, and his heavy armor acted as a protective cover as he rolled, causing small stones on the ground to jump in all directions. The rollout move. The power of the move at the start isn't very high, but as Donphan continues to roll for longer, its power doubles. In the end, it can reach a power of 480 points. If any of Cain's Pokémon were hit at its maximum power, they would immediately lose the ability to fight. Moreover, if the rollout move is used after Defense Curl, the power of the move can increase even more, reaching a total of 960 points, which is truly terrifying. Cain was well aware of Whitney from Goldenrod City, whose family not only specialized in using Miltank, but also mastered the use of the rollout move. Usually, it's difficult to stop the rollout move once initiated, but Whitney's family has developed techniques to control it. Once Donphan started rolling, he charged without thinking. Cain was not a fan of these types of Pokémon that relied solely on brute strength without using their brains. And it wasn't just Cain who disliked them. His Pokémon also didn't enjoy facing this kind of opponent, as it felt like intimidating a foolish giant, which left them with little sense of accomplishment. Slowpoke, use your water gun with confusion and trap Donphan in a bubble of water. Sneasel, keep using Icy Wind to slow it down. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse to destabilize it, Cain calmly ordered. Donphan was just starting to roll, so the power of the move wasn't significant yet. Additionally, the faster it rolled, the harder it was to control its direction. Sneasel once again released the Icy Wind move. Previously, to combine it with Slowpoke's water gun move, he hadn't used all his power, but now, to reduce Donphan's speed, he unleashed all the power of his Ice-type energy. Donphan, who wasn't very fast to begin with, started accumulating a thin layer of frost on its surface, further reducing its speed. Murkrow used the Dark Pulse move, not so much to attack Donphan directly, but to strike the ground around him, making the terrain even more uneven, which also contributed to slowing down the rolling. Slowpoke, as the main attacker, used the water gun move followed by Confusion, not to attack Donphan directly, but to wait for his teammates to slow down the rolling. Then, with his psychic power, he enveloped Donphan in a bubble of water. In an instant, Donphan came to an abrupt halt, trapped in the bubble, unable to move, with his small eyes wide open and face reddened, struggling as he couldn't breathe. Sneasel, use Icy Wind again to show him what it's like to be frozen, Cain said, laughing at Donphan's situation. Nodded Sneasel, releasing his Ice-type energy once more, freezing the bubble of water around Donphan, transforming it into a large block of ice. Donphan was trapped inside, completely motionless. If it weren't for the slight movement of his eyes, one might think he was dead. Cain couldn't help but admire Donphan's resilience. Although the ground-type Pokémon was weak against water and ice-type moves, his constitution was remarkable. Despite being trapped in such an extreme environment, he could still move his eyes. After waiting for a while, Cain ordered his Pokémon to break the ice. By then, Donphan had completely lost the ability to move, lying rigid on the ground. If it weren't for his weak breathing, Cain would have thought he was dead. Cain used a Pokeball to capture him. After letting Donphan recover a bit under the sun, he stored him in the Pokeball and sealed the switch. With Donphan successfully captured, Cain, satisfied, resumed his search for Onix. However, now with a different attitude. Once he had captured Donphan, a Pokémon with a light green quality, he knew its value surpassed that of a common Onix. So even if he didn't find an Onix, he would feel satisfied. As expected, after searching for 2 more hours, he didn't see any sign of an Onix. Since he had reached the time limit he had set for himself, Cain decided to abandon the search, hoping to find an Onix elsewhere. Alongside his Pokémon, he began descending the mountain, fully understanding one thing. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. The terrain was full of loose rocks, and although he had been cautious while climbing, now that he was descending, Cain realized how much more complicated it was to go down. Finally, after enduring the slow pace of his descent, he had Slowpoke use the confusion move to create a flat path, which allowed them to speed up a bit. Cain had avoided using Slowpoke's powers to help himself, wanting to train alongside his Pokémon. Recently, his Pokémon had shown rapid growth, but Cain's physical condition wasn't on par, so he needed to train to not become a burden in the wild. As the speed of their descent increased, Cain began to hear the sounds of battle not too far away, and not just the noise of Pokémon moves, but also what seemed to be a human voice giving commands. A trainer in a place like this? By the sound, it seems like a girl. Cain thought to himself. Finding a trainer in such a remote location suggests that this trainer has at least decent skill. Cain, along with his Pokémon, moved cautiously, minimizing the noise of his steps as he slowly approached the source of the sounds. As he got closer, the battle sounds became clearer. There were rumblings, rocks flying, and fragments of stones crashing against the mountain walls. At that moment, a clear voice resonated again. Rosalia, use Stun Spore. The battle scene slowly came into view for Cain. In front of him were two Onix, the very ones he had been searching for in vain for hours, now appearing all of a sudden. Both Onix were approximately 9 meters long. As they intertwined, the terrain, which was difficult for Cain to navigate, seemed like a flat surface to them. After the Onix passed, the ground was left covered in rock fragments, but at least the path was much easier to traverse. However, what caught Cain's attention wasn't the two Onix, but a girl with a red bandana tied around her head, who was accompanied by a grass/poison-type Pokémon, Rosalia. It was a small Pokémon with 3 thorns on its head and a light green body. Green leaves covered its body like a dress, and the leaves on its chest had yellow parts. Its left hand had a blue rose and its right hand had a red rose. After hearing the girl's voice, Rosalia uttered a clear cry and raised its 2 roses above its head. A fine, pale purple powder emerged from the flowers and spread around the 2 Onix. The Onix were so large that, although Stun Spore was a grass-type move, its effect was limited, only slightly slowing them down. Despite this, the girl showed no surprise. Seeing the Onix approach, she remained unfazed. With great agility, she moved across the debris-filled terrain, which was challenging for Cain but posed no problem for her. Rosalia, Magical Leaf. Misdreavus, use Confuse Ray. The girl, while running, continued to give commands. A Misdreavus hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared and launched a small sphere emitting confusing rays at one of the Onix. Rosalia, following the girl's orders, spun the roses in its hands, releasing a flurry of leaves surrounded by a magical purple glow that struck the nearest Onix. The grass type is 4 times more effective against Onix, causing the Onix to halt its pursuit due to the pain. After Misdreavus confused one of the Onix under the girl's commands, it worked with Rosalia to take on the other Onix first. Meanwhile, the Onix that was confused began to charge erratically, unintentionally heading straight for Cain. Although the girl had considerable skill, it wasn't enough for Cain to feel intimidated. Onix was a Pokémon he needed as well, and now that one was right in front of him, he didn't plan to let it get away. Once he made his decision, Cain didn't hesitate. After searching for so long without success, now that 2 Onix had finally appeared, he wouldn't let the chance slip away. The Onix that accidentally approached Cain had a yellow quality, and although its level was 23, it met the hunter's mission requirements. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. Ghastly, use Hidden Power. Onix, being a ground/rock type, is 4 times weaker to water and grass-type moves, so Slowpoke's Water Gun and Ghastly's grass-type Hidden Power were extremely effective. The girl, who was in the middle of the battle, saw Cain suddenly appear and begin attacking the other Onix. Immediately, her face turned cold as she shouted, "Stop! That's my target." However, she was occupied dealing with her own enraged Onix and couldn't break free, so she could only watch helplessly as Cain attacked her prey, making her face flush with anger. Cain, upon hearing her voice, let out a scoff, but paid no attention and simply ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to intensify their attacks. Murkrow flew in the air, observing the situation. Although the girl only had 2 Pokémon, no one knew if she had another trick up her sleeve, like Misdreavus, which had been hidden. Soon, both managed to defeat their respective opponents. Cain picked up the Pokeball containing Onix. The girl was slightly quicker than Cain at defeating her Onix and skillfully captured it with a Pokeball. The young woman coldly watched the Sneasel charging directly at her, realizing that her opponent had lethal intentions. She quickly took a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it into the air. Sneal. Another Sneasel appeared on the field. Cain hadn't expected this young woman to have a Sneasel as well. Upon seeing it, Cain's Sneasel paused momentarily, refraining from launching another attack. It sensed a trace of danger from this new counterpart. Cain frowned as he observed the newly appeared Sneasel, without blaming his own for stopping. Sneasel was still new to his team, and in situations like this, its own judgment took precedence over Cain's commands. This was a matter of trust that required time to build. However, the fact that the young woman also had a Sneasel was surprising to Cain. It wasn't a common Pokémon like Beedrill, but a relatively rare species. And from the reaction of his own Sneasel, it was evident that hers was not weak, as it felt threatened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped. "Return, Sneasel," Cain said with a stern tone. This young woman was clearly a hunter, and if she had made it this far, her strength could not be underestimated. From the way she had directed her Pokémon in the previous battle, it was evident that she was no novice. "Hey, are you also a hunter?" the young woman suddenly asked, still somewhat annoyed, in a voice that sounded like chimes. Cain hesitated for a moment before nodding. In this situation, there was no need to hide it. Besides, even if he denied it, would she believe him? The young woman observed Cain's Pokémon, another Sneasel as strong as hers, a pale pink Slowpoke, a well-developed Murkrow, and a stealthy Ghastly, powerful Pokémon, all of them. She realized that she probably wouldn't be able to reclaim her Onix. Although she didn't fear Cain, true strength is only revealed in battle. However, from the decisive and lethal way Cain had acted, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. In a fight to the end, there was no certainty of who would come out alive. Cain also hesitated after seeing the young woman Sneasel. It was clear that she was not like the low-ranking Team Rocket grunts. She had survival and Pokémon capturing skills, which meant her combat ability was likely not much different. After a brief moment, Cain made a decision: fight. Even if it came at a cost, he had to ensure she didn't get away. If she was already strong now, how far could she go in the future? Though this was just a minor conflict, it could spark a deadly battle in the future. If the power the young woman had shown was all she had, Cain had an 80% chance of stopping her here. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Agility. If they were going to fight, the first thing was to get his Pokémon into their best state. The young woman watched as Cain commanded his Pokémon with a determined expression. Where did he get the confidence to believe he could stop her here? "Hey, rude. Is it really necessary to risk your life over a single Onix? Are you so sure you can beat me?" she said, exasperated, feeling like the most wronged party. But Cain paid no attention to her words, remaining silent and directing his Pokémon to prepare. As for Ghastly, Cain kept it close, ready for any unexpected danger. The young woman, seeing that Cain was completely ignoring her, felt another surge of anger welling up inside her. But was she really going to fight to the death over an Onix that wasn't worth much? That was not a rational decision. Frustrated, she stomped the ground hard, as if the stones underfoot were the face of that expressionless fool in front of her. After venting a bit, like a deflated balloon, she muttered, "How stupid of me to argue with a madman. What bad luck." Humph. With that, she pulled another Pokeball from her belt and threw it into the air. Cain watched as the young woman tossed another Pokeball, narrowing his eyes. Did she have more Pokémon? Just as he was preparing to strike, a Pokémon encased in silver armor with red wings and a sharp beak appeared. When the Pokémon appeared, Cain immediately recognized its name: Skarmory, a steel and flying-type Pokémon. A Pokémon with extraordinary resistance, it was only weak to fire and electric-type moves, while attacks from normal, flying, steel, psychic, dragon, and fairy types dealt half damage. Bug and grass-type attacks only dealt a quarter of the damage, and ground and poison-type moves were completely ineffective. Out of the 18 types, Skarmory resisted or was immune to 10. Its resilience was not to be underestimated. Cain had no fire or electric-type Pokémon, which meant that a battle against Skarmory would be extremely difficult. What he didn't expect was that the young woman, with an angry expression, would climb onto Skarmory's back. Then, in front of Cain, she withdrew her other 3 Pokémon, muttering, "There's no point fighting a madman." Without looking at Cain, she patted Skarmory's neck, signaling it to leave. But just before departing, she couldn't contain her anger. Shouting from above, she said, "Humph. You're a madman. I won't stoop to your level. My name is Karen. Next time you hear this name, you better step aside, or I'll bite you to death." And with that, she left, riding on her Skarmory without looking back. She could only regret her bad luck this time. Cain's Pokémon watched as the opponent fled, then looked at their trainer, waiting for instructions. But Cain made no move, simply watching as she disappeared into the horizon. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Maybe I should get a flying Pokémon. It would be really convenient." It was an unexpected thought. As for the young hunter named Karen's escape, Cain saw it but couldn't do anything about it. They were too far away, and the unexpected Skarmory had surprised him. With that Pokémon, he didn't have many options. If Skarmory hadn't appeared, Cain would have had an 80% chance of stopping her. But with Skarmory present, that probability dropped to 50%, or even less. Since he couldn't achieve it, there was no point in continuing the fight. At least he had captured an Onix, which meant he came out ahead. But the idea of seeking a flying Pokémon for travel remained etched in his mind. After the she-hunter left, Cain didn't linger any longer. He had already captured the Onix, so the main objective of his trip to the Ice Mountain was accomplished. Now his main goal was to return to the Team Rocket base to obtain the mission items. Cain released the Onix he had just captured, and under the threat of Slowpoke, it quickly surrendered. Although this Onix would be used to complete a mission in the Hunters Guild, using it as a means of transportation first wasn't a bad idea, as in these mountainous paths, it was the most suitable. Cain, along with his Pokémon, climbed onto Onix and descended the mountain at great speed. For Onix, the rugged path was no different from a flat surface. After descending the mountain, Cain didn't return Onix to its Pokeball. He found that moving this way was much faster than walking. Although it attracted many furious attacks from other Pokémon, Cain didn't mind. He saw it as an opportunity for his Pokémon to train. The influence of the young woman he had seen earlier had been significant. He couldn't just focus on what was right in front of him, as there were many young, powerful trainers. Moving without stopping, Onix ignored the smaller trees, only adjusting its direction in front of the thicker ones. They also crossed the territory of many powerful Pokémon, and Onix made so much noise that it was often seen as a provocation. Onix almost wanted to cry. By nature, it would never dare to do something like this, but with an ancestor on its back constantly threatening it, it had no choice. It really wanted to tell the wild, angry Pokémon attacking it that it was being forced, not to attack it. However, its worries were unnecessary. Although some powerful Pokémon couldn't be defeated by Cain and his team, they could delay them long enough. Once out of their territory, most Pokémon stopped pursuing. Although there were some who didn't give up easily, with Sneasel's speed-reducing moves, they could shake them off. If they couldn't get rid of them, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel would launch various moves at their pursuers, which was hard to withstand. Thus, the attacks Onix feared never came, and their path was clear and unhindered. Before the sun set, Cain, riding Onix, reached the outskirts of the forest, much faster than it had taken him to enter. If it weren't for the increasing number of people, Cain would have wanted to ride Onix straight to Mahogany Town. He even started considering if he should keep Onix as a means of transportation for a while longer. After all, it was much more convenient than walking. Having learned his lesson, Cain changed into normal clothes, put on a baseball cap, and, with his head down, passed through the crowd and entered Mahogany Town. A more serious atmosphere could be felt in the town, as if a deadly tension enveloped the place. The conflict between the League and Team Rocket is escalating. Better to finish the mission as soon as possible, Cain thought silently. Cain entered the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center, a place that used to be bustling, but now felt somewhat empty. Cain didn't even have to wait in line for treatment. He handed the Super Ball containing Sneasel to the Pokémon Center's medical staff, paid, and asked them to check Sneasel's health. Sneasel was a recently captured Pokémon from the wild. Although it appeared to be in good condition, Cain wasn't sure if it had any internal injuries or similar issues. After all, in the wild, Pokémon don't receive proper treatment and, when hurt, can only lick their wounds silently in a cave. After waiting a while, Cain retrieved the Super Ball. He learned that Sneasel was fine, except for slight malnutrition. The medical staff suggested that if Cain had extra resources, he should give Sneasel more nutritious food, like Pokeblocks. Cain smiled and nodded at the medical staff's recommendation. He booked a room at the Pokémon Center. Given the current situation in Mahogany Town, Cain didn't feel safe staying at a hotel. At night, he took some time to visit the black market in Mahogany Town. Due to the presence of the largest Team Rocket base in the Johto region in this town, most of the sellers in the black market were also Team Rocket members. In his past life, Cain was very familiar with the black market here, so he easily presented his Pokémon to the Hunters Guild and received a significant amount of points and money. Cain decided to keep Onix for now. After all, the mission completion deadline was a month away, and he wasn't in a rush to turn it in, as Onix could still be useful to him. Swinub earned him a total of 150,000 points, and the light green quality Dawn fan brought him 500,000. Additionally, Cain had earned 200,000 Pokedollars for preparing Pokeblocks for Whitney, added to the 2.4 million Pokedollars he already had. Now, Cain had a total of 3.25 million Pokedollars. To an average person, that might seem like a fortune, but for someone like Cain, who had 6 or more Pokémon to train, it was an insignificant amount. And that only covered the materials Cain had bought. If he had acquired rare items or TMs, his account would have been emptied instantly. Cain knew he had to save some money for emergencies, so he decided to postpone buying moves for his Pokémon. Unless absolutely necessary, Cain preferred to obtain the moves he wanted through Team Rocket's exchange system. When he left the black market, Cain felt somewhat relieved. It was clear that the atmosphere in the black market was also serious. The usually noisy street vendors barely spoke, and many people were urgently trying to sell their belongings to buy items or materials that could quickly enhance their power. No one was foolish. Everyone noticed something strange while walking through the town. Recently, League trainers were appearing more and more on the streets, and there were many new faces, leading some to guess what was happening. While walking through the streets, few people talked to each other. Most were busy with their own affairs, and if someone did speak, it was only briefly before moving on. Cain didn't stay outside long and returned to the Pokémon Center, where he at least knew he'd be safe, as he still had the identity of a League trainer. Tomorrow I'll pick up the items and leave. The situation is becoming unsustainable, Cain thought as he lay down to sleep. The next morning, after leaving the Pokémon Center, Cain disguised himself and headed north of Mahogany Town. The Lake of Rage is located to the north of Mahogany Town. Originally, there were some residents around the lake, but due to Team Rocket's invasion of the area, everyone moved to Mahogany Town. Now, everything around the Lake of Rage is controlled by Team Rocket. Cain, dressed in civilian clothes and without carrying any Pokémon, walked north. Previously, many people would visit the Lake of Rage from Mahogany Town as tourists, so the League built a road to facilitate access for residents and visitors. However, now that road benefited Team Rocket. On the way, Cain encountered a few people, most showing subtle signs of being with Team Rocket. Although not obvious at first glance, Cain noticed these details. Without stopping, he continued walking alone to the north. After 2 hours, the path ended at a steel wall, with only one entrance guarded by a gate and several guards stationed there. Cain adjusted his clothes as he slowly walked towards them under their watchful eyes. One of the guards approached Cain, expressionless, and said, "This is a private area. Entry is not allowed without authorization." Without saying a word, Cain slightly lifted his clothing, revealing a belt with Team Rocket's emblem on his waist. He then took out a Team Rocket ID card. Although the guard kept a neutral face, seeing Cain's belt and ID card softened his expression slightly. He took Cain's ID and said stiffly, "Wait here." He then stepped aside and entered the guard booth to verify Cain's identity, while the other guards kept watching him. Cain nodded slightly in his mind. Although corruption was rampant in many other Team Rocket bases, the management system here seemed quite solid. At least the quality of the guards indicated that Team Rocket in Mahogany Town wasn't just a front. After a short time, the guard returned, handed Cain back his ID card, and motioned for him to pass through the gate. This place was only the entrance to the Lake of Rage area, not the research base. Even so, the control was quite strict, likely due to recent changes in Mahogany Town. Cain walked through the gate set up by Team Rocket, with still an hour's walk left to the Lake of Rage. Once past the gate, it was evident that people no longer hid their affiliation with Team Rocket. Everyone wore some emblem of Team Rocket, whether in full uniform or at least a badge on their chest. To avoid trouble, Cain also took a Team Rocket badge from his belt and pinned it to his chest. Then, he tucked in his shirt to clearly display the Team Rocket belt on his waist. After these adjustments, the curious glances around him noticeably decreased. Calmly, Cain adjusted his outfit and released Murkrow from its pokeball. Immediately, the looks around him disappeared completely. Sometimes, it's necessary to show your fangs so that those with ill intentions back off. With Murkrow by his side, Cain headed directly toward the research base at the Lake of Rage. There were more and more Team Rocket members accompanied by Pokémon, and no one paid attention to Cain's presence. He had fully blended in. An hour later, at the entrance of an underground tunnel, 10 uniformed Team Rocket members guarded the entrance, surveying the area and securing the perimeter. Unlike the areas Cain had passed before, the atmosphere here was much more serious. Cain's appearance caught their attention, though they weren't as strict as before. After all, most who reached this point were Team Rocket members whose identities had already been verified. However, this wasn't a place just anyone could enter, so 2 guards approached Cain to stop him. "Kid, you're not allowed to come any closer," said one of them, a fierce-looking man with a menacing smile. His expression was intimidating enough to make a child cry. "I need to see your captain. I have an issue," Cain said, looking at him. The man was at least 2 meters tall, with muscles that looked chiseled out of rock. Compared to him, Cain looked like a child. The 2 guards exchanged glances, then looked at Murkrow on Cain's shoulder. Seeing that Cain didn't seem afraid, they recognized he wasn't a rookie in Team Rocket. "Come with us, and don't look around," said the man in a stern tone. They seemed to have recognized Cain's strength, otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed just anyone to ask to see their captain without question. They led Cain to the entrance of the underground tunnel, where they presented him to a young, ordinary-looking man. "Captain, this kid wants to see you," the fierce guard said, his voice less intimidating than before. Clearly, he didn't dare be so brazen in front of his superior. The captain, who had been busy with a knife, looked up and examined Cain. "What's your business?" he asked. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my post," said the fierce guard, quickly slipping away like a mouse fleeing a cat. Cain took a black badge from his belt and showed it to the captain before quickly putting it away again. That black badge was the one Umbra had given Cain, representing his status as a reserve member of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit. Although the captain only saw the badge for a second, he recognized what it was, and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Cain closely for 3 seconds before speaking. "I've been expecting you. It's about time you arrived." Now it was Cain's turn to be surprised. What did that mean? Had he been sent by Umbra to wait for him? The captain stood up and said to Cain, "Come, I'll take you inside." Then he turned to his subordinates. "I'm taking him inside, and you better not slack off while I'm gone." "Understood." The guards, who looked like bulls, trembled at his words and quickly nodded. Satisfied, the captain opened the underground tunnel door and led Cain inside. The Team Rocket research base at the Lake of Rage was a place Cain had visited countless times in his past life, so he knew the terrain very well. However, the current layout was completely different from what he remembered. Currently, all of Team Rocket's facilities at the base were in perfect condition, untouched by any surprise attacks from the Alliance, which gave the place an entirely new appearance. When Cain visited the base in his past life, it was already in ruins. The facilities were shattered, with battle scars on the walls, the floor, and every corner. At that time, he was tasked with cleaning up the base so Team Rocket could resume its research operations. While he might not be able to boast about much, Cain felt confident that he knew every nook and cranny of the base. Following closely behind the young man, Cain passed through several checkpoints as they ventured deeper into the base. Cain remembered clearly that the base had 5 underground levels, and access to each level required increasingly restrictive permissions. The young man guiding him had reached the 3rd underground level, where entry required at least the rank of a captain. Upon arriving at the entrance to the 4th level, the young man finally stopped and typed a series of numbers into a keypad on the door. Moments later, the image of a middle-aged man with a mustache appeared on the screen above the keypad. "Sir, the person has arrived," said the young man respectfully, addressing the man on the screen. "Oh? Bring him inside," the man replied, squinting slightly when he saw Cain behind the young man. The door, which could only be opened with special permissions, immediately unlocked, and the young man led Cain further inside. According to usual access points, the previous door required captain-level permission, and the young man needing to request additional access indicated that he had the rank and authority of a Team Rocket captain. The middle-aged man on the screen clearly held at least the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket, and it seemed that he was the person Cain was actually meant to meet. Senior officers in Team Rocket were typically high-level trainers, with some even being near elite level. In his past life, Cain had reached that level but failed to progress further. To advance within Team Rocket, strength is only part of the challenge. The value of contributions is also a crucial factor. The research base at the Lake of Rage had 5 levels, each decreasing in size like an inverted pyramid. Cain was now on the 4th level, a high-security area. In terms of power, he didn't have the merits to be here. It was all thanks to Umbra's backing. Shortly after, the young man guided Cain to an office. At the center of the office was a large desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man in a white coat with a small mustache, the same man who had granted them access. Upon seeing Cain enter, the man's eyes sparkled. This young man must be the mission target, correct? The young Team Rocket member, with his head bowed, answered respectfully, "Yes, sir. I saw his badge." With this confirmation, the middle-aged man scrutinized Cain from head to toe, paying special attention to the Murkrow on his shoulder. Immediately, Murkrow felt as if a wild beast were watching him, and all its feathers stood on end. The man let out a laugh and pressed a yellow button on his desk. With a click, a wall split in half, revealing a secret room that looked like a training gym. Rubbing his mustache, the man smiled and said, "Milan, test his strength." "Yes, sir," responded the young Team Rocket member, whose name was Milan. A test of strength? Was this part of the mission? Slightly confused, Cain stepped into the secret training room. The room was spacious, equipped with various training tools and a moderately sized battlefield at the center, made of durable material. "Show your strength. If you pass the evaluation, you'll get what you want," said the middle-aged man, sitting comfortably in his chair with a mocking smile as he rubbed his mustache. "Test my strength?" Wasn't it obvious that the opponent was a captain? Cain felt a bit helpless. How was he supposed to fight against an opponent like that? Such a large power difference wouldn't be interesting. "Milan, use only one Pokémon." "Young man, you may use as many Pokémon as you wish, and there are no restrictions on battle rules." "Fight with everything you've got," the middle-aged man said, as if reading Cain's thoughts. Cain narrowed his eyes. He couldn't reveal all his Pokémon, but if the opponent only used one, he still had a chance, especially since there were no restrictions on battle rules. Besides, Cain doubted his opponent would dare to kill him. Despite his lack of power, Cain represented one of Team Rocket's sub-leaders, Umbra, an elite-level trainer. Though Umbra might not stir much trouble over the loss of a subordinate, the middle-aged man wouldn't want to risk creating a poor impression with Umbra either. Milan took out a Pokeball with Team Rocket's symbol on his belt and threw it onto the field, releasing a Golbat. Golbat's information appeared in Cain's mind. Pokemon, Golbat, light green. Gender, male. Level, 32. Type, poison plus flying. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, gust, feint attack. Basic moves, absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray, air cutter, swift, poison fang, mean look. Learned moves, snatch, defog. TM moves, hidden power, water, shadow ball, sleep talk, substitute. For a Team Rocket captain, it was common to have Pokemon at level 30 or higher. This level 32 Golbat seemed to be one of the weaker ones in his team. The man wasn't using his full strength, partly because he didn't see it as necessary and partly to avoid making it obvious that he was exploiting his advantage, which could harm his career. While Umbra probably wouldn't bother dealing with a member of Team Rocket at this level, a mere hint of Umbra's displeasure could make many want to get rid of him to gain their superior's favor. Since the man had reservations, that gave Cain more room to maneuver. Golbat, as a poison and flying-type Pokemon, is vulnerable to Slowpoke's psychic-type attacks, which counter its poison typing, and Sneasel's ice-type attacks, which counter its flying typing. However, Slowpoke couldn't be shown openly at the moment, making Sneasel the best choice. Even though that middle-aged man said Cain wasn't limited in the number of Pokemon he could use, Ghastly's level was only 19, making it unfit to face a level 32 Golbat, and Miltank wasn't suitable to bring out at this moment either. Cain threw a Pokeball, and after a flash of red light, Sneasel appeared on the field with its arms crossed and a cold expression. Milan and the middle-aged man showed slight surprise at seeing Sneasel. With their experience, they could discern something. At least by its appearance, it was clear Sneasel had extraordinary potential. Murkrow, Sneasel, this time, both of you will participate, Cain said. Cain had full confidence in Murkrow, but with Sneasel, who had just been captured and hadn't yet developed strong synchronization, the outcome of this battle largely depended on its performance. Golbat, use Confuse Ray on Murkrow, Milan ordered calmly, initiating the attack. As Milan's voice fell, a small glowing orb appeared in Golbat's mouth. Murkrow, use Tailwind to increase speed. Sneasel, use Agility. Although Golbat was strong, at least with Tailwind and Agility, Murkrow and Sneasel would not be slower than it. The Tailwind move sped up the entire team, allowing both Sneasel and Murkrow to increase their speed. In addition, Sneasel used Agility to further boost its speed, making it, at its peak, faster than Golbat. Before Murkrow entered the field, Cain had removed its weights, so now Murkrow was at its limit. The speed of Golbat's Confuse Ray was fast, but since this move was Ghost-type, it had little effect on Murkrow and Sneasel, both Dark types. Although Murkrow didn't manage to completely dodge, the move didn't have its intended impact. Milan wasn't surprised. He had ordered the use of Confuse Ray only to probe the situation. Sneasel, use Taunt, then Quick Attack. Murkrow, engage closely with Wing Attack. Sneasel extended a hand, pointing at Golbat. A dark aura emanated from its body, causing Golbat's eyes to turn red and its desire to attack to increase. In that case, we'll use Wing Attack as well, Milan responded. Taunt is a move that forces the opponent to use only offensive moves for a period, preventing it from using status moves. Golbat lunged at Murkrow, its wings charged with flying-type energy clashing violently. The power difference was evident after the clash. Murkrow was sent flying back, while Golbat barely wobbled and stepped back slightly. After Murkrow was knocked away, Sneasel, having used Quick Attack, launched itself at Golbat with its sharp claws. Sneasel, use Ice Punch, Cain ordered. Right on cue, Cain gave the command, and Sneasel charged its attack with Ice-type energy as it swung its fist. Boom! The Ice Punch connected, and the Ice-type attack's effectiveness against flying types inflicted much greater damage than Golbat had sustained when clashing with Murkrow. Golbat used Swift, Milan ordered, unfazed by the damage his Pokémon had received. Golbat had several Ghost-type moves, which were ineffective against Dark-type Pokémon, making this battle difficult for it. Sneasel, unable to dodge in time, was grazed by the Swift attack. Before it could launch another attack, it had to pull back to dodge. Cain watched the battle intently, his eyes glinting with thought. The middle-aged man had said there were no rules, but Cain knew it wouldn't be that simple. If the battle continued like this, he wasn't sure he could win. Had he had more time to train Sneasel, it might have been different, but there was still something missing. During the previous attack, when Cain ordered Sneasel to use Ice Punch, although Sneasel reacted quickly, there was still a slight lack of synchronization. If the synchronization were perfect, Sneasel would have anticipated the attack and started preparing even before receiving the command. That way, the Ice Punch would have been ready at the exact moment Cain gave the order, not when it began preparing. Golbat would have taken much more damage. Seeming to understand something, Cain made a decision and said coldly, "Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Sneasel, use Icicle Spear, and attack the human." Were there no mentioned rules? Then, was attacking a human also fair game? Attacking the trainer, would Golbat continue attacking or retreat to defend? Either way, it would be difficult for him, as Cain had two Pokémon. The middle-aged man, who had been watching the battle from the side, stopped rubbing his mustache for a moment and then smiled. Murkrow began to focus its electric-type hidden power in the air, while Sneasel, upon hearing Cain's command, also started to surround itself with a white cold current. Milan heard Cain's command and, after a brief pause, did not get angry but instead cracked a smile. As a member of Team Rocket, one had to be like this, willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Fighting honorably like an Alliance trainer would be like playing house, wouldn't it? Quickly, Murkrow's energy orb and Sneasel's massive ice pillar formed and passed in front of Golbat, heading straight for Milan. Boom! The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Cain frowned as he watched Murkrow and Sneasel complete their attack. He noticed Golbat hadn't returned to defend or launched a counterattack. It had simply stood there on the field. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged man, who had been sitting in an executive chair, stood up, smiling as he applauded. "I thought after being off the island for a while, you might have forgotten how to fight. But your instincts aren't bad. It's no wonder Umbra chose you," said the man. Hearing his words, Cain raised an eyebrow. Were they testing if he had the cold-bloodedness to kill? As the dust settled, Milan also approached, accompanied by a wheezing. Clearly, Milan had called out Wheezing to block Murkrow and Sneasel's attacks. Seeing Wheezing, Cain's pupils contracted. According to the data scanned by the system, Wheezing's level was 39, and its dark green potential made it far stronger than Golbat. Neither Murkrow nor Sneasel could defeat it, even working together. Let me introduce your predecessor, a member of the previous generation of the Trial Island, and currently a Team Rocket captain, Milan, the middle-aged man said, patting Milan on the shoulder. Upon hearing the explanation from the middle-aged man, Cain felt a slight unease in his heart. A participant from the previous trial? Now he had already reached the rank of captain, which meant that after leaving the test island, he had likely been promoted directly to that level. Team Rocket's test island program lasts 3 months, but there's not always a trial mission every 3 months. The interval between each test varies, but it generally doesn't exceed half a year. Not everyone has the prior experience that Cain, who has been reborn, possesses. Therefore, this man named Milan, who has managed to become a captain in around 6 months, must have exceptional talent and strength. Milan stood aside without saying a word. Those who leave Test Island aren't like students graduating from school, where seniors look after newcomers. Survivors from Test Island are usually extremely selfish and only care about things that benefit them. The middle-aged man didn't provide further explanations. He only mentioned Milan because he worked under his command. He took out a small black box, palm-sized, and handed it to Cain, saying, "This is what Mr. Umbra needs. I've prepared it for a long time." Now I'm giving it to you, and it's your responsibility to ensure it reaches him safely." As he said this, the man's gaze turned severe. Although he usually appeared as a smiling and harmless person, no one achieves the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket without accumulating dozens or even hundreds of lives. Cain took the box seriously and stored it in his ring. He had no right to ask what was inside. His task was simply to deliver it to Umbra. In the Pokémon world, although teleportation methods are highly developed, some items cannot be transmitted due to their high energy content or other reasons. For instance, a high-quality evolutionary stone contains too much energy, preventing teleportation methods from quantifying it, so it cannot be sent. That's why the postal profession still exists in the Pokémon world. Well, if there's nothing else, don't stay here. "The situation in Mahogany Town is unstable right now," said the middle-aged man as he handed the box to Cain, signaling him to leave. "Yes," Cain responded, nodding. The situation in Mahogany Town wasn't safe at the moment, and a battle could break out at any time. Boom! Just as they finished speaking, the entire base suddenly shook, and countless alarms began to blare. Although it was only a slight movement, the walls of the base began to crack. "Damn it, are they going to attack now?" The middle-aged man's face immediately turned grim. Was the Alliance launching an attack? What were the sentries doing? Milan's expression also changed. In a direct confrontation between the Alliance and Team Rocket, even as a captain, he wasn't sure he could survive. Both quickly left the office, ignoring Cain's presence. If the Alliance was really attacking, no one would care about a minor character like him. Cain's face showed concern. If the Alliance launched an attack at that moment, getting out of there would be a problem. He looked at the office door. The two who had just left probably wouldn't be back soon. "Slowpoke, set a reference point here," Cain said resolutely, summoning his Slowpoke. Although the Alliance's attack was a disaster for the Team Rocket base, it also represented an opportunity for Cain. Not to mention anything else, the main database of the research center's computer held countless valuable data. If he could access it, the knowledge Cain had accumulated in his previous life might not even compare to what he could obtain now. However, the main computer of the research center was on the 5th level, a place not even Team Rocket's senior officer had access to. Only those who achieved elite officer rank or were key researchers in the center could access those levels. If Slowpoke set a reference point here, Cain might have the chance to return later, though the level of danger would be unpredictable. Cain was determined to act according to the situation. Once Slowpoke set the reference point and Cain returned it to its Pokeball, the two men who had left returned with grim expressions. Seeing Cain still there, the middle-aged man's face turned colder, and with some impatience, he said, "Milan, take this kid outside. I have to go transfer the data." "Follow me," Milan said as he grabbed Cain by the shoulder, coldly. At that moment, no one cared about a minor character like Cain. The middle-aged man had ordered Milan to escort Cain, which could delay his preparations for the upcoming battle, and he might be injured or even die in the confrontation with the Alliance. Therefore, there was no reason for Milan to treat Cain kindly. Cain frowned as Milan dragged him out of the office, enduring the pain in his shoulder without saying a word, allowing himself to be taken up to the 3rd level. "There's an elevator here that takes you directly to the surface. Go up now and don't head south. The Alliance is attacking from that direction, but the people there should be able to hold them off a little longer." Saying this, he pushed Cain into an elevator, closed the door, and left without another word. Cain remained silent inside the elevator. A few seconds later, he felt the elevator begin to move, ascending rapidly. Half a minute later, when the elevator door opened again, Cain was already outside, under the sun, feeling the warmth on his skin. He heard faint sounds of explosions and saw flashes of fire in the distance, towards the south. "It seems the Alliance is quite determined this time," Cain murmured. After reaching a quasi-elite power level in his previous life, Cain had investigated the reasons behind this Alliance attack. Although his knowledge wasn't complete, he had managed to glean some clues from others' conversations. It appeared that the Lake of Rage Research Center was involved in studies that affected the Alliance's fundamental interests. They were conducting research on Pokémon evolution directions, and although it wasn't clear how far they had advanced, they must have been close to a major breakthrough, prompting the Alliance to act. After leaving the elevator, Cain didn't choose to leave directly. Although staying there was very dangerous, the possibility of accessing that data was hard to ignore. Even obtaining just a small portion could be immensely helpful to him. The system could perform all its functions thanks to the vast amount of data stored in its database. If he could obtain part of that data, he might discover a way to incubate the Larvitar egg or find a reliable method for psychics to increase their power rapidly. Despite the risk, it was worth a try. And if things got really bad, he always had Slowpoke's teleport move as a trump card. In the center of the battlefield, at the point where the two sides clashed, at the forefront of the Rocket team stood a woman with a white cloak and fiery red hair. With a grim expression, she petted a Houndoom by her side. Leading the League team was an elderly man with white hair, full of energy, leaning on a cane. Next to him, surprisingly, was a Swinub. However, no one dared underestimate that seemingly harmless Swinub. This elderly man, leader of the League team, was none other than Price, the gym leader of Mahogany Town, an expert in Ice-type Pokémon, especially in breeding and training Swinub to surpass their natural limitations. The leader of the Rocket team was Ariana, one of Team Rocket's 4 executives and the one in charge of the base at Mahogany Town. Price, how can you still take part in these fights? What have those League politicians offered you? Ariana said through gritted teeth. This was her territory. If the League managed to break through their defenses, she would be primarily responsible. Even if it wasn't directly her fault, Giovanni would likely note her lack of performance. Hee hee, girl, don't get so nervous. You know exactly what's going on here. I don't need to explain it to you, Price replied, rubbing the handle of his cane. I'm here under orders. If you insist on blocking the way, don't blame me for using my power against you. Hearing Price's words, Ariana's expression grew even darker. She knew very well that, while both were at an elite trainer level, the differences between them were notable. Price, being a veteran, was a formidable opponent that she couldn't easily face. However, she couldn't allow them to pass so easily. At the very least, she had to buy time until her team completed the copying of all important data to minimize losses. Otherwise, explaining things to Giovanni would be even more challenging. Resolutely, Ariana unhooked several Pokeballs from her belt. Counting carefully, there were 8 in total. She threw them all at once, and on the battlefield appeared imposing, energetic Pokémon. Price watched Ariana's moves, smiling calmly as he drew 4 Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon onto the battlefield. A great battle was about to begin. However, the difference between Ariana and Price was evident. Although Ariana had a total of 9 Pokémon, including the Houndoom already on the field, Price had only released 5 Pokémon, including Swinub, and both were fighting evenly. This clearly showed who had the advantage. With the start of their battle, the other members of the League and Rocket also began to clash. Here, the difference became apparent. The League trainers, who hadn't experienced bloody battles, showed their weaknesses when facing Rocket members head-on. Often, a Rocket member fighting with all their might could take on 2 League trainers of the same level, and if the latter made a mistake, they could even be defeated. Watching the battles unfold, Price began to frown. He took out 3 more Pokeballs, releasing 3 elite or quasi-elite level Pokémon, tipping the scales in favor of the League. Snow began to fall from the sky, and Price finally unleashed his full power. Ariana gritted her teeth as she saw her side being overwhelmed by Price's Pokémon, unable to do anything. She was now using all her strength to face Price, and in the middle of the battle, she couldn't worry about anyone else. The situation started to become chaotic. After half an hour of fighting under the fierce assault of Price's Pokémon, the League finally broke Team Rocket's defensive line and led its trainers toward the base. From a safe distance, hidden on the ground, Cain watched, not daring to move. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle between Ariana and Price from his position 2 kilometers away, the small snowflakes reaching there gave him an idea of Price's power. Price's strength was truly terrifying. Simply with the ability to change the weather and make it snow within a radius of over 2 kilometers, it was clear that this was not just an ordinary move, but the manipulation of the weather over an entire region. The power of an elite-level veteran was incredible. When Cain saw the League breaking Rocket's defensive line, he summoned his Slowpoke and changed his mask to one he'd never used before. Placing his hand on Slowpoke's back, he waited for the perfect moment to act. The battle between Ariana and Price was at a stalemate, but it was clear that Ariana was at a disadvantage. Although she had more Pokémon, quantity didn't guarantee quality. Every time she attempted a surprise attack on Price, it was intercepted by the Swinub at his side. The sole purpose of that Swinub was to control the snowfall and protect Price. Therefore, in reality, the battle between Ariana and Price was a 9-on-4 confrontation, yet Ariana was still at a disadvantage. Cain waited until the League pushed the battle line toward the base entrance before starting to move. By that time, several trainers had already managed to penetrate the underground base, and those who entered first were likely exploring its depths. Slowpoke, teleport us to the marked point from before, Cain ordered as he touched Slowpoke's back, communicating telepathically through his Pokémon's psychic powers. Slowpoke's eyes glowed intensely, and, since the distance wasn't very far, it quickly located the reference point they'd left earlier. Surrounded by a bubble of psychic energy, they vanished from their original spot in an instant. When Slowpoke used Teleport, a League trainer with a psychic Pokémon suddenly frowned and approached Price, speaking in a low voice. "Mr. Price, someone just used Teleport toward the interior of the base." Hearing this, Price's eyes narrowed and a glint of light shone in his gaze. "Don't worry. Keep tracking. When they try to leave, use the spatial energy wave to stop them." His tone at the end of the sentence was cold. If someone took advantage of the battle to gain an advantage, Price would not let them escape easily. "Understood," the man replied. The League should not be underestimated. In the Pokémon world, there are many psychics, and a large part of them have been recruited by the League. The man who had spoken to Price was one of them. "Accelerate the attack, enter," Price ordered, his voice not very loud, but resonating throughout the battlefield. Finally, after being on the defensive for so long, Price began directing his Pokémon to launch an assault. When Price changed tactics, the pressure on Ariana increased significantly. However, she continued to wait, hoping that her subordinates would complete the data transfer before it was too late. At that moment, Cain, taking advantage of Slowpoke's teleport move, entered the office where they had been before. It wasn't clear how the League had caused so much commotion earlier, but the solid wall of the office now had fine cracks. Cain returned to the place, finding the office empty. With his Slowpoke by his side, Cain left the office. In his previous life, he had cleared both the 4th and 5th floors several times, so he knew the area well. This familiarity was one of the reasons he dared to take advantage of the confusion. The place was completely deserted. The Team Rocket researchers had evacuated long ago, and the fighters were on the upper floors, battling the League. He encountered no obstacles along his way. The doors that usually required authorization opened easily before him. All Cain needed to do was place his hand on the small computer next to the door, and his system would hack it, opening the door without leaving a trace. In less than 5 minutes, Cain reached the entrance leading from the 4th to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, the League members, advancing while fighting Team Rocket members, had only reached the 2nd floor. At this rate, Cain could be miles away before they reached the 5th floor. However, Cain hesitated in front of the 5th floor entrance. He recalled the words of the Team Rocket senior officer. He already had access to the 5th floor and was there to copy and destroy the database. If Cain entered now, he would most likely encounter him, and given that senior officer's strength, Cain would stand no chance. He withdrew the hand that was about to activate the door lock, quickly assessing the situation. Just as he was considering whether the risk was too high and if he should abandon the mission, sounds of battle came from the 3rd floor. It turned out that some League leaders had decided to take a risk. They knew that if they continued fighting like that, by the time they reached the 5th floor, Team Rocket would have already destroyed most of the data. So, a small group decided to force their way in, sending a few to investigate the situation. Two elite-level league trainers, the first to break in, were on the second floor, trying to open the door to the third. It was clear that Team Rocket had put a lot of effort into constructing these key doors. Even with the combined strength of two elite-level trainers, they couldn't open it immediately. Only someone like Cain, who carried a portable system capable of hacking any technology, could advance without obstacles. After a moment of hesitation, Cain decided not to enter the fifth floor. Instead, he quickly struck the alarm switch at the entrance, breaking it instantly. Immediately, alarms sounded on the fourth and fifth floors. After destroying the switch, Cain quickly hid in a small room near the fourth floor entrance, keeping his hand firmly on Slowpoke. If someone tried to enter, he was ready to order Slowpoke to teleport them out of there. With his ear to the door, Cain reduced his breathing to a minimum, a skill he had perfected during his missions with Team Rocket in his previous life. Soon, he heard the sound of an automatic door opening and hurried footsteps, followed by curses. Damn it! Damn it! The footsteps faded away. Cain exhaled slowly, but didn't move. He decided to wait. After 3 minutes, the footsteps returned, this time calmer, and stopped in front of the fifth floor entrance. No one? Then who broke the alarm switch here? Cain's heart pounded. He used his psychic ability, forming a thin thread of energy between himself and Slowpoke. This thread would ensure that if they needed to teleport, they would do so in half the usual time. Boom! A loud noise resounded from above. The two trainers had managed to break the door connecting the second and third floors, and they were starting to attack the fourth. Damn League! With more curses and hurried footsteps, the intruder moved away again. Phew! Cain let out a long sigh. Finally, the intruder had been distracted. Otherwise, escaping that situation would have been complicated. Without further hesitation, Cain and Slowpoke entered the fifth floor. The place was filled with computers, many with operational keyboards, and there were stands that had once held various items, but everything was gone. Cain quickly approached the main computer and placed his hand on it. System, analyze the database and collect the information, he ordered mentally. Beep. Task initiated, analyzing database. Due to the large volume of information, this may take some time. Current progress, 0.1%. Cain knew the database was large, but he hadn't expected it to be this extensive. Even with his system's speed, the progress was extremely slow. Though he was anxious, Cain could do nothing but wait and look around for anything of value. However, he had to admit that Ariana's subordinate had done a thorough job of cleaning the place. Besides the computers, everything else had been removed. The only thing left were some scattered papers on the tables. Finding nothing else useful, Cain focused on the system's progress. 10 minutes later, the system showed 5% progress. Don't underestimate that 5%. It represented a massive amount of data. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, sounds of battle could be heard outside. The voice of the Team Rocket senior officer, who had gone out earlier, resonated, trying to coordinate his defense against the two league trainers. From his voice, it was clear he was struggling, fighting two opponents at his same level. At lower levels, Rocket members could outmatch league trainers, but as the level increased, the league proved to be stronger. In regular battles, elite league trainers could already outclass Rocket members. At this point, Cain knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to escape once the other trainers entered the fifth floor. Fortunately, the system had reached 15% progress. Although it wasn't much, this data was valuable. Cain could only hope that most of it would be useful. Slowpoke, teleport. Huh. As Cain was about to leave, he found a broken test tube between two computers, containing a small amount of green liquid, though less than half remained when he discovered it. He picked up the test tube, took a small bottle from his ring, poured the liquid from the test tube into the bottle, then sealed the bottle tightly and stored both the bottle and the broken test tube in his ring. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. After handling everything, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back and spoke. Hearing this, Slowpoke focused its psychic power, closed its eyes, and began sensing the coordinates it had left before. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, located the coordinates of the place Cain had previously marked, and a blue light covered its body. Instantly, it disappeared from the place with Cain. However, what Cain didn't know was that, while Slowpoke was perceiving the coordinates, a psychic from the league fighting in the plaza outside the base sensed Slowpoke's teleportation psychic wave again. He immediately called an Alakazam that was fighting in the distance, placed his hand on Alakazam's back, and connected their psychic powers. A similar spatial wave appeared in both. As if they had sensed something, their psychic waves abruptly intensified, but after a violent flash, everything calmed down. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, approached a man named Price who was fighting, bowed, and said, "Mr. Price, the teleportation that previously entered the base just tried to leave, but I stopped it. The location should be near the direction of the Lake of Rage. They shouldn't be able to use teleport again for the next day." Price had been fighting against Ariana for over an hour. Although he hadn't defeated her, the number of her Pokémon had decreased from 9 to 5. However, Price wasn't in the best condition either. Out of his 5 Pokémon, 2 could no longer fight. If he didn't fear a desperate counterattack from Ariana, he would have already given his all to defeat her. Meanwhile, Ariana was anxiously waiting for her subordinate, whom she had sent to handle the 5th level, to return and tell her everything was resolved. At that moment, she wouldn't hesitate to retreat. Hearing what his psychic said about the person who had tried to teleport to escape, Price vaguely remembered them, but he was in the middle of his final battle with Ariana and didn't have time to worry about a small character trying to slip away. Send 2 people to search for him. If someone's teleportation can be interrupted, I'd guess his strength isn't much to worry about. Understood. The psychic thought for a moment and agreed. This was the main battlefield, and the person who teleported to escape was just a minor figure. He assigned 2 league trainers with decent strength to go find that guy. The move Teleport is a psychic skill requiring a deep understanding of spatial waves, so not all psychic Pokémon can master it. That such teleportation spatial waves could be detected or even interrupted usually means that either the user has just learned the move and doesn't master it well, or the user isn't strong enough and was interrupted by a far more powerful psychic. In most cases, it's due to the latter reason. At that moment, Cain and Slowpoke were emerging from the depths of the Lake of Rage. Slowpoke was somewhat confused, not understanding why the teleport move, which had always worked well before, failed this time. While in the spatial wave, it seemed as if someone had pushed it out. Seeing a somewhat dazed Slowpoke, Cain couldn't help wiping the lake water off his face. When they used teleport, they usually closed their eyes and appeared at their destination upon opening them, but this time, before Cain could open his eyes, he found himself completely submerged in water. If it hadn't been for Slowpoke being a water-type Pokémon, who swam him up from the lake depths, Cain might have drowned due to his poor swimming skills. "Slowpoke, what happened?" Finally catching his breath, Cain couldn't help but ask. Yaden Slowpoke let out a sound and explained what had just happened through telepathy. "Someone blocked us? Or they detected us?" Cain reflected as he listened to Slowpoke's explanation. Could it be that someone found out he'd stolen the data? The League or Team Rocket? Did someone know his true identity? Thinking of this, Cain felt he shouldn't stay any longer. League or Team Rocket agents might arrive soon. "Slowpoke, can you teleport again?" Cain asked again. Slowpoke closed its eyes and tried to sense the coordinates it had left before, but found everything in chaos, unable to perceive anything. Sadly, it shook its head. Seeing Slowpoke shake its head, Cain was even more convinced someone had interfered. "Then, Slowpoke, let's get out of here quickly." Cain determined the direction using the sun and the surrounding mountains, then placed his hand on Slowpoke's shoulder and spoke. The most urgent thing was to leave as soon as possible, as the one who had interrupted them might track them down like Sabrina. If he encountered someone of that level, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Cain's worry was unnecessary. No one was paying attention to a minor character like him. Not everyone was as dedicated as Sabrina, nor could everyone perceive Slowpoke's peculiarities. With the help of Slowpoke's water abilities, they moved quickly through the lake water. Although there were many Pokémon in the lake, mostly Magikarp, As long as they didn't encounter a Gyarados, Slowpoke wouldn't have trouble escaping. Cain was worried about running into a Gyarados. It's well known that the Lake of Rage has a large number of Gyarados, many appearing in groups. Often, encountering one means encountering the whole pack. Fortunately, when they were interrupted during the teleportation, they were already near the mountains east of the Lake of Rage. They only needed to cross the misty forest on the lake shore to reach the mountains. Once there, they'd be safe and no one could guess where Cain was. Slowpoke's swimming speed wasn't very fast. It took them almost 20 minutes to reach the shore, but luckily they didn't encounter any Gyarados on the way. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy to escape. After this incident, Cain decided he really needed a flying Pokémon as a means of transportation. Even if it wasn't a battle Pokémon, it would at least serve as aerial transport. At this moment, if he had a flying Pokémon that could carry a person, he wouldn't have been so passive. He could have flown directly over the Lake of Rage, crossed the misty forest, and reached the mountains, where he'd be safe. The misty forest is a grove located east of the Lake of Rage, named for the dense mist that enshrouds it all year round. If an ordinary person enters this forest, they could easily get lost, and finding their way out is no simple task. Some ghost-type Pokémon inhabit the misty forest. If a faint-hearted person ventures in, they might get quite a fright. There have been cases where people who entered the forest came out so terrified they were left dazed. Therefore, the League advises those who lack sufficient strength not to enter the misty forest rashly. The same applies to the misty mountains, which are connected to this forest. After getting out of the water, Cain didn't stop for a moment and, along with Slowpoke, headed into the misty forest. Although Slowpoke couldn't use the move Teleport, it could still employ other Psychic-type moves, so Cain wasn't worried about the Ghost-type Pokémon that might inhabit the forest. However, to be safe, he also summoned Murkrow. After walking for an hour deep into the forest, Cain finally decided to stop. He gathered some dry branches and lit a campfire to dry his somewhat wet body. Once he was completely dry, he changed clothes, storing his wet clothes in his ring, as he was on the run and couldn't leave any traces that could be followed. In the misty forest, you can't see the sun, but Cain assumed that, before entering, the sun was already setting. After an hour in the forest, it was surely dark outside by now. Cain decided to prepare dinner for his Pokémon, but suddenly, two figures emerged from the forest mist. Both were dressed as intermediate-level league trainers and were heading straight toward where Cain was. In reality, these two didn't have a clear way to navigate. They had been aimlessly wandering through the misty forest, searching for the person they'd been assigned to track. But seeing a light in the forest, they hurried to follow it. Although they'd been tasked with searching for someone, they hadn't been given any information, not even a description of the person they were looking for, making their search extremely difficult. So the two decided to follow the light, hoping to find someone, though they weren't sure if it would be the person they were looking for. After all, the misty forest is a place where few people venture, but that doesn't mean it's deserted. Cain, on his part, was a bit frustrated. He thought he'd perhaps had too much luck before, resulting in this streak of bad luck now. He had barely settled into camp in the forest when he came across two league trainers looking for him. Although it seemed they weren't certain of his identity, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. What Cain didn't know was that these two had been ordered to enter the forest before him, arriving long before he did. One of the men stepped forward and said, "Hello, young man. Have you seen anyone pass through here?" Cain thought quickly and, pretending to recall, said, "I think I saw someone earlier." He was drenched. He looked a bit threatening, so I didn't approach. "Are you looking for someone, gentlemen?" The two men exchanged a glance. Then, the one who had spoken earlier smiled and said, No, we were just curious. It's not common to find someone in this forest, let alone so many people in one day." Cain continued setting up his tent, showing no signs of nervousness at their words. The misty forest is a place where few people venture, as the men had said. Encountering someone here is already rare, and even more so, as Cain had said, encountering 3 people in one day. "Yes, usually days go by without seeing a single person, and today we've seen 3, which is unusual," replied Cain as he continued setting up his tent. Seeing Cain's calm demeanor, the two men's suspicions began to dissipate. The young man before them, who seemed so innocent and spoke so openly, didn't look like a criminal. "Are you League members?" Cain asked, pretending not to notice the exchange of glances between them. Yes, we are," one of the men replied. "Where are you from, young man?" Cain finished setting up his tent and sat by the campfire, extending his hands to warm up a bit. "I'm from Saffron City, in the Kanto region. I recently started my training. I heard in a critique city that the Misty Forest is a good place to train, so I came here. But I've been here almost a month now and still haven't found the exit." The two men sat on the other side of the campfire, mimicking Cain to warm themselves. "Saffron City? It's a big city, right?" "Well, it's not bad. It's similar to Goldenrod City. But my family is pretty ordinary. I'm the only one in my family who became a trainer," Cain said, pretending indifference. "Could you show us your League ID card?" One of the men asked Cain to show his ID to confirm if he was one of theirs. "It's not that we don't trust you, but you understand, we're on a mission." Cain pretended to be a bit uncomfortable and stayed silent for a moment. The men, noticing his discomfort, showed their own League ID cards, trying to gain his trust. However, one of them kept his hand close to his pokeball, ready to act if Cain showed any sign of danger. After seeing the men's ID cards, Cain nodded and took out his own League card, handing it to them. The men examined it carefully, comparing the information with Cain's appearance. They didn't notice any discrepancies and concluded that the card was authentic. Although having a League ID card doesn't guarantee someone is trustworthy, it's much more likely than with the Team Rocket members they'd been fighting that day. Handing the card back to Cain, one of the men apologized and smiled. "Don't worry, young man. We were just asking out of curiosity. It's good to have friends when you're out here." Cain smiled innocently and nodded to show his understanding. "Would you like something to eat?" "I was just about to start a barbecue," Cain offered as he took out an assortment of materials and tools. He looked like a trainer in the middle of a survival training exercise, which, along with his League ID card, dispelled 90% of the two men's suspicions. After all, Cain looked quite young, and if they put themselves in his shoes, they wouldn't be so calm in these situations at his age. "Haha, now that you mention it, I actually am a bit hungry," one of the men said, touching his stomach and laughing. They had been fighting Team Rocket all day with barely any time to eat. The other man nodded as well, though he was a bit more cautious, knowing it was wise to stay alert in the wild. Cain didn't mind their attitude and began roasting the meat. His Pokémon also showed signs of impatience, making everything seem perfectly natural. The men hadn't called out their own Pokémon, but kept their Pokeballs within reach so they could react quickly if something happened. They also positioned themselves strategically so that if Cain's Pokémon exhibited any unusual behavior, they would have enough time to respond and summon their own Pokémon for defense. It wasn't that they felt invincible, but Cain's Pokémon, although not weak, didn't worry them too much. That's why they weren't paying close attention. One reason they hadn't brought out their Pokémon was that they had already fed them after a long day of battling, preferring to let them rest in their Pokeballs. Not all trainers enjoy eating with their Pokémon. For many, they're just pets, and feeding them well is already a great act of care. Some even treat them as mere tools, discarding them after use. It wasn't long before the meat was ready. Cain's skill in roasting meat surprised the two men, and the aroma intensified with a variety of seasonings that soon filled the air. All done, everything should be just right. Cain cut a small piece from a large roast, tasted it, then popped it into his mouth. One of the men, the one who had mentioned being hungry, couldn't help but swallow as he watched Cain enjoy the golden, crispy meat. Although the other man still had some reservations, his concerns gradually faded as he saw everything being prepared in front of him, with seemingly normal ingredients. The aroma was truly irresistible. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Cain tasted each piece of meat to ensure it was well cooked. Finally, realizing he had been a bit impolite, Cain smiled shyly. "Oh, sorry. When I start roasting, I forget everything else. I don't have many hobbies, but I love cooking. Would you like to try my barbecue? It should be pretty good." The men shook their heads to indicate there was no problem. However, the large pieces of meat on the grill made them hesitate, as they didn't have their own utensils on hand. Cain, noticing their discomfort, slapped his forehead and pulled out 2 sets of tools from his ring, offering them to the men. Then he cut a golden piece from the juiciest part of the meat and handed it to the man who had said he was hungry. Thank you so much," the man repeated as he took the meat onto his plate. Unable to hold back any longer, he began eating eagerly. Cain, for his part, cut another large piece of meat and, noticing the eager look of the other man, offered it to him with his knife. But for some reason, the meat seemed to be stuck to the knife and wouldn't fall easily. Growing impatient, the man raised his fork and plate, helping Cain dislodge the meat from the knife. What he didn't know was that as he did this, a cruel and ruthless smile formed on Cain's face, revealing a cold, murderous determination in his dark eyes. Finally, the meat came off the knife, but Cain didn't stop his hand's movement, which was already calculated. The knife's blade gleamed under the light, cutting cleanly into the man's artery with deadly precision. The man's eyes widened, unable to believe that after being alert all this time, just as he relaxed, the knife had turned against him. Cain thought to himself, "One down." The other man, still chewing his meat, was momentarily paralyzed with surprise. He couldn't believe that the boy, who had seemed so innocent, had attacked his partner like that. Now, even a fool would realize that the boy before him was the target they had been searching for. But the surprise lasted only an instant. With incredible speed, the man threw his fork toward Cain, trying to take him down before he could make another move. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even the Pokémon didn't have time to react, and since the man hadn't released his own Pokémon, the quickest option was to end Cain directly. The fork gleamed with a cold glint as it flew straight toward Cain's neck. The space where the three were was tight, so the fork was about to reach its mark. As if he had anticipated the move, Cain didn't retreat. Retreating now would only mean throwing himself straight onto the fork. Using the momentum from his previous movement, Cain leaned forward just a few centimeters, but enough to avoid the fork reaching his neck, hitting his shoulder instead. Before his brain could register the pain, Cain continued with the movement of his knife. The other man tried to pull out the fork, but it was too late. Cain's knife had reached his back. Smack! The 6-inch blade sank completely into his back, severing his spine. Smack! Smack! Both bodies fell to the ground, one after the other. Thus, the two men who had come looking for Cain lay dead. Everything had happened in just 1 or 2 seconds, so quickly that even Cain's Pokémon hadn't had time to react. Although they knew these men had come to cause trouble, and were prepared to act as soon as Cain ordered, he had decided to handle the situation himself. Luckily, the outcome was a success. When the two bodies fell, Murkrow barely reacted, quickly running over and positioning himself to attack the lifeless bodies on the ground. Cain gestured with his hand, signaling that everything was over. It was then that the fork embedded in his shoulder caused a sharp pain, affecting his nerves. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he took the Pokeballs from the belts of the two men and, after blocking them all, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened occurred so fast that Cain didn't have time to plan anything. In that instant, the action he took was simply the one with the highest chance of success, so he went for it. Both opponents were stronger than him and were constantly on guard. Although he initially managed to deceive them, there were still many inconsistencies. If they had gone to check what Cain had said earlier about seeing someone completely drenched, and if there had been no signs of water in that area, they could have realized Cain was lying. That's why, before the two went searching for that non-existent person, Cain had to get rid of them. If he had let his Pokémon do it, it would have been too obvious, and the two clearly weren't inexperienced. They were always cautious around Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Cain seemed quite harmless and was rather young. He didn't have a strong build, which lowered their defenses. Had Cain been a regular adult, it probably wouldn't have been as easy to eliminate them. Bearing the pain, Cain pulled the fork out of his shoulder. It was clear the person who had attacked him was determined, as the fork was deeply embedded in his shoulder. He threw the blood-stained fork directly into the fire to reduce the scent of blood. From his ring, he took out a bottle of disinfectant, grabbed a stick and bit down on it, preparing to pour the disinfectant on his wound. At that moment, Miltank stepped forward and stopped Cain, indicating that she would handle it herself. Cain fully trusted Miltank, letting her take care of the wound, as doing it himself would have been challenging. After disinfecting the wound, applying ointment, and bandaging it, everything was basically finished. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at the two bodies on the ground with their eyes still open, Cain murmured to himself, "If I hadn't taken them down, they would have taken me down, so all I can do is ask them to report to the afterlife." Then, without further delay, he took all the spatial equipment and valuable items from the two. With the help of Slowpoke and the others, he buried them in the misty forest. It's likely that before long, 2 new ghost-type Pokémon will appear here. After clearing all traces and storing everything in his ring, Cain and his Pokémon left the area. They paused briefly, and 2 league trainers arrived on the scene. Who knows if more will come later. It's best to leave as soon as possible. This time, Cain had no intention of stopping at all. He even ate on the go. However, after injuring his arm, doing anything became somewhat uncomfortable, and on top of that, there were quite a few wild Pokémon, keeping Murkrow and the others busy. After advancing for another 3 hours, until bloodstains began to appear on his shoulder, Cain decided to stop and rest. He found a large tree, and along with his Pokémon, he hurried to rest there for the night. After a tense day, Cain was already exhausted. He left Ghastly on guard and quickly fell asleep. Although Cain fell asleep, his Pokémon didn't drift off as quickly, as they understood very well what had happened during the day. Especially Slowpoke, who had been with Cain through all the day's experiences. What filled them with some remorse was that throughout the day, they hadn't made a big impact, especially against the league trainers. Although they were always ready, awaiting Cain's command to attack. But in the end, Cain had to act personally, resulting in a serious injury. This made his Pokémon feel very guilty. Through Slowpoke's psychic control, the Pokémon reflected and lamented, vowing to train harder in the future to prevent a similar event from happening again. Even Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, though he didn't voice any opinion on what had happened, didn't oppose the proposals of Murkrow and the others. All of this happened without Cain knowing. The next morning, Cain woke up with a slight headache, guided by his biological clock. But when he awoke, he realized his Pokémon weren't around. While he was surprised, he saw Murkrow flying quickly in front of him, practicing his flying skills around the tree. Upon climbing down from the tree, he saw Slowpoke meditating, with his psychic abilities flowing intensely. Ghastly, who had kept watch all night, didn't seem inclined to rest and was training his moves from afar. Miltank was also practicing her hits against a tree, not too big nor too small, causing the leaves to fall like crazy. And Sneasel, who had joined recently, didn't have a specific training direction yet since Cain hadn't assigned him tasks, so he simply did climbing exercises, practicing his agility. It wasn't clear who had taught him, but he had 2 large logs tied to his feet, making his climbing training even more challenging. Cain watched his Pokémon training with great determination, all except Skorupi, who was still sleeping, pushing themselves harder than ever. Suddenly, as if he understood something, Cain smiled, touching his shoulder wound and thinking, maybe getting injured isn't all bad after all. Miltank, seeing that Cain had woken up, stopped her training and helped him prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Cain continued to correct his Pokémon's training deficiencies, paying special attention to Sneasel, who was joining the training for the first time. 2 days later, riding Onyx, Cain and his Pokémon arrived once again in the Akrutik City area. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't enter the city looking disheveled. He changed into his league trainer clothes and put Murkrow, Sneasel, and the others back into their Pokeballs, taking only Slowpoke as he walked slowly toward the city. The wound on his shoulder hadn't healed yet, but covered by his clothes, nothing looked unusual from the outside. After another 2 days of survival in the wild and more intense training, his Pokémon had improved to varying degrees. Murkrow, Ghastly, and Miltank had each gained a level, reaching levels 23, 20, and 22, respectively. According to Cain's prior plan, he might have stayed a bit longer in a critique city to see if he could have the chance to interact with some of the city's minor families and learn techniques for training ghost-type Pokémon, such as specialized combat tactics for Ghastly. Although in his previous life, Cain had his own knowledge to train Ghastly up to Gengar, he was still interested in the unique techniques of certain families. However, due to the incidents at the Lake of Rage base and the battle in the Misty Forest, he had already been delayed quite a bit. Deciding not to stay any longer, Cain headed straight to the Critique City bus station. Although buses to Mahogany Town ran only once or twice a day, those to Goldenrod City were more frequent, almost every 3 hours. With his League ID card, Cain had no trouble buying a ticket, and after waiting a short while, he boarded a bus to Goldenrod City. To reach Saffron City quickly, taking the magnetic train from Goldenrod City was the fastest option. The 4-day journey that Cain and Murkrow had made on foot now took only 4 hours by bus. Leaving the luxurious Goldenrod City station, Cain headed directly to the city's black market. Previously, on his way to Ice Mountain, Cain had defeated 2 Team Rocket recruits and obtained a Golbat and an Arbok from them, both of good quality. Since he was wary of selling them in Mahogany Town due to potential issues, he had held on to them until now and decided to sell them in Goldenrod City. With his familiar attire, Cain and Murkrow entered the black market. He sold Golbat and Arbok at a Pokémon shop, as the Hunter Association didn't accept tamed Pokémon. For both Pokémon, he got 200,000 Pokédollars, a considerable sum. Then, he submitted the Onix mission to the Hunter Association, earning 100,000 Pokédollars and 100,000 points. Onix is a relatively rare Pokémon, so although its quality and level were average, the mission reward wasn't low. With this, Cain now had 3,550,000 Pokédollars and 1,850,000 Hunter points. Thanks to the Swinub mission, he received an additional 150,000 points, and with the capture of the Wild Donphan, he gained 500,000 points. Adding these to his original 1,100,000 points and the 100,000 from Onix, his total points now reached 1,850,000. With this amount, Cain could exchange for a good quality Pokémon, but his current resources were limited, and he couldn't add more Pokémon to his training. Soon, Skorupi would also enter its growth phase, which would mean another large consumption of resources. Currently, aside from Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had learned some moves through TMs, Cain hadn't systematically trained his other Pokémon in moves. Once he completed the Umbra mission, Cain would have some free time, which would be ideal for reviewing and planning his Pokémon's move combinations. What he needed most now was a flying Pokémon for transportation. Although he could exchange for a Pokémon at the Hunter Association, those were not yet tamed, and Cain didn't have time to tame one right now, so he preferred to buy one that was already tamed. He didn't need the flying Pokémon for battles, only as a means of transportation, just like the previous Onix. However, Cain visited several Pokémon shops and found that there were few flying Pokémon suitable as mounts. Of those available, either their level was low, their physical constitution wasn't ideal, or their price was exorbitant. Black market vendors weren't fools. All Pokémon capable of carrying a passenger by air had very high prices. The cheaper ones were underdeveloped Pokémon, unable to carry a passenger for more than 10 minutes. Just as Cain was about to give up, he noticed a sign at a market stall advertising a domesticated flying Pokémon suitable for carrying people. Cain approached the stall, and the vendor warmly welcomed him, describing all his products as if they were the best in the world. Cain ignored his flowery praises and, pointing at the sign, spoke in a raspy voice from under his black cloak. "What Pokémon is it? Can I see it?" "Oh, you've got a good eye." "I'm not bragging, but flying Pokémon that can carry people aren't common, and as soon as they're available, they're gone. You're lucky to see the sign just when I put it up, otherwise, it would have already been sold," the vendor said as he took a Pokeball from his belt and handed it to Cain with an air of mystery. Cain activated his system to scan the data, ignoring the vendor's sales pitch. Pokémon, Fiero, light yellow. Gender, male. Level, 28. Type: normal plus flying. Ability: keen eye. Held item: none. Egg moves: quick attack, astonish. Basic moves: drill run, pluck, peck, growl, leer, pursuit, fury attack, aerial ace, mirror move, assurance, agility. Learned moves: tailwind. TM moves: none. As the evolved form of Spearow, Fearow can grow up to 1.2 meters with a wingspan of up to 3.5 meters, which is enough to carry a 15-year-old like Cain without trouble. If Fearow is well developed and strong enough, it could fly a whole day carrying significant weight. It's like a pack mule among flying Pokémon, specialized in transportation. However, Fearow has one flaw: its temperament can be challenging, especially when facing its rival, Pidgey, which can trigger uncontrollable rage. Of course, with proper training, Fearow could be an excellent flying tool. In Cain's opinion, this Fearow seemed well developed, with a light yellow quality, which was quite decent for a Pokémon that only needed to fly. However, the price the vendor mentioned was outrageous: 300,000 Poké Dollars. With that amount, one could buy a light green quality Pokémon, even if it wasn't very rare. It was clear the vendor saw Cain as an easy target. 100,000 Poké Dollars, and I'll take Fearow, Cain said, calmly gripping Fearow's Pokeball. Cain's words caused the vendor, who had been talking nonstop until then, to suddenly stop, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. Wait, customer, don't you think that price is a bit low? This is a medium-quality Pokémon, and it's also in its final evolved form. Cain's offer made all of the vendor's flowery words crumble in an instant. Clearly, Cain wasn't just throwing out a random price. He stated exactly what he thought. Cain glanced at him casually and commented indifferently, "Medium quality? It's just a Pokémon that barely reached medium quality. If it were a Pidgeot, I'd even give you 400,000 Poké Dollars, but unfortunately, this is only a Fearow, and it's worth exactly what I said." Although both Pidgeot and Fearow are final evolved forms, the price difference between them isn't small. Pidgeot's base stats are much higher than Fearow's, and Pidgeot is also much more elegant. While appearance doesn't directly affect battle, the difference in style is obvious. Think about it, both are flying Pokémon, but one trainer is riding a majestic Pidgeot while the other is on a less attractive Fearow. Who would get more attention? Furthermore, Pidgeot evolves from Pidgeotto at level 36, while Fearow evolves from Spearow at level 20. Comparing a 3-stage evolutionary line to a 2-stage line makes the difference in value obvious. Cain directly exposed Fearow's initial medium quality, leaving the vendor with no more arguments. Finally, with a pained expression, the vendor agreed, and Cain paid 100,000 Poké Dollars, storing Fearow in his team. The vendor had tried his best to get Cain to offer a bit more, even just a few thousand more, but Cain held firm at 100,000 Poké Dollars, not budging an inch. This Fearow had been up for sale for quite a while, and although many had inquired about it, everyone rejected it once they found out it was a Fearow. Fearow isn't exactly appealing, and the vendor's original price was way too high. Cain smiled as he clipped Fearow's Pokeball to his belt, satisfied as he left the black market. Others might care about a Pokémon's appearance, but Cain wasn't the type to get carried away by superficial things. For him, utility was what mattered, although so far, most of his Pokémon were actually quite attractive. A temporary transport like Fearow, which could be replaced if a better Pokémon came along, wouldn't be a reason for regret. Besides, this Fearow was already tamed, so it would only need a bit of training to be usable. Now, when he needed to travel, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself running. Leaving the black market, Cain didn't linger long in Goldenrod City and headed straight to the magnetic train station. Previously, when he met Whitney, he had also taken the magnetic train. Although the ride hadn't been all that pleasant for Cain, the outcome was satisfying. He had secured his first long-term client, who would regularly deposit money into his account, without worrying about any secrets being revealed. When Cain arrived at the station, he noticed that only 10 minutes remained before the last train of the day. He quickly bought a first-class ticket and boarded the train just as the doors were closing. In the luxury car, just like the previous time, There were 2 isolated seats in a private cabin, with excellent service and privacy. When Cain entered, there was already someone seated. The young man, upon seeing Cain enter, smiled politely and greeted him. Cain looked at the young man sitting elegantly and felt a bit puzzled. The young man had a refined smile and wore a suit that reflected a noble air. He wore a red bow tie, very much in line with aristocratic tastes, and his short silver hair made him look strikingly similar to someone Cain remembered. Steven? Steven Stone? The future champion of the Hoenn region? The master of Steel-type Pokémon, son of the Devon Corporation president and young heir of the Stone family? Cain couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter how much he doubted it, he couldn't ignore the fact that the person seated across from him was Steven, though he wasn't yet the champion. Cain, though surprised, didn't let his emotions show on his face. He returned the smile and slowly took his seat. After Cain sat down, the train swayed slightly and then stabilized. The train had begun to move. Is that a Skorupi? Steven broke the silence first. With a confident smile, Steven looked at the blue and purple Pokémon on Cain's shoulder. Though it was phrased as a question, the confidence and certainty in his tone were unmistakable. Yes, Cain replied with a smile, stroking Skorupi on his shoulder. Skorupi, usually asleep, woke up at the touch of Cain's hand. It let out a small chirp, rubbed its cheek against Cain, and then slid down his arm, trying to climb onto the seat's armrest. Perhaps still half asleep, Skorupi failed to grip the armrest's edge and almost fell, but its tail hooked onto Cain's clothing, preventing it from tumbling down. With the help of its tail, Skorupi slowly pulled itself up and, on its second attempt, managed to sit on the armrest. It looked at Steven with curious eyes. "Ha ha, what a charming little one." Steven laughed, amused by Skorupi's behavior, and clapped his hands joyfully. Cain also smiled and patted Skorupi's back. Thanks to the Miltank milk it had been drinking, Skorupi's outer layer was now very smooth and polished, almost like touching a jade stone. I've traveled to the Sinnoh region before, and Skorupi are more common there. You don't see many in Johto. Are you from the Sinnoh region? Steven, after that brief interaction, had already grown quite friendly. As heir to the Devon Corporation, Steven was skilled at handling social interactions. And given his current position, he had no ulterior motives in talking to Cain, nor did Cain have anything that might interest him. What could the Devon Corporation's heir possibly lack? Although Cain's Skorupi was of good quality, for Steven, the attraction was simply that it was his first time seeing a young Skorupi. No, I'm from the Kanto region, and I found this little one by chance. Cain smiled and shook his head. Well, this little one is lucky to have found you. They're not always so lovely when they're born, but it seems you've put a lot of effort into raising it, Steven remarked, stroking his chin. Although Steven had never seen a young Skorupi before, he was well informed about Pokémon, even those from Sinnoh. He knew that newly hatched Skorupi often had a rougher and duller appearance. Clearly, Cain's Skorupi had received a lot of care. Yes, it has taken quite a bit of effort, Cain said with a smile, nodding. No wonder. To prepare Skorupi's food during its infancy stage, he had to specifically buy a Miltank. Although now Miltank has successfully integrated into his team, it can't be denied that he initially bought it solely for Skorupi. Cain took out a bottle of Miltank milk from his ring, inserted a straw, and placed it next to Skorupi. The latter's eyes turned into crescent moons, and it happily hugged the bottle with its pincers, drinking joyfully on the armrest of the seat. As for the unfamiliar person across from it, they were obviously not more important than the milk. Seeing the Miltank milk, Steven's eyes also sparkled. Miltank milk? Did you buy it in Goldenrod City? I ordered quite a bit myself a few days ago, but I couldn't carry it all. They're going to send it to my house. At the same time, he understood why Skorupi was so well developed. Miltank milk was key. No, it's not from Goldenrod City. It's produced by my own Miltank. Here, you can try some, Cain said, taking out another bottle of milk and handing it to Steven. Steven, without any hesitation, took it directly and, after unscrewing the lid, drank half the bottle in one go, then licked his lips and remarked, "Why does this taste better than the milk from the Miltank farm?" Cain looked at Stephen, who had abandoned all his previous elegance and seemed much more approachable. Cain couldn't help but feel a twitch at his mouth. This was not what one would expect from the heir of an elite family. It's different because I make the poke blocks for my milk tank myself. The milk tank milk is a bit more nutritious. In fact, they've ordered quite a lot from me, but since I'm the sole producer, they can't fully supply it, which is why this has a unique taste, Cain explained. For someone like Stephen, heir to a great family, his poke blocks wouldn't hold any special interest, so there was no problem mentioning it. However, what was a casual comment for Cain held more significance for Stephen, who quickly asked, "You make them yourself? Are you a breeder?" Cain hesitated a moment, but finally nodded. Stephen took out a pokeball and released it inside the train compartment. A metong appeared within. "Could you make specific poke blocks for my metting?" "The price is negotiable," Stephen said, stroking metting. "Brother, did I mention what kind of poke blocks I make? Would you accept a basic level one?" Stephen's position as the heir of an elite family influenced his perception. For someone like him, advanced poke blocks were what he knew first, and his metong always consumed them. However, Stephen had recently noticed that these advanced poke blocks were no longer meeting his metang's needs, which is why he asked Cain for a special blend. It wasn't that Stephen's family couldn't hire a high-level breeder, he simply didn't want standard poke blocks. He wanted something customized for his metang that fit his vision and training approach, allowing for perfect growth. Only, finding an advanced breeder with that skill wasn't easy, and the costs were considerably high. Originally, he planned to ask his father to help find one after returning home, but upon meeting Cain on the magnetic levitation train, he spontaneously asked. Seeing Cain's expression, Stephen realized he might have spoken too quickly, as Cain didn't seem like someone capable of producing advanced poke blocks at his age, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Haha, what I meant was advanced poke blocks. It's fine. No problem, no problem. With your talent, I'm sure you'll be able to make advanced poke blocks someday. What? Stephen was stunned, as if he hadn't heard correctly. I said I can do it. Give me your requirements, and I'll give you a price, Cain said bluntly. Advanced poke blocks? Stephen reconfirmed. Cain, a bit resigned, nodded again. I have a mentor who can do it. Given his age, being able to make advanced poke blocks sounded unbelievable, but he didn't want to pass up the chance to connect with Stephen. Stephen and Whitney were very different. Although both were heirs, Stephen's family far surpassed Whitney's. Moreover, in Whitney's family, her grandfather was still in charge, but in Stephen's, only his father held more power than he did. As the eldest son and heir, the Stone family took a very open approach to his upbringing, not worrying about every friend Stephen made, nor about the training pace of his Pokémon. After all, as long as Stephen grew normally, what did it matter if the Pokémon were weak? No problem, they could buy the best Pokémon and use money to train them to an elite level if needed, enough to represent the company. The Stone family saw Stephen as the next president of the company, not as a trainer. After all, for the Devon Corporation, a powerful trainer wasn't truly that impressive. And Stephen became a champion because he had great natural talent as a trainer, with unique ideas about training and Pokémon battling. With a little help from his family, he became the champion of the Hoenn region. That's why, later, Stephen handed his champion title to Wallace. For him, being a champion was only a hobby. Yes, for many, a champion position is something they strive for, but for Stephen, being champion was only a secondary job. It may sound offensive to many, but it's undeniable. Devon Corporation is that powerful. Don't you see he requested custom advanced poke blocks? Those aren't cheap. Oh, so it's your mentor, you startled me. But, considering your age, being able to make basic poke blocks is already a huge achievement, Stephen said, relieved and sounding impressed. Who said I can only make basic poke blocks? Though this misunderstanding wasn't entirely bad, at least it wouldn't attract unwanted attention. At his age, not many could make basic poke blocks, although it wasn't impossible. Many apprentices of master breeders could do it. Stephen probably assumed Cain was an apprentice to a master breeder. Cain turned his gaze to Steven's Metang, the unevolved form of Hoenn's pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross. This was the first time he had seen it in this life. Upon seeing Metang's data in the system, Cain remained silent for quite a while. What is this? Is this the true strength of an heir to a great family? Metang is a Pokémon with rather unique evolution conditions. A Beldum can only evolve into Metang when it encounters another Beldum, and both Pokémon must be at the appropriate level to fuse and evolve into Metang. For Metang to evolve into Metagross, another Metang is also required, making it arguably the most complex evolution process among all pseudo-legendaries. Because you need at least 4 Beldum to achieve it, and each Beldum must meet a minimum quality, or else Metang's quality may decrease upon evolution. But looking at Steven's Metang, what has Cain seen? Shiny? A shiny Metang is even rarer, as it requires 2 shiny Beldum to evolve. And this shiny Metang is of dark blue quality, meaning that both previous shiny Beldum were also of no less than dark blue quality. What a great benefactor! Even Cain, with all his experience, couldn't help but feel like cursing. It's worth noting that this is only a Metang. When Steven became champion, he had a Metagross by his side, and it was a shiny Metagross. What does this mean? It means that Steven had, from the beginning, for shiny Beldum, and knowing Steven's character, he surely ensured the quality did not diminish. This implies that the 4 shiny Beldum were at least of dark blue quality. Among Cain's Pokémon, the highest quality is his light blue Sneasel and Skorupi. The others, like Murkrow and Slowpoke, are of green and dark green quality, which represents a significant difference. Look at that series of learned moves. Each one holds substantial value. This complete set of moves is worth at least several million. Of course, for someone who has had 4 shiny Beldum, those millions are just a small expense. Cain took a deep breath and reminded himself that all this had nothing to do with him. He just needed to focus on doing his job well. Steven, noticing Cain staring at his Metang, waved his hand in front of his face and said, I still don't know your name. I'm Steven Stone. Cain, snapping out of it, looked at Steven with a strange expression before answering, Cain, no last name. Not having a last name implies having no family, which in turn means Cain is just an ordinary person. However, Steven didn't think much of it. For him, ordinary people and members of small families weren't very different. Hello, Cain, nice to meet you. He extended his right hand as a formal introduction. Cain shook his hand briefly and sat back down, as he had suddenly stood up in excitement. Steven also sat beside him and gently stroked his Metang, as if he were touching a precious treasure. The Hoenn region is the only known region in the Pokémon world that is home to 2 species of pseudo-legendaries, Metagross and Salamence. A Dragon-type Pokémon being a pseudo-legendary is no surprise, but Metagross has earned this title for its rarity and unique evolution method, combining 4 Pokémon without imperfections, resulting in a high base stat value. What are your requirements? Cain asked, trying to calm himself down. Metang is a Pokémon that could normally grow strong simply by eating enough metal, without needing Poke Blocks. However, although it could grow strong this way, it wouldn't stand out among pseudo-legendaries. After hearing Cain's question, Steven thought and replied, I'm not a breeder, so I don't understand much, but my goal is for Metang to gain strength without gaining too much weight, and above all, for its toughness to be maintained. This requirement was already a challenge for Cain. What is Metang's weakness? Its weight. Weight is one of its main characteristics, as Beldum start eating metal from birth and continue doing so even after evolving into Metagross, as metal is essential for them. Steven's demand is for Metang to grow without gaining weight, or even to grow stronger without becoming heavier. To achieve this, one would first need to understand what trace elements Metang needs for growth, which could optimize its development, and which would increase its weight. However, Metang has a very rare hidden ability called Light Metal. This ability halves the Pokémon's weight and can only be found in Beldum, Metang, Metagross, and Scizor. Oh, and it can also appear in one of the Registeel. This hidden ability is more common in Beldum, but it becomes very rare in Metang and almost non-existent in Metagross due to its fusion evolution method. For Metang to have the Light Metal ability, Both Beldum must have it. If only one has it, Metang's ability is random with a 50% probability. Similarly, for Metagross to have the light metal ability, at least one of the Metang must have it. Since Steven's Metang is shiny, obtaining the light metal ability is even less likely. However, Cain knows a method to temporarily change Metang's ability to light metal. Imagine a Metagross that is normally slow but suddenly becomes extremely fast. This would catch any opponent off guard. And if we add speed to Metagross's great strength, this Pokémon could become one of the most outstanding pseudo-legendaries. Actually, the method Cain mentioned for temporarily modifying Metang's ability is to have a Pokémon that knows both the moves Roleplay and Skill Swap. Additionally, a Pokémon with the light metal ability is needed to make this work. The move Roleplay allows your Pokémon to copy another Pokémon's ability, while the move Skill Swap swaps your Pokémon's ability with that of another. Thus, with a Pokémon that has the light metal ability and another that knows both moves, you can make Metang temporarily acquire the light metal ability. However, having a Pokémon that knows both Roleplay and Skill Swap is very difficult, as these moves are not available through TMs, meaning they can only be learned through tutoring or as egg moves. This is a type of move combination, and Cain doesn't know how many people in this world are aware of this combination, as, from his past life until now, he has never seen anyone use it. So, let's exchange contact information. I need to discuss it with my master, Cain said, inventing a fictional master. However, this was necessary to conceal that he could produce high-level Pokeblocks and also to make a good amount of money. Since Cain said this, Steven gladly agreed, took out his phone, and they exchanged contacts. After all, Pokeblock production isn't something that can be completed in a day or two, especially high-level custom Pokeblocks, which require extensive adjustment and testing before they're ready to use. I can provide all the materials, and I'll cover all research costs during the process. Once the Pokeblocks are made and meet my requirements, I'll pay you according to the standard market rate, Steven said with a smile. These are the basic conditions when seeking a breeder capable of producing high-level Pokeblocks. All materials and research costs are covered by the client, and the manufactured Pokeblocks are bought at a premium price. Of course, those who can afford to commission high-level Pokeblocks usually aren't strapped for cash. Alright, though given the time, the amount of Pokeblocks I can produce each time won't be large. But don't worry, it will be enough for a single Metang, Cain said, nodding. The normal amount a Metang consumes at his production rate won't disrupt his usual schedule. He was worried that Steven, with his vast wealth, would place a bulk order like Whitney's clan did, requesting tens or hundreds of thousands of Pokeblocks. That would be a real problem. High-level Pokeblocks are different from mid-level ones. If it came to that, he'd have no time to do anything other than make high-level Pokeblocks. That wasn't what he wanted. His primary goal was to raise Pokémon. Selling some Pokeblocks was merely a way to get more resources for training his Pokémon. Hearing Cain's words, Steven hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Alright, no problem." His main Pokémon aren't just Metang. He also has others like Aaron, but his current focus is Metang, and Aaron and the others can continue consuming the Pokeblocks provided by his family. I'll contact you when I have some progress in the research. Alright. Thus, Cain managed to establish contact with Steven, a powerful ally. If they keep in regular contact in the future, even if they don't become friends, Cain's provision of high-level Pokeblocks might lead Steven to accept some minor requests. For instance, he could ask Steven for help finding a Duskstone to evolve Murkrow. Of course, it would need to be high quality, and Cain would pay the full price. But that's better than searching blindly, right? For now, Cain and Steven only know each other and have a verbal transaction agreement, so Cain won't ask Steven for help immediately, especially for a high-quality Duskstone, as Cain couldn't afford it yet. Thinking about this, Cain felt somewhat frustrated. Looking at his Pokémon, he thought about each of their evolution requirements. Murkrow needs a high-quality Duskstone, which isn't cheap. Sneasel needs a Razor Claw, which isn't easy to obtain either. And for Slowpoke, if he wants to evolve into Slowbro, that's fine, but if he wants to evolve into Slowking, the rare item, King's Rock, would be a headache for Cain. So, to evolve his Pokémon, he needs to prepare a lot of money. In comparison, evolving Ghastly and Skorupi seems a bit easier. After this, the two began a smooth conversation, primarily about Pokémon breeding. Though Steven isn't a breeder, his excellent family upbringing has given him good knowledge about Pokémon, especially steel types, so he could be called a specialist. Cain, with his past experiences and the system's knowledge, could talk about any topic and express his own opinions. This made Steven, someone from a powerful family, see Cain, a commoner, differently. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon the magnetic train arrived at the Saffron City station. During this trip, Cain once again forgot to enjoy the empty silver scenery, but unlike the previous time with Whitney, this was a much more pleasant conversation, where Cain wasn't just listening. Steven, having things to do, said goodbye to Cain after getting off the train and quickly left the station. He went straight to Saffron City's airport to catch the next flight back to the Hoenn region. Cain, on the other hand, took a taxi directly to Saffron City's Pokémon Center. He still doesn't know how to find Umbra to complete his mission. However, Cain believes that since he's using the ID card Umbra gave him, with Umbra and Team Rocket's influence in Saffron City, they'll surely know he's arrived. So he doesn't need to search actively. If Umbra didn't give him a contact method, they'll surely send someone to find him. All Cain needs to do is show himself publicly with his league identity and wait calmly. And the Pokémon Center is the most suitable place for that. Cain isn't worried that Team Rocket won't be able to enter the Pokémon Center. He's only a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. Within Team Rocket, his rank is quite low. If he can have an official league identity, why couldn't others? There's no need to overthink it. Team Rocket's infiltration of the league is something probably only Giovanni and a few of the high-ups truly know. Even the league can't imagine the extent of its own internal corruption, right? Cain entered the Pokémon Center, reserved a room, and locked himself inside with his Pokémon. Previously, at the research base by Lake of Rage in Mahogany Town, Cain had acquired quite a few items, but due to his travels, he hadn't had time to go through them. Now, he could finally settle down and organize everything. The most important thing is that the system managed to obtain 15% of the vast amount of data from the research base. System, organize the data obtained earlier, extract all important information, and discard the disordered fragments into the data pile, Cain ordered mentally. Beep. Task set. Due to the large amount of data, the estimated analysis time is 2 days. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Although the data acquired is vast, Cain hopes the system prioritized copying the most important data. However, he still doesn't know the final result of the battle between Ariana and Price that day. It's certain that Ariana was at a disadvantage, but as an executive of Team Rocket, she surely had a backup plan to escape, and Cain doesn't believe Price is the type to risk his life for the League. Perhaps he would have for the League of old, but the current League, definitely not. As one of the League's veterans, Price was assigned to a small place like Mahogany Town under the pretext of restricting Team Rocket, but everyone knew he'd actually been sidelined in the power struggle. So, if Price obeyed blindly, that would be strange. Oh, right. Cain suddenly remembered something. He took a small glass vial out of his ring, containing a transparent green liquid. This vial held half a test tube of green liquid that Cain had found on the 5th floor of the Lake of Rage base, just as he was about to leave, stuck between the cracks of a computer. Since his escape, he hadn't thought about this item until he began analyzing the data with the system. System, analyze what this item is. Beep. The system seemed to stall for a few seconds, possibly because it was in the middle of analyzing data, which kept its functions working at high capacity, causing a slight slowdown. Object name, Evolution Elixir, possible. Function, accelerates the growth of Pokémon. Usage, unknown. Note, this information is an estimation based on data fragments. Due to the volume of pending data analysis, please scan again once data decoding is complete. Seeing the system's response, Cain fell into thought. This half bottle of green liquid was probably the main result of Team Rocket's research at the Lake of Rage base, and it could accelerate the growth of Pokémon. However, the specific effects were still unclear since the system's data had not yet been fully decoded. To obtain detailed information, he would have to wait until the system's analysis was complete and then do a new review. Cain had a vague recollection of this item, as in his past life, after leaving Judgment Island and entering Team Rocket's base in Mahogany Town, this item appeared on Team Rocket's exchange list. The exchange cost was very high, but the effect was quite special. It could catalyze the evolution of some Pokémon that normally evolve slowly or accelerate the growth of others. However, this item wasn't without side effects, and perhaps due to the League's surprise attack, the research was forced to stop, losing crucial data and leaving the project incomplete. Pokémon that used this liquid showed accelerated growth, and even some Pokémon on the verge of evolution could evolve directly. However, as a trade-off, the lifespan of Pokémon that used this catalyst was drastically reduced. For example, a Pokémon that normally lived 100 years could see its lifespan cut to 50, 40, or even 30 years. The amount of life lost depended on the catalyst's effect, though in most cases, lifespan was reduced by half. Initially, Team Rocket researched this catalyst to accelerate Pokémon growth and quickly turn lower-ranking members into effective fighting forces, which would narrow the gap with the League. Also, some Pokémon, like Dragon types or pseudo-legendaries, grow very slowly. With this catalyst, they could speed up their growth. But the League caught wind of this development and knew that the potential impact of this drug could destabilize the current Pokémon World balance, so they launched an immediate attack. Although they couldn't acquire the drug, they ensured its destruction. Luckily, the League acted before it was too late. The drug was still incomplete, with unremoved side effects and very high production costs. Eventually, the League left it at that, as the high production cost made it unlikely to affect the global balance. Later, Team Rocket deemed it not worthwhile to continue researching the catalyst and abandoned the project. However, the fact that Team Rocket abandoned it didn't mean the main researchers did the same. Professor Sebastian, the lead researcher of the evolution elixir, didn't give up and continued his research to remove side effects and reduce costs at the Lake of Rage base. This eventually led to the chaos of the Gyarados at Lake of Rage, but that's another story. So this half bottle of green liquid is the original prototype of the catalyst? Cain murmured as he gently shook the vial in his hand. This catalyst had major flaws, and Cain wouldn't use it on his own Pokémon, but that didn't stop it from being extremely valuable. At this moment, he could exchange it with either Team Rocket or the League to obtain a large amount of resources. However, for Cain, this item was problematic. If he brought it to light at this critical moment, it would be as if he were signing his own death sentence. In that case, not only the League, but even within Team Rocket, they'd hunt him down and accuse him of treason, pursuing him until he was dead. Cain returned the vial to the ring. If he wasn't planning to use it, it would be best to keep it hidden. Besides the data obtained by the system and the vial with the drug, Cain's biggest haul was everything he took from the 2 mid-level League trainers who had attempted to capture him. From both of their storage spaces, Cain acquired items worth close to $1 million. But that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was their Pokémon. In total, there were 10 Pokémon, most with yellow rank potential, although some reached green rank potential, and all were at a decent level, with the highest at level 37 and the lowest at level 29. One could say Cain was quite lucky to defeat both, aided by the element of surprise in his attack. Before, due to concerns that selling these Pokémon could attract the attention of interested parties, Cain waited until he left Goldenrod City to avoid taking immediate action. But now he's in Saffron City, and the black market here is Team Rocket's territory, so there's no better place to circulate these Pokémon. However, Cain is in no rush. These Pokémon can wait until he receives a message from Umbra. Instead, Cain begins to think about the future direction of his Pokémon's training. Murkrow and Slowpoke are fine since they were the first Pokémon to accompany Cain. Their training direction has always aligned with what's most suitable for them. They just need a few additional moves to boost their attack capabilities. If specific adjustments are needed, they will probably wait until they evolve. Then there's Ghastly. Ghastly is also one of the Pokémon that joined Cain early on, though it joined the team at a low level. Although its growth has been rapid in this time, it's still one of Cain's less outstanding Pokémon. One reason is that Ghastly hasn't evolved yet, so its combat capacity is quite limited. Another reason is that Ghastly's poison-type nature hasn't been properly developed. Its combat rhythm is still undefined, and Cain won't force it to reach a certain level, as the time isn't right yet. In the future, Ghastly could become one of Cain's key Pokémon in training. Ghastly evolves into Haunter at level 25. Currently, Ghastly is at level 20, so it's close. Previously, at the Goldenrod City Casino, Cain exchanged for the move Toxic, which Ghastly hasn't learned yet. Cain plans to have Ghastly develop its Poison-type attribute before learning the move. This way, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves will be greater. Since leaving the Trial Island, Ghastly has been consuming Pokeblocks that have subtly enhanced its Ghost and Poison attributes. In fact, Ghastly's poison energy level is already quite high, although it hasn't yet met Cain's expectations. When Ghastly masters the moves Rest, Toxic, and Sleep Talk, combined with moves like Destiny Bond, Substitute, and Perish Song, Ghastly, or Haunter, will become one of Cain's toughest Pokémon to deal with. Even if facing higher-level opponents, as long as the level gap isn't too large, Cain is confident they can be defeated over time. Thus, one of Cain's main goals on his black market visit is to find items that increase Pokémon's poison energy. After Ghastly comes Miltank. Originally acquired for breeding Skorupi, this Pokémon, despite its light green quality, has integrated very well into Cain's team. He has never trained Miltank as a main battle Pokémon, so it's only been consuming intermediate-level Pokeblocks. On this black market visit, Cain will buy suitable materials for Miltank and prepare advanced, customized Pokeblocks. Although Miltank has always been a support Pokémon, any Pokémon acknowledged by Cain receives the same treatment. Furthermore, Miltank has an important role on the team beyond battle. Outside of combat, it's the most understanding Pokémon in the group, helping Cain with minor tasks and managing the relationships between Pokémon. As the only female Pokémon on the team, her status is very high. Whether it's Murkrow, one of the first to join, or Sneasel, one of the latest, they all respect her. Of course, the event where Miltank fought Arbok is also an important reason for her status. Additionally, Miltank's milk has become an essential part of the team. Sneasel, the Pokémon Cain just captured, is very proud. Although it says it doesn't care, its actions speak differently. Deep down, it still shows some resistance toward Cain, but after a few days together, that resistance is gradually decreasing. However, for it to fully let go of its distrust, it will probably take some time. Sneasel was the highest-level Pokémon when it joined the team, and perhaps due to the toughness Murkrow and Slowpoke showed in defeating it, it still has some reservations. Although it doesn't do anything unusual, it can be a bit aloof with Murkrow and Slowpoke. As for Miltank, it might consider Miltank more important than Cain in its heart, which worries Cain. However, Cain believes that with continued interaction, these issues will be resolved. Sneasel's weakness is that it's lived alone in the wild for too long, developing its own combat habits, and it still lacks good battle synchronization with Cain. It doesn't respond to Cain's commands as quickly as Murkrow and Slowpoke do. During battles, it tends to act a bit late. This isn't an issue with weaker opponents, but it becomes a weakness against similarly or higher-leveled opponents. So Sneasel and Ghastly will be the two Pokémon Cain prioritizes for future training, one to develop physical attributes and the other to develop combat awareness and synchronization. Additionally, Sneasel is still consuming intermediate-level Pokeblocks. On this black market visit, Cain will also prepare materials to make advanced, customized Pokeblocks for Sneasel. Murkrow, Slowpoke, Ghastly, Miltank, and Sneasel are Cain's current combat-capable Pokémon. Of course, with Miltank in a support role, Cain effectively has only 4 battle-ready Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke have good coordination, while Ghastly and Sneasel are strong in individual combat. And then there's Skorupi. Though still in its juvenile stage, it has recently been sleeping less. According to the system skin data, Its bodily functions are reaching an almost perfect balance. Cain believes that in a few days, it will reach adulthood. By then, Cain will have one more Pokémon to train. Fortunately, Cain prepared the advanced Pokeblocks necessary for Skorupi's growth from the start. Also, in the initial phase, Skorupi doesn't need to participate in battles, so its move combination can wait until after defining the moves for the main Pokémon. Finally, there's Fearow. This Pokémon is currently Cain's means of transportation and isn't considered a combat Pokémon or expected to battle. Once Cain captures a flying Pokémon that can carry a person, Fearow will lose its purpose. At that point, either releasing or selling it will be within Cain's options. System: set 2 tasks. Analyze materials for advanced Pokeblocks suitable for Miltank and Sneasel. Beep, beep, tasks set. The system is becoming increasingly slow, and Cain is really worried that the system might break down due to data overload. If that happens, Cain will genuinely regret not having prepared more. Luckily, his worries were unfounded. The system, though it experienced a slight slowdown, didn't present any serious issues. After all, if you think about it, although the system copied a lot of data at once, compared to the enormous amount of data it already had, what was added this time only represented about 10%. However, the customization of the advanced Pokeblocks that Steven needed might be delayed a bit. Anyway, Steven is in no hurry. Cain plans to let the system organize all that data before researching the Pokeblock formula for Medung. As Cain was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a few clear knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded in a special rhythm. Hearing that pattern, Cain's expression changed slightly. He stopped his Pokémon from opening the door and waited for the knocking to stop. A moment later, the knocking ceased, and instead of hearing footsteps retreating, a small card was slipped under the door. Cain carefully picked up the card. On it were the words Psychic Gym. This was probably the meeting place set by Umbra. Although he was prepared to meet anywhere, upon seeing the words Psychic Gym, Cain felt a slight headache and a pang in his chest. Sabrina. The moody psychic queen who had helped Cain awaken his psychic powers was someone he wasn't sure how to face. He trusted that, with Umbra's presence, Sabrina wouldn't do anything unusual. Thinking of that, Cain let out a sigh of relief. As for how they found him and knew which room he was in at the Pokémon Center, Cain considered it completely natural. Where was he? In Saffron City. It could be said to be a place jointly ruled by Team Rocket and the League. If the League represents the light, then Team Rocket could represent the darkness. They have even infiltrated the League, and much easier would it be to do so in a simple Pokémon Center in Saffron City. Never underestimate the power of Team Rocket, especially in Kanto, the team's origin. After receiving the information, Cain didn't hurry to leave. He waited in his room until lunchtime, when the streets were relatively empty, and only then did he leave the Pokémon Center. Without hiding his identity, Cain dressed like a League trainer, took a taxi, and headed straight to the Psychic Gym in Saffron City. The driver, looking at him with pity, spared him a few Pokedollars and, faster than when he arrived, fled from the gym as soon as he dropped Cain at the entrance. Cain couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seems Sabrina has quite a terrifying reputation among Saffron City's residents. At the large entrance to the Psychic Gym, there was no one around. Cain pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, he saw quite a few people, and it seemed they all had varying levels of psychic powers, as each one could move objects with their minds to some extent. Cain saw several young children, only a few years old, manipulating objects as large as half their size, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Those kids, so young, could already levitate objects that big, while he, having lived 3 lives, could barely move a pebble the size of a fingernail. Comparing himself to them only led to frustration. Adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude, Cain made his way through the crowd and headed straight for the door leading deeper into the gym. Just as he was about to cross the hall and open the inner door, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The one blocking Cain was a young man wearing a blue jacket with light blue hair. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, and beside him was a Kadabra. The way he suddenly appeared in front of Cain was probably due to teleport, though it wasn't clear whether the young man or his Kadabra had used it. With an impassive expression, the young man blocked Cain's path without saying a word, simply pointing to a sign beside the door that read, "No unauthorized entry unless you defeat the Guardian." Cain looked at the sign, then at the young man, and calmly asked, "Guardian?" The young man nodded, still silent, but his message was clear. If Cain wanted to enter, he would have to defeat him first. Cain's and the young man's actions attracted the attention of the people in the hall, who stopped their training and began gathering around the entrance. "Look, look! Another one trying to challenge Miss Sabrina. Do they really think our psychic gym is a place anyone can challenge? Bah, he's just a muggle who doesn't know his limits. Watch how Brother Azure wrecks him. Wait, this guy seems to have a faint psychic aura. Isn't he a muggle? That's true. But he's very weak." Originally, everyone looked at Cain with disdain, but upon sensing a faint trace of psychic power in him, they began to take him a bit more seriously. Although Cain's psychic powers were extremely weak and anyone there could easily surpass him, awakening those powers set him apart from an ordinary human, allowing him to gain a bit of respect from them, reducing their looks of contempt. Even if he has psychic powers, someone so weak won't be a match for Brother Azure. Actually, I think if someone wants to challenge a gym, this shouldn't be the one. After all, Miss Sabrina, MMM. Suddenly, the person speaking was silenced by someone covering their mouth. The person who did it, after cautiously looking around and seeing no one, sighed in relief. "Hey, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us down with you, all right? There are things you shouldn't say so lightly." The one who covered their mouth burst out, clearly upset. The one who spoke out of turn realized his mistake, frantically wiped the sweat off his forehead, and gave a grateful look to the person who had stopped him. Sabrina's temper really isn't something to play with. Hearing the comments around him, Cain smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems everyone had mistaken him for a league trainer who had come to challenge the gym. Of course, it was also possible that this was some kind of test from Umbra or Sabrina. He didn't believe that, with Sabrina's abilities, she wouldn't have noticed his presence the moment he entered the gym. It's possible that, at this moment, Sabrina and Umbra were watching him from some corner. And he wasn't far off in this assumption. It wasn't that they were secretly watching him, but openly doing so, standing right beside Cain and the crowd, though no one could perceive their presence. It was as if they were air. The young man who had previously tried to speak poorly of Sabrina, although somewhat relieved at not being punished, would probably have fainted from fear if he had known that Sabrina was standing right beside him at that moment. In fact, Sabrina had intended to punish the insolent young man, and if it hadn't been for Umbra's intervention, she definitely would have shown him what it feels like to be turned into a doll. Although she refrained for now, Sabrina didn't forget the young man's face. Women tend to hold grudges. Cain assumed that the young man named Azure standing before him was the same person the others were mentioning. This blue-haired young man, dressed in a jacket of the same color, was the one blocking his way. Reflecting on the league's annual tournaments, Cain remembered that very few trainers managed to earn the Saffron City Gym badge. As it wasn't an easy feat, it's likely that those who did earn the Saffron City badge did so in Sabrina's absence, achieving a stroke of luck. In fact, most trainers preparing for the Pokémon League competition tended to skip the Saffron City Gym. "If you want to enter, you must defeat me first," said Azure, looking calmly at Cain. He, too, sensed the faint psychic energy emanating from Cain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to speak to him. "Let's do this," replied Cain, looking at the Kadabra beside Azure. Pokemon, Kadabra, green. Gender, male. Level, 27. Type, psychic. Ability, synchronize. Held item, none. Egg moves, barrier, thunder punch. Basic moves, kinesis, teleport, confusion, disable, psybeam, miracle eye, reflect. Learned moves, gravity, snatch, ally switch. TM moves, protect, shadow ball, light screen. The system, though slowed by the data analysis task, showed no delay in scanning the Pokémon's data. All of Kadabra's information appeared before Cain's eyes. Kadabra is the evolution of Abra and the pre-evolution of Alakazam, a pure Psychic-type Pokémon. Among Psychic-type Pokémon, Kadabra and its evolutionary line, Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, are known for their immense talent. If a trainer possesses psychic abilities and works in tandem with a pure Psychic-type Pokémon like Kadabra, the effect in battle is much more than the simple sum of its parts. Although Cain had Murkrow and Sneasel, Dark-type Pokémon that could be immune to psychic moves, Kadabra is one of those Pokémon that can innately learn the move Miracle Eye, which significantly reduces the Dark-type advantage. The move Miracle Eye allows psychic moves to affect Dark-type Pokémon. Therefore, the advantage of Murkrow and Sneasel as Dark types isn't as big as it might seem. The crowd surrounding them gradually dispersed, leaving a suitable space for the battle. Azure stood firm at the entrance, clearly expecting Cain to defeat him before being allowed in. A one-on-one battle. "My Pokémon is this Kadabra," said Azure, indicating he would only use Kadabra in this battle. Cain nodded, understanding the rules. Throwing a Super Ball, Sneasel appeared on the field after a flash of red light. Seeing the Dark and Ice-type Pokémon, some of the spectators laughed. It's true that Dark-type Pokémon are strong against Psychic types, but do they really think Kadabra is just any Psychic-type Pokémon? Another fool who thinks he can beat a Psychic type just by having a Dark type. Azure will teach him what true Psychic Pokémon power is. Azure frowned upon seeing Sneasel on the field. His sharp perception allowed him to sense that Sneasel's presence made him feel uneasy. From a corner, Umbra and Sabrina also observed Sneasel. Umbra smiled and commented, "This boy has had some luck recently. This Sneasel has good potential. Bah, he's just a fool with luck. His psychic ability is pathetic, and after so much time, he hasn't shown any improvement." "He's no different from a Muggle," replied Sabrina disdainfully, clearly unimpressed with Sneasel, especially since it's a Dark-type Pokémon. Ahem. Umbra coughed, reminding Sabrina that she was right beside someone she herself would call a Muggle. Far from feeling embarrassed, Sabrina gave a satisfied smile. Ignoring the comments around him, Cain remained calm, waiting for Azure to be ready. He's not someone to act impulsively. He wasn't about to change his choice of Pokémon just because others looked down on him. Why not take advantage of an edge when you have it? Gradually, the crowd quieted down, observing Cain's calm stance, clearly showing no intention of switching Pokémon. With that attitude, their only option was to watch the battle. Some were right in saying that Kadabra, having mastered the move Miracle Eye, wasn't incapable of harming Sneasel. Furthermore, Kadabra wasn't limited to using psychic moves. Cain hesitated between using Murkrow or Sneasel, but ultimately decided on Sneasel. First, because Sneasel's level was slightly higher than Murkrow's. Kadabra was at level 27, and although Sneasel was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as much as Murkrow. Additionally, Kadabra had a green aptitude, which meant Murkrow wouldn't have a significant advantage. With the Miracle Eye move, Murkrow could be at a disadvantage against Kadabra. Furthermore, Cain had planned to dedicate time in the near future to strengthening Sneasel in battle. After all, Sneasel had been recently caught, and the synergy between trainer and Pokémon was not yet optimal. Both were ready, and the battle began. Sneasel, agility, Cain commanded. Kadabra, Miracle Eye. Facing a Dark-type Pokémon, the priority was to use Miracle Eye, otherwise, any other move would be useless. Kadabra held its spoon in front of its chest, creating a shining sphere that emitted a multicolored light. A beam of light shot out from the sphere, illuminating Sneasel. Although Sneasel didn't seem affected, for Kadabra, the unsettling aura had disappeared, and now it felt that its psychic moves could be effective. Sneasel, Home Claws. Since Kadabra had allowed Sneasel to power up, Cain wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Using Miracle Eye was inevitable for Kadabra, as dodging the beam was difficult. So Cain decided to make use of the available time to enhance Sneasel's speed and attack power. Kadabra, use Kinesis. Kinesis is a move exclusive to Kadabra and Alakazam. By bending its spoon, it can captivate the opponent's attention and, at the same time, lower their accuracy. Azure's strategy was correct, given that his opponent was trying to increase speed and attack power. If he managed to reduce the enemy's accuracy, their attacks would miss, nullifying the benefits gained from those two moves. This method is effective against most Pokémon. However, upon hearing the command, Cain smiled slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared in his dark eyes. Azure's choice to use this move revealed that he didn't fully understand Sneasel or its ability. Sneasel can have 3 possible abilities, and one of them is Keen Eye. Pokémon with this ability cannot have their accuracy reduced by any means, and any attempt to raise evasion against a Pokémon with Keen Eye will also have no effect. Since his opponent was unaware of this ability, Cain saw no reason to correct him. With a smile on his face, Cain continued, "Sneasel, keep using agility, then Hone Claws." Azure was surprised to hear Cain's command, thinking he was trying to compete in stacking buffs. After all, the additional effects of agility and Hone Claws are superior to those of Kinesis. However, Azure was confident his Kadabra could gain an advantage by using Kinesis, as he had defeated several Dark-type Pokémon with that strategy. This time, however, he decided not to give the command verbally. Instead, he used his psychic abilities, communicating telepathically with Kadabra. Azure's eyes glowed with a bluish light as he sent the command to Kadabra. Kadabra, accustomed to fighting this way with his trainer, immediately used Kinesis again. Watching the battle, Sabrina opened her eyes in astonishment, noting Azure's confidence. She looked at Cain, who remained calm, and murmured, "Are we watching an idiot fight?" Umbra couldn't help but laugh, his face trembling from restrained laughter, and finally burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. It's true, you psychics sometimes rely too much on your abilities." Having been called a muggle earlier by Sabrina, Umbra now felt he had regained some dignity. Sabrina shot him a disdainful look in response to his mockery. The battle continued, but those hoping for a good show began to get bored. With support moves looping, the battle seemed stagnant. Buffs have a limit, and although Sneasel kept stacking benefits with agility and Hone Claws, Kadabra had reached the limit for accuracy reduction. Azure soon realized something wasn't right. Cain's expression was too calm, showing no concern for the accuracy reduction. In fact, he seemed to be smiling. Deciding not to keep playing this game, Azure made Kadabra's eyes glow again and ordered him to attack. Kadabra raised its spoon to its chest, but this time it didn't bend. Instead, a wave of pink psychic energy emanated from the spoon. As a psychic, Cain could also sense the powerful psychic energy in Kadabra's spoon, and he realized Azure was done playing. "Run, Sneasel." With the speed buffs obtained, Sneasel moved quickly, dodging the strange beam that shot from Kadabra's spoon. The psychic-type move, Psybeam. Sneasel ran toward Kadabra, closing the distance between them. But Kadabra, under Azure's telepathic command, continued to move its spoon, using its powerful mental force to track Sneasel. "Sneasel, use Ice Shard while running." Since the enemy was so determined to attack, Cain decided it was time to launch an attack too. He'd see if Azure chose to dodge or continue his offense. Ice shards began to form in Sneasel's hands as he ran, throwing them at Kadabra. Just as Cain had predicted, Kadabra didn't stand still to take the hit. Kadabra is a Pokémon with high special power but low physical endurance, so taking multiple hits could be fatal. Teleport. Unlike the long-range teleport move used by Slowpoke, Kadabra can use teleport at short distances almost instantly. Since Kadabra had only known the teleport move since its Abra stage, it had become extremely skilled at using it, to the point of being able to use it in combat. Sneasel, use Quick Attack. Although Kadabra's teleport was fast, after the speed boosts, Sneasel was even faster with Quick Attack. The battle area wasn't large, and for Sneasel, covering the distance with Quick Attack was a matter of moments. Kadabra had barely finished using teleport to dodge the Ice Shard move when Sneasel, now a black blur, appeared right in front of it. Azure and Kadabra weren't worried about Sneasel's attack, confident that Sneasel's accuracy had been lowered due to the multiple uses of Kinesis. However, just as Azure wore a confident smile, Cain smiled too and gave a new command, Sneasel, Bite. The sudden strategy change had always been a weakness for Sneasel, due to its lack of synergy with Cain, which made executing new commands slower. This time was no different. Sneasel took a moment to react to Cain's command, But it didn't matter this time, as his opponent was already convinced of victory and didn't attempt to dodge. Sneasel's sharp fangs, wrapped in a dark, sinister energy, sank into Kadabra, dealing significant damage. Kada! Kadabra cried out instinctively in pain. Azure, his eyes glowing, ordered Kadabra to use teleport again to get away from Sneasel. Close combat against Sneasel was a death sentence for Kadabra. After giving the command, Azure looked at Cain and then at Sneasel with a look of disbelief. From the shadows, Sabrina slapped her forehead in frustration and said, "Let's go. This is pointless." With a mocking smile, Umbra was teleported out of the place by Sabrina. For them, the battle was no longer interesting, because Cain had already won. This is what the power of knowledge means. Kadabra teleported again. A single, accurate hit meant nothing. Maybe it was just a matter of luck. Sneasel, use Ice Shard again then bite. The previous scene repeated once more between Sneasel and Kadabra. Although Kadabra responded quickly this time, launching an attack as Sneasel approached, it was useless. However, Sneasel's Dark-type moves deal double damage to Kadabra, while Kadabra's moves barely cause basic damage to Sneasel. Therefore, the final outcome of the battle was evident. Even though Kadabra had 2 more levels than Sneasel, Sneasel's quality was 2 levels higher than Kadabra's. While a psychic with a psychic-type Pokémon greatly amplifies their power, and their cooperation is much smoother, the synchronization between Sneasel and Cain was clearly better. But it wasn't enough. The crucial mistake was allowing Sneasel to gain so many skill enhancements. Otherwise, the battle's outcome might have been different. Because the combination of a psychic and a psychic-type Pokémon is not simply a sum of parts. By the time the battle ended, Azure was still stunned, but the fallen Kadabra in front of him indicated that he wasn't dreaming. Cain didn't withdraw Sneasel, but instead headed directly toward the door with him, completely ignoring the astonished, surprised, curious, and scrutinizing looks of those around him. As he passed by Azure, he was still in shock. "Move aside," Cain said calmly. Hearing Cain, Azure reacted, lowering his head and stepping aside, leaving the door clear. However, his expression showed that he wasn't entirely satisfied. Still, he had been defeated, and the result was that Cain could go through that door while he remained as the loser. Cain noticed his expression and slightly raised his eyebrows, but had no intention of explaining why the battle ended the way it did. It must be understood that, as Cain always said, in the world of Pokémon, the most valuable things aren't those rare Pokémon, or rare items, or even pseudo-legendary or legendary Pokémon. The most valuable thing is knowledge. Knowledge changes power. It's not just a saying. This battle was the best example of that. Cain gently pushed the door and entered under everyone's watchful gaze. The psychic-type gym was large. The lobby occupied less than 1/10 of the total area. Cain walked down the hallway behind the door for a long time before finally emerging. After crossing the hallway, he entered an equally enormous room filled with all sorts of dolls, some shaped like Pokémon, others like humans, and even some like furniture. Directly across the room was a large raised platform with a giant chair made of dolls, although it was empty at the time. In the center of the room, a man and a woman sat, staring intently at Cain as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. These two were Sabrina and Umbra, who had previously watched the battle between Cain and Azure in the lobby. Now, they sipped their tea calmly and chatted leisurely. When Sabrina saw Cain enter, she casually gestured for him to approach. Cain gave a wry smile. He couldn't ignore Sabrina's order, so he quickly approached their table and respectfully greeted them, "Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina." At this, Sabrina's expression changed, while Umbra smiled. "Hey, who gave you permission to address him first?" Sabrina said, frowning as she looked at Cain. Cain was taken aback for a moment. You lost again." "Remember to pay me later," Umbra said, chuckling after taking a sip of tea. "Are they so idle that they're betting on who I'd greet first?" Umbra's words made Cain understand the situation. Sabrina and Umbra had bet on who he'd address first. That's why, when Cain had just entered, Sabrina had gestured for him to approach, intending for him to greet her first. Cain was speechless to see these two powerful figures entertaining themselves with something so trivial. And they actually enjoyed it? Cain couldn't interfere in the bet between Sabrina and Umbra. When these high-level figures spoke, anything he said would be wrong. Your name is Cain, right? You just made me lose 200,000 poke dollars. Later, you'll have to pay him, Sabrina said angrily, pointing at Cain. Cain gave a wry smile and nodded. This was an unexpected disaster, losing 200,000 poke dollars for nothing. Cain didn't understand why Sabrina was against him, but Umbra did. It wasn't just because Cain made her lose the bet, but also because Cain had easily defeated Azure. This made Sabrina look bad in front of Umbra. Although Azure wasn't Sabrina's disciple or relative, he was still someone from Sabrina's gym, and losing so disastrously without even understanding why left her looking bad. That's why Sabrina wanted Cain to pay that 200,000. If Cain knew this, he'd probably feel even more aggrieved. Umbra gestured to indicate there was no problem. Then his expression turned serious, and he asked, "Did you bring what I asked for?" Seeing Umbra's serious expression, Sabrina also stopped joking. She liked to have fun, but that didn't mean she didn't know when it was time to be serious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become one of the 3 main leaders of Team Rocket. When Umbra finally brought up the matter, Cain sighed in relief. He really didn't want to face Sabrina, someone so unpredictable that she might get angry at any moment without reason. I brought it. Cain took out the black box that the middle-aged man with a mustache had given him at the research base by the Lake of Rage. He had his system scan it, but only obtained information about the materials of the box without being able to figure out what it contained. He carefully placed the black box on the table. Upon seeing the box, Sabrina immediately stood up and stared at it intently for a moment. Then, Cain felt a powerful psychic energy emanate from her. Sabrina must have been using her powers to check that the box had no issues. After her confirmation, Umbra extended his hand, which only had 2 fingers, and slowly dragged the box toward him. In front of the box's numeric keypad, he entered a password, and it automatically opened. A click was heard as the box opened, and the outer casing, made of a sturdy material, crumbled into dust, revealing its contents. Seeing the transformation of the box, Cain felt truly relieved. Initially, when he saw the numeric keypad, he had considered using his system to try to crack the code and see what was inside, but he feared some kind of trap, so he decided against it. Fortunately, he hadn't given in to curiosity at the time. Otherwise, he might have lost his place in Team Rocket. When the black box disappeared, it revealed a transparent case made of an unknown material. Inside the transparent case, there were 6 test tubes. Seeing those 6 test tubes, Cain couldn't help but feel his pupils contract slightly. Because the tubes clearly contained the evolution elixir, something Cain had scanned preliminarily with the system that very morning. Was this what Umbra had asked him to bring? The primary research result from the Lake of Rage base? Cain was a little stunned. Did they work? Sabrina broke the silence, looking seriously at the 6 test tubes in front of Umbra. She knew very well what the liquid in those tubes was, and was also aware of its side effects. Umbra nodded slightly and touched the transparent case, which opened on its own, revealing the test tubes. He took one and smelled it gently. Are you sure you want to use this? I've heard the side effects are quite severe, Sabrina doubted. Clearly, although the evolution elixir had significant effects, Team Rocket's higher-ups were already aware of its dangers. They just hadn't found a way to mitigate them. I've spent nearly half my savings on these 6 test tubes, so of course I'll use them. Umbra's voice held a hint of resignation, but also unshakable resolve. What Cain didn't know was that when Umbra went to the trial island, he was already seriously injured, and his body had suffered significant damage. If he wanted to quickly regain his strength as a mid-level elite trainer, his Pokémon's growth would be a major obstacle. That's why, as soon as he learned of progress at the Lake of Rage base, he left the island and sent Cain to collect these elixirs. Part of the purpose was to train Cain, but more importantly, he urgently needed these elixirs. Each of these tubes contained enormous energy, and the production cost was extremely high, so they couldn't be transported easily. Thus, the only option was to retrieve them personally or send someone trustworthy. But because Umbra's strength had waned, a real battle might not be favorable for him, and the League was always monitoring his movements. If he dared to appear alone in the wild, the League would send a group of powerful trainers to take him down. Moreover, even within Team Rocket, there were people who didn't like him and could take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he couldn't go to retrieve the elixirs himself. The only option was to send a trusted subordinate. Since the information about his previous encounter had been leaked by someone within Team Rocket, he didn't trust his members at that time. That's why he brought Cain out of Trial Island. Cain had a clean and clear record, allowing Umbra to use him without worries. Additionally, Cain's identity and power were relatively low, which wouldn't raise suspicion. These details Cain did not know, and Umbra wouldn't reveal them to him. However, Sabrina, who was in the same group within Team Rocket, knew the situation thoroughly. That's why, when Sabrina first met Cain, although her initial intention was to take his slowpoke, she decided not to when she saw the reserve member badge Umbra had given Cain. Did you really think that a reserve member badge from the Shadow unit held that much value? For Team Rocket higher-ups like Sabrina, that badge meant nothing. Sabrina decided not to act against Cain because she understood the role Cain played in Umbra's plans and his importance to him. Although, in the end, helping Cain awaken his psychic powers was something unexpected. But if you use these elixirs, it will be difficult. Difficult for you to continue advancing, Sabrina said. Although the evolution elixir could accelerate Pokémon growth and help Umbra regain his strength, the Pokémon that used the catalyst would see their lifespan halved. The Pokémon that had barely reached the elite level would see their lives shortened drastically. At that point, trying to advance further would be almost impossible due to their limited lifespan. Umbra sighed, "If I don't use this now, I may not even live long enough to worry about advancing." After a pause, he added, "I'll only use 3 of the elixirs and will raise some Pokémon with good potential as successors. If resources are sufficient, they should be able to keep up." These words sounded like he was trying to reassure Sabrina, but they also seemed like a way to console himself. After all, having reached this level and not being so old, anyone would want to continue advancing. Sabrina nodded and tried to comfort him. "There's still hope, although this will speed up the consumption of your already scarce resources. That's why I'll start accepting missions again." "This time, I've accepted the Trial Island mission," Umbra said calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Cain, who was listening, didn't dare to say a word. Although these two didn't avoid speaking in his presence, which could be interpreted as a sign of trust, it also meant they were tying him even more to their side. In that case, it wouldn't only be difficult to join other factions within Team Rocket, but if he tried to distance himself from Umbra and Sabrina, he'd be crushed or even eliminated. Unless his strength grew enough, and under Umbra and Sabrina's protection and support, he established his own faction. However, even if he achieved that, his relationship with Umbra and Sabrina's faction would remain in alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped him. Cain was thinking about the future, although at that moment, he was barely a Team Rocket soldier, or not even that. However, listening to the conversation between Sabrina and Umbra allowed him to understand some things. For example, the reason why Umbra needed the evolution elixirs to regain his strength quickly. Cain suspected that the wound on Umbra's hand, which he saw the first time he met him, was related to the loss of his strength. And something that worried him even more was that Umbra had said he accepted the Trial Island mission. What did that mean? It meant that the trial on Trial Island wouldn't be easy. If a mid-level elite trainer with limited resources accepted this mission to recover them, it could only mean that the mission was extremely lucrative or that there were great rewards to be gained. Either way, that wasn't good news for Cain and the other trial participants. No wonder Umbra had warned him that the trial wouldn't be simple. "The Trial Island mission, huh? That doesn't sound fun. I won't be joining you this time. Take care," Sabrina said, clearly showing her lack of interest in the mission. In fact, Sabrina isn't much older than Cain. She's only a few years ahead. However, due to her immense talent and rapid advancement in strength, many people tend to overlook her age. Moreover, Sabrina has possessed very powerful psychic abilities since she was young, which led her to develop a peculiar and capricious personality, as few people could go against her wishes. However, as she's grown, she has begun to understand the nuances of interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, with only her strength, she wouldn't have become one of Team Rocket's top 3 executives. Her relationship with Umbra is good because he doesn't flatter her for her power. Instead, he helps her make more mature decisions, shaping her character to some extent. For this reason, Sabrina sees Umbra as a mentor, friend, and brother. This is why Sabrina cares about Umbra's matters. However, this time, she has no interest in the mission on Trial Island, as it's rather complicated, and she feels no need to get involved. Umbra gestures with his hand, indicating it's fine. This mission on Trial Island is like a whirlpool of trouble, and if Sabrina chooses not to participate, it's for the best. If he could, he'd also avoid getting involved. Then Umbra looks at Cain seriously and says, "As I told you on Trial Island, this time the trial will not be easy." Cain listens carefully, without interrupting, waiting for Umbra to continue. This time, Team Rocket has invested more resources than ever in the trial, and it has been more selective with the participants, because this trial is directly related to the team's expansion into other regions. Cain can't help but wonder, expansion into other regions? Umbra continues, as you already know, Team Rocket is the largest underground group in the Kanto and Johto regions, but these are only 2 of the 7 regions recognized by the League. Our leader has bigger ambitions. He won't settle for being just the king of the underworld in these 2 regions. Expansion is inevitable. But in other regions, even the League doesn't have full control, much less us. Each region has its own underground. Organizations that are very protective of their territory. We can't just enter with force. They'd kick us out immediately. That's why some of the team's higher-ups have proposed infiltrating new recruits who pass the trial into other regions. The idea is for them to infiltrate gradually, take root, and when they are firmly established, Team Rocket can strike from inside and out to take control of the region. We may not dominate all underground organizations, but at least we want to have some influence. This is the first time Umbra has spoken so much to Cain. After taking a sip of tea, he continues. Among you, those participating in this trial, there are many who have been placed here by orders from their superiors. Surely, you've noticed that some of them have considerable strength, and several officers in Team Rocket are using this opportunity to build their own power in other regions. Hearing this, Cain finally understands why some people on Trial Island seemed strange to him. Xander is just one of those who don't hide their true identity. Others are probably doing the same, hiding both their identity and true power. You've stood out as a surprise in this trial, but if you don't align with the faction, you might not leave Trial Island alive. So, are the executives just standing by? Cain finally dares to ask, raising the question that intrigues him the most. Umbra laughs coldly and responds, how could they just stand by? Some executives are eager to send their men to expand their influence. But our leader has decided that the top 3 in the trial and the best 5 subordinates from the executives will compete to decide who will be sent to other regions. The top 3 from the trial against the best 5 from the executives? That's a big disadvantage from the start, Cain comments. The difference is obvious, but do you think the officers aren't investing resources? The leader is allowing them to face the executives because he wants the officers to challenge them. Some have become too arrogant lately. The exact battle rules haven't been defined yet, but it's clear that each one will have more than one Pokémon. Although Trial Island encourages training a single Pokémon, those with power behind them have already been training other Pokémon in secret. You're not bad. Your Pokémon have good potential, though they lack some strength. If you work hard, you might have a chance. Umbra's words make Cain reflect deeply. It turns out this trial is much more complicated than he had imagined, with at least 5 executives involved and implications for Team Rocket's direction over the next few years. Even Giovanni might be paying attention, which means that those who perform well could gain his favor. Giovanni is the type who, if you have skills, will give you a chance, even if you have your own ambitions. He trusts his ability to control others. That's his charisma. However, Cain suspects that Team Rocket's plans aren't as simple as they seem. They wouldn't send someone with so many resources without taking precautions. What if that person developed their own ambitions? After all, resources are so valuable they can sustain a faction. Even the most loyal could be tempted to disobey. Cain doubts the simplicity of all this, even when it comes from Umbra. But perhaps this is also an opportunity for him. Could it be feasible to take advantage of the situation to establish his own faction? He doesn't know what Umbra is thinking, but Umbra probably senses Cain's thoughts too. Alright, I've told you enough about the mission. Now let's talk about the reward for helping me complete the task. Umbra stops Cain before he can refuse and continues. Don't be so quick to turn it down. This reward might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Saying this, Umbra slowly stands up and, with great solemnity, takes out a black badge from his clothing. This badge is very similar to the Black Cloud badge that Cain received before, but it has one difference, an additional line that Cain's reserve member badge did not have. This is the official badge of a member of the Shadow Unit. One line on it represents an entry-level member, which is equivalent to having the rights of a Team Rocket captain. However, you haven't completed the trial mission yet, so you haven't been assigned subordinates. You can choose to recruit them yourself or simply continue on your own. Umbra handed Cain the badge that recognized him as an official member of the Shadow Unit, then collected the reserve badge he had before. With this, Cain officially became a member of Team Rocket, and he wasn't starting at the very bottom. He hadn't yet finished his time on Trial Island and already held the rights of a Team Rocket captain. It's likely that, in Team Rocket's records, Cain's status had changed from a simple soldier to captain. Although the captain rank is still one of the lower levels in Team Rocket, at least he was no longer at the very bottom, right? Furthermore, by rule, a captain should have 5 subordinates assigned, but Cain only had the rights, not the benefits. If he wanted subordinates, he'd have to recruit them himself. For others, this might be troublesome, but for Cain, he preferred to recruit his own subordinates rather than accept those assigned by the organization. In fact, he felt more comfortable with this option. After all, on Trial Island, Cain already had a small force waiting for him. Can I recruit the trial participants on Trial Island? Cain wanted to confirm, since Team Rocket had invested significantly in this generation of trial participants. Umbra looked at Cain with a meaningful expression and replied in a deep tone, "You can." Cain knew very well what he had done on Trial Island, and Team Rocket's commander-in-chief, Viper, was also one of Umbra's friends. On Trial Island, some of the youths had formed alliances, reflecting the internal situation of Team Rocket. As long as there was a strong figure with power and authority, others only dared to conspire in the shadows, without acting openly. Cain also had a group of subordinates on Trial Island, but how many of them would still obey his orders after his long absence? However, this generation of trial participants had been carefully selected by Team Rocket. Excluding those brought in by the officers, even the selected common citizens exceeded the previous generations in talent, like Cain. Additionally, the starting Pokémon granted on Trial Island were of higher quality. In previous generations, orange-quality Pokémon were the most common, while this time, the starting Pokémon were yellow quality, and a few lucky ones received green-quality Pokémon, like Cain. In short, the participants of this generation had great potential. If Cain managed to recruit them under his command, in a few years, they could take on important responsibilities. If Cain achieved first place in the end, recruiting some of the top trial participants, and formed his own force in a new location, he would have a near-perfect setup. The only requirement was having enough strength. Now your information in Team Rocket has changed, and you also have access to the mission system of the Shadow Unit. If you're interested, you can take a look, but make sure to act within your limits. Right now, your priority should be strengthening yourself and winning the final trial. Cain nodded to show he understood. Umbra was right. Although he could complete many missions and earn many rewards, compared to receiving Team Rocket's support and establishing his own force in another region, everything else was trivial. Besides, Cain didn't plan to accept difficult missions. If something convenient came up, he might consider it, but if the mission cost him days or even a week, it could backfire. After all, Only a month and a half remained for the final trial on Trial Island. Time is gold. And the reward for first place on Trial Island? Cain hesitated a moment before asking about what interested him most, the starting Pokémon for first place. Umbra looked at Cain with an enigmatic smile and said, "Do you have the resources to train another Pokémon from scratch now?" Today, Cain had used a good quality Sneasel, but it was clear the Pokémon had been recently caught and didn't have enough synchronization with its trainer. "If you want it now, I can advance the Pokémon to you, but if you wait until the final trial ends, the Pokémon's quality may be even higher. The choice is yours." Umbra presented Cain with a choice: receive a good quality starting Pokémon now or wait a month and a half to potentially get one of higher quality. In truth, Cain didn't need to decide. He already had enough Pokémon that required training. In a few days, his Skorupi would enter its growth phase. If he added another starting Pokémon just beginning its growth phase, by the end of the trial, neither Skorupi nor the starter Pokémon would be very useful. It was better to focus his resources on training Skorupi. With a bit of luck, in this month and a half, it could catch up. With the addition of Miltank, Cain would have 6 main Pokémon, enough to face any situation. So, Cain shook his head slowly, indicating he didn't need to choose. It was a question with an obvious answer. Even if Cain already knew the answer, he had to ask, because, after all, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Seeing Cain's refusal, Umbra nodded in satisfaction. Not everyone could resist the temptation of a starting Pokémon, but at least Cain's strategic vision left him satisfied. Since the last time Umbra was ambushed by the League and barely escaped with his life, he had lost most of his subordinates. Those who survived were either seriously injured or no longer trustworthy. Although Cain wasn't especially strong, Umbra had some confidence in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told him so much today. He wanted to recruit him under his command, and that was one of the purposes of this meeting. The conversation between him and Sabrina hadn't been hidden from Cain, and he was sure that someone as astute as Cain would know what choice to make. "Well, I've told you a lot today. I just want you to know that you should train well in the time that remains and prepare for the final trial. The reward will exceed your expectations." With these words, Umbra concluded the conversation with Cain. Once he finished speaking, Sabrina, already a bit impatient, waved her hand and used her psychic powers to teleport Cain out of the gym. After teleporting him, Sabrina looked at Umbra seriously and asked, "So, he's your choice? Although he has good instincts and cunning, his strength is a bit weak. It doesn't seem like your style." Umbra smiled mysteriously, without directly answering Sabrina's question. "He's quite good. And you? Won't you send someone to stir things up a bit?" Sabrina shook her head and said, "I don't care what they do. If they want to, let them handle it themselves. I won't give them any support." Cain was teleported by Sabrina and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the psychic gym. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unknown alley. After leaving the alley and observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place, though he was glad he was still in Saffron City. He asked a passerby to find out where he was and learned he was in the southwest of Saffron City, while Sabrina's gym was in the northeast of the city. Remember, this is Saffron City, not a small town like Mahogany Town. Sabrina could teleport him here with a simple gesture, and if she wanted, she could send him to a forest outside the city in the blink of an eye. In a common forest, it wouldn't be a big problem, but if he appeared in a forest with many species and groups of Pokémon, even if he managed to escape, he'd probably come out quite injured. He couldn't help but shiver. These psychics with such powerful abilities were truly terrifying. To withstand their abilities, one would need either a strong enough Dark-type Pokémon, at least capable of resisting the psychic abilities of an elite-level Pokémon, or improve one's own psychic ability. However, thinking of his own psychic ability, Cain shook his head in resignation. It seemed that training his Pokémon was the more reliable option. Hopefully, with a Pokémon like Murkrow, Sneasel, or Skorupi, one of them could reach elite level and offer decent resistance. He took a taxi and headed to the nearest entry point of the black market. In a secluded corner without people, he changed clothes, put on an identity mask and a wide black cloak before re-entering Saffron City's black market. Like a raindrop in a lake, Cain's arrival had no impact on the black market of Saffron City. First, he went to the Pokémon sales district, where he sold the 10 Pokémon he had obtained from League trainers at a low price. For a while, he had been worried they might attack him if he released them, so he hadn't fed them, which also reduced the price. The 10 Pokémon, which were neither low quality nor low level, were ultimately sold for 1.5 million Pokédollars, a fairly low price. However, this was Cain's biggest income since he sold the geocentric cleansing milk during his first visit to the black market. As the saying goes, killing and stealing are worth it. These kinds of criminal activities are the most profitable. Although Cain got lucky by taking down 2 mid-level League trainers in a surprise attack, he still felt pain in the wound on his shoulder. This opportunity was rare, and if he could choose, he would rather not earn that money and avoid facing 2 League trainers. The fact is, in that situation, any mistake on his part would have been fatal. Fortunately, the outcome was relatively good. Adding the 3.45 million Pokédollars he already had and the 1.5 million he just earned, and after selling some miscellaneous items to restock survival and combat supplies in the field, Cain now had exactly 5 million Pokédollars. For an average family, 5 million Pokédollars might be a fortune they'd never see in their lifetime, but for a Pokémon trainer, or for those with big ambitions, it's just a small part of their path to success. A drop in the ocean. This money could almost only meet Cain's current needs. After listening to Umbra's explanation about the trial mission, he felt a certain urgency. No wonder he hadn't felt anything in his previous life. Back then, his ranking in the trial was only around 30th, and his sole goal was survival. Truly feeling the pressure was a sign of trouble. In this life, he was almost destined to be in the top 3 on Trial Island. His opponents could be the subordinates of Team Rocket's strongest officers or the chosen ones of the organization's executives. Although the officers hold a lower status than the executives, there are still many well-trained subordinates. Whatever the case, they would always have more advantages than Cain. What does Cain have now? Besides being an entry-level member of the Shadow Unit and holding the title of Team Rocket Captain, he has no real benefits. Although Umbra hinted that he might recruit him, he didn't provide any resources. Apart from occasionally using Umbra's name to his advantage, everything had to depend on himself. Therefore, every Pokédollar Cain had, if he could, he'd split it in 2 to make it last. Thinking about how to use this money, Cain entered the Pokémon food store he had visited before. Like last time, he didn't look at the medium or high-level Pokeblocks coveted by others. Instead, he focused on the materials needed to make high-level Pokeblocks. The formulas for the custom Pokeblocks for Miltank and Sneasel had already been decoded by the system. He only had to purchase the necessary materials according to the formulas. Although Miltank is a normal-type Pokémon, the ideal materials for her high-level Pokeblocks aren't the same as those for other normal-type Pokémon. According to the system, the best materials for her were leaves and roots rich in grass-type energy. These, when ground and incorporated into the Pokeblocks, were more suitable. So Cain bought some roots and leaves of plants with abundant grass-type energy. For Sneasel, he bought some anti-ice blocks decades old. Although they weren't very useful when worn, incorporating them into the Pokeblocks could provide a great amount of ice-type energy. Additionally, he bought some dark-type Pokémon remnants, similar to the materials for Murkrow's Pokeblocks. According to the system, Sneasel's talent in Ice-type exceeded his Dark-type, so for Sneasel's Pokeblocks, he would adjust the proportion of Ice-type materials over Dark-type ones, making it higher. Sometimes, balanced development can make a Pokémon stronger overall, but in most cases, it leads to the Pokémon not excelling in any area, ending up as just another face in the crowd. Therefore, when Cain trains his Pokémon, he always supports maximizing their strengths. As long as strengths are maximized, weaknesses are minimized, and with some additional adjustments, they won't be a fatal weak point. The purchase of these materials cost him 600,000 Pokédollars, covering only the cost of making Pokeblocks for 1 month. So yes, training Pokémon is hard. And making sure they're well-trained is even harder. Upon leaving the Pokémon food store, Cain still had 4.4 million Poke Dollars. Suddenly, he had spent 600,000 Poke Dollars, so the 5 million wasn't really enough for Pokémon training. This is considering that Cain can make high-level Pokeblocks himself. If someone had to buy them, the cost would be even higher. Of course, civilians can't afford high-level Pokeblocks. Medium-level Pokeblocks are their limit. As time goes on as a trainer, the gap between civilian trainers and the league's elite trainers or the nobility only widens. Without stopping due to the expense, Cain was prepared to spend all his money before entering the black market. He went straight to the Pokémon Attribute Items store. It was the first time Cain had entered this kind of store in this life, and it sold items that enhance Pokémon attributes, like different types of anti-ice of various years, which are extremely expensive. Cain's goal was to buy one or several items to enhance Ghastly and Skorupi's poison-type moves. After browsing the entire store, Cain chose a Poison Gas from a Quasi-Elite Weezing and a Full Venom Sac from a Quasi-Elite Arbok. Both items contain extremely potent poison. Anyone who comes into contact with them, even with an antidote, would die in less than 5 seconds if the antidote isn't used in time. Because these two items are important parts of quasi-elite Pokémon remnants, their value is quite high. Both items cost a total of 1 million Poke Dollars. These items are for prolonged use and cannot be immediately digested by Ghastly or Skorupi. The poison is too potent for any Pokémon, so they will be in contact with these poisons over the next month. Thus, Cain had already spent 1.6 million Poke Dollars, leaving 3.4 million. After leaving the Pokémon Attribute Items store, he headed to the Pokémon Move store. Before, in Goldenrod City, Cain had obtained a TM for the move Toxic and 2 TMs for the move Protect thanks to his system, which he had yet to use. That had saved him a fair amount of money. Now, in Cain's team, apart from Fearow, which is used as a tool, the rest of the Pokémon that hadn't learned the move Protect yet were Miltank, Sneasel, and Skorupi. So he only needed to buy 1 TM for the move Protect. Fortunately, the Protect TM is quite common outside Trial Island, and its price isn't high. Each Protect TM costs 150,000 Poke Dollars. The move Protect is essential for every Pokémon, as long as the levels aren't too different, as it's almost like a temporary immunity move. Besides Protect, the move Hidden Power is also almost essential because Cain's team lacks specific type moves in some areas. So the move Hidden Power, which is somewhat like a skill gamble, has become a key move. Cain has used it several times in battle and has had good results. Even if he doesn't get a suitable type, Cain will still have his Pokémon learn the move. So, except for Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Ghastly, the rest of the Pokémon need a Hidden Power TM. Each Hidden Power TM costs 200,000 Poke Dollars, and 3 of them add up to 600,000 Poke Dollars. Thus, 1 Protect TM and 3 Hidden Power TMs amount to a total of 750,000 Poke Dollars. Then Cain started selecting specific moves for each Pokémon. First, for Murkrow. As the first Pokémon to join Cain, it has learned more moves through TMs than the others. The additional move requirements are also lower. It only needs to learn a Taunt TM to round out its moves. The Taunt TM costs 250,000 Poke Dollars. Next is Slowpoke. Slowpoke is a water and psychic-type Pokémon, but it can also learn moves of other types, like Fire, Ice, and Ground. Since he already has Sneasel for Ice-type moves, that can be set aside for now. Cain originally planned to teach Slowpoke a Fire-type move to cover the type deficit in his team. However, the only Fire-type moves Slowpoke can learn through TMs are Fire Blast and Flamethrower, and both TMs are quite expensive. Cain decided not to spend on them for now due to his limited budget. So he spent 300,000 Poke Dollars to buy a Ground-type TM called Bulldoze to cover the team's deficit a bit. Then there's Ghastly. First, Cain bought the Weezing's Poison Gas, which will enhance Ghastly's poison attribute. Fortunately, he already has the expensive Toxic TM, and Cain also decided to give Ghastly a Taunt TM to handle other Pokémon better in battle. The Taunt TM cost another 250,000 Poke Dollars. Lastly, for Miltank. Miltank hadn't used any TMs before. In addition to the Protect and Hidden Power TMs purchased previously, Cain chose Substitute and Brick Break for Miltank. Miltank, being a normal-type Pokémon, can learn moves of various types, but given the limited budget, Cain chose Substitute for 200,000 Pokedollars and Brick Break for 350,000 Pokedollars. Substitute pairs well with the move Milk Drink and can nearly negate Substitute's side effects. Brick Break is a move that complements Miltank's close combat style and fills a gap in the team, as none of the current Pokémon know fighting-type moves. In total, Cain chose moves that align with each Pokémon's combat styles and aim to cover the team's deficiencies. There's a month and a half left, and he no longer has time to look for more Pokémon, so he has to rely on his Pokémon's moves to cover the gaps. After finishing the setup of Miltank's moves, Cain had only 1.3 million Pokédollars left. Truly, spending money like water is exactly what Cain is doing right now. In just 2 hours, he has spent 3.7 million. He still has 2 Pokémon to set up, and it seems this money won't be enough to complete the setup for both of their moves, so he'll only be able to choose a few key moves for them to learn first. After Miltank, it's Sneasel's turn. Sneasel can already use 4 Ice-type moves, but being able to use them doesn't mean they're fully mastered, so Cain decides not to add more Ice-type moves until Sneasel has completely mastered those 4. Thus, for now, Cain sets aside Ice-type moves for Sneasel. Cain had also planned to buy a TM for the move Taunt for Sneasel, but he suddenly remembered that Sneasel already knows this move innately, which also saved him some money. Finally, Cain bought a Fighting-type TM Low Sweep for 300,000 Pokedollars, considering Sneasel's advantage in close combat against certain Pokémon. The move Low Sweep directly targets the legs of the enemy Pokémon. If the attack force is sufficient, it can reduce the opponent's speed. Since Sneasel is known for its speed, reducing the opponent's speed will further increase its advantage. In addition to Low Sweep, Cain also bought the Dark-type move Dark Pulse for 350,000 Pokedollars. Although Sneasel is a Dark and Ice-type Pokémon with a higher affinity for Ice-type moves, it still needs to master some Dark-type moves. Previous Dark-type moves were all close combat moves, while Dark Pulse compensates for Sneasel's weakness in long-range Dark-type attacks. In total, Cain spent 650,000 Pokedollars on 2 TMs for Sneasel. This leaves only 650,000 Pokedollars for Skorupi. Skorupi is a poison and bug-type Pokémon, but when it evolves into Drapion, its types change to poison and dark. Additionally, Drapion has a high sensitivity to moves of various types, as seen by its ability to automatically learn Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and Ice Fang after evolving. Skorupi is the Pokémon with the greatest potential among Cains, even slightly better than Sneasel, as Sneasel joined Cain halfway, while Skorupi has received the best resources since it hatched from the Pokémon egg. In addition to Skorupi's sniper ability, Cain has high expectations for it. To maximize Skorupi's poison-type potential, Cain made a significant purchase, buying a Venom Sac from a quasi-elite level Arbok that had died. So Cain also leaned toward poison-type moves when purchasing moves for it. Finally, Cain spent 350,000 Pokedollars on the poison-type physical attack move Poison Jab, a move that will allow Skorupi to leverage its close combat capabilities. He then bought the move Taunt for Skorupi for 250,000 Pokedollars. And with that, he finished the move shopping for his Pokémon. Cain was almost bankrupt again, with only 50,000 Pokedollars left in his pocket. And this was just a basic replenishment of moves for his Pokémon. Excluding essential moves like Protect and Hidden Power, each Pokémon learned only about 2 additional moves. Cain is far from reaching his goal. So, while 5 million Pokedollars sounds like a lot when spent, it disappeared almost instantly. Under the admiring gaze of the Pokémon Move Store employees, Cain paid with his card, then stored the numerous TMs in his ring before disappearing into the crowd with his hood on. Cain's actions in the Move Store, splurging money like water, naturally drew the attention of several interested parties. So, after Cain left, some people began following him one after another. For these people who harbored ill intentions toward him, Cain showed no mercy. After weaving through the streets and alleys of the black market, he managed to shake off most of them. As for those who stayed close, Cain led them to some secluded corners and took them out when he had the chance. These people weren't very strong. They relied on their tracking skills to be bothersome, thinking no one would notice them. If it had been the old Cain, he probably wouldn't have acted against them, but since the current Cain is almost bankrupt after spending so much, he decided to act. By taking out 3 of his followers, Cain obtained 100,000 poke dollars in cash, plus some miscellaneous items that, when sold, would give him another 100,000 poke dollars. This allowed Cain to recoup some money, increasing his balance to 250,000 poke dollars. It's no wonder people say that easy money comes from shady activities. After dealing with these 3, Cain earned 200,000 poke dollars, making him consider whether he should return to the black market a few more times to buy more moves for his Pokémon. Though this was just a passing thought, as his primary goal right now is to increase his strength. The quick handling of these followers in alleys, to avoid trouble, didn't allow the Pokémon to learn moves or gain experience. After eliminating all those following him, Cain left the black market without any issues. After changing into a League member's clothing, Cain took a taxi back to the Pokémon Center. Earlier, to save time, Cain and his Pokémon only ate a few emergency rations for lunch. Now that evening had fallen after leaving the black market, it was time to prepare dinner. Luckily, since he was staying at the Pokémon Center, it had a specialized dining room, so Cain paid a considerable amount to reserve a private room in the dining hall. He ordered a table full of food for his Pokémon, satisfying their appetites. During dinner, Skorupi woke up again. Seeing the other Pokémon enjoying the food, it couldn't resist the temptation and, for the first time, tried something other than Miltank's milk. Surprisingly, it was impressed by the taste. Soon, Skorupi joined the others for the meal. Although it didn't eat much, it eventually drank a bottle of milk before feeling satisfied and snuggled back onto Cain's shoulder. However, it was clear that Skorupi was about to enter its growth phase. When Skorupi snuggled onto Cain's shoulder, he clearly noticed its weight had significantly increased. According to the data scanned by the system, it could also be seen that Skorupi's indicators had stabilized. Probably tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, Skorupi will officially enter its growth phase. At that point, its comfortable life will be over. As expected, when Cain woke up the next morning, Skorupi, who originally fit in the palm of his hand, had grown to the size of a basketball. Scanning it with the system, Skorupi's data had also changed. Pokémon, Skorupi, light blue. Sex, male. Level 5. Type, poison plus bug. Ability, sniper. Held item, none. Egg moves, screech, agility, poison tail, pursuit. Basic moves, bite, poison sting, leer, knockoff. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Skorupi had gone from level 1 to level 5, officially becoming a battle-ready Pokémon. When Skorupi woke up, it wasn't used to its new body. It looked at Cain's shoulder, then at itself, and realized it no longer fit there. Cain crouched down, petted Skorupi's shell, and asked with a smile, "Skorupi, from now on, you'll start fighting. Are you ready?" Skorupi felt so comforted by Cain's petting that it quickly forgot the odd feeling of having grown. When Cain took out a super ball, Skorupi willingly approached and touched the center of the pokeball, being absorbed by a red light. There was no resistance. With a soft ding, Skorupi was officially captured by Cain. After releasing it again, Skorupi officially became a battle Pokémon, one of Cain's primary Pokémon, no longer a growing baby. It's undeniable that bug-type Pokémon have a very short growth cycle. In such a short time, Skorupi had passed its infancy phase. If it were another Pokémon, the infancy stage would have lasted at least a month. However, compared to Pokémon like Beedrill or Butterfree, Skorupi was already evolving more slowly. Cain remembered selling a Weedle egg to Umbra on Challenge Island. In just a week, that egg became a Beedrill, though Umbra had sped up its growth. The growth rate of bug-type Pokémon is truly impressive. But Beedrill reaches its final evolution at level 10. In the wild, it could even evolve at a lower level. Skorupi, on the other hand, will only evolve into Drapion at level 40. This pace is considered extremely slow among bug-type Pokémon. As far as Cain remembers, aside from Drapion, only Armaldo and Volcarona evolve after level 40, and both Pokémon are incredibly powerful after evolving. Especially Volcarona, which in parts of the Unova region is revered as a deity and considered the embodiment of the sun. Its power is undeniable. Although a Pokémon's evolution doesn't necessarily become better if it happens at a higher level, it's undeniable that those that evolve at higher levels often experience a greater power transformation. The most typical example is the pseudo-legendary Pokémon of each region. None of them reach their final evolution before level 40, and their power is undeniable. Therefore, although Skorupi is a bug-type Pokémon, its potential is considerable. After capturing Skorupi in its growth stage, Cain felt he had resolved an important concern. With Slowpoke, he left the Saffron City Pokémon Center. Since Umbra had instructed him to strengthen his power without assigning specific missions, Cain decided to make the most of the month and a half he had to boost his Pokémon's strength as quickly as possible. Since the rules of the challenge were unclear and not limited to a single Pokémon, Cain couldn't focus on training only one or two. He would have to train all his Pokémon to be ready for the final challenge in a month and a half. Cain devised a suitable plan and divided that month and a half into 3 15-day phases. During the first 15-day phase, Cain planned to train his Pokémon to reach a uniform level, with Skorupi and Ghastly as the primary training targets. Of course, being primary targets doesn't mean the other Pokémon will be ignored, just given slightly less attention. During the second 15-day phase, Cain planned to take his Pokémon into the forest for a survival exercise in the wild. Only by facing unexpected situations could they develop agile responsibilities. Moreover, in society, situations that represent life-threatening danger are few. Only by getting his Pokémon accustomed to fighting on the brink of survival could they be ready for Team Rocket's challenges. In the third 15-day phase, Cain planned to face many Pokémon trainers so his Pokémon could get used to battles against trainers. If Team Rocket's final challenge involved a rotating battle format, this would give them an advantage. However, this was only Cain's preliminary plan. He was open to adjusting it if unexpected situations arose. For now, he would follow this plan, and Cain decided that his destination would be Malville City in the Hoenn region. It's said that Malville City in the Hoenn region has a large number of fighters and various Pokémon trainers. Trainers from all regions gather there to engage in Pokémon battles. This fit with the third phase of Cain's plan, so he decided to head there. To reach Malville City, there were two ways to do it. One option was to take a plane directly from Saffron City Airport to Malville City. This would save time and be a safe journey. The other option was to head first to Vermilion City in the Kanto region, then take a boat to Slateport City in the Hoenn region, and finally head to Malville City. Slateport City is the 9th largest city in the Pokémon World, a very developed city only slightly smaller than Saffron City in the Kanto region. Once in Slateport City, Cain would need to travel north, passing through a stretch of forest to reach Malville City. For Cain, taking a plane wasn't an option, as it didn't provide any training opportunities. Thus, Cain decided to travel on foot to Vermilion City and then take a boat to Slateport City. This solo journey would not only protect his identity, but also allow him to train his Pokémon specifically, achieving two goals in one. Cain packed everything he needed into his storage space. This time, Cain had prepared a lot of supplies in his ring, nearly filling up his 5 cubic meters of storage space. He didn't know how long he'd be away before returning to a big city with a black market, so he decided to be well prepared. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Cain took a taxi to the southern end of Saffron City, at the intersection with Route 6. Passing by the famous Pokémon daycare, Cain chose not to enter and continued onward. Perhaps his previous trick on the young woman had already been discovered by her grandparents, and to avoid awkward situations, Cain decided to go around the daycare and continue on Route 6.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.